Diving in, getting laid down, finding it out for myself. No one else can pull me out. Count to 10, clear my head now. Getting up, gonna go out just to see if I still know how. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken. Let it in, I can take it. Learn the sound of the changes. Nothing else can drown it out. Put myself in a raisin, made a bet and I'll raise it, just to know that I still count. I can hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human. You hold your breath just to see if you can. When you've been broken, when you've been broken, could there be an answer in the hurt that set me free? More than all these empty words that brought me to my knees. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken, but I'm hoping. And I'm broken. And I'm broken. Hardly feel, but I try to pretend. Put my hand on my heart to see if I'm human. Hold your breath to see if you can. You've been broken, broken. You've been broken, broken. Hardly feel, but I try to pretend. I put my hand on my heart just to see if I'm human.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. Now I'm beside myself, no one trip fucking hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me. Say it's okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else.
This feels a little too perfect how we are now. You think I throw a little caution, but I don't want this to change. Been waiting too long for a moment like this. Said that you won't leave, better off with me. The kind of feeling I can't explain. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Each day I'm moving along with what fits best for. Taking me forward and back, it all I know still leads right through to the start of the end, where the past can't chase us. You should stay for a while, disregard all the miles. If it's you and I, will be okay. Like how it feels drenched in the moonlight. Like how it feels under the stars. A step out of bounds with our own plight. A push towards the peace in the hearts. If it rains down all on us, drown out the noise, and I'll trust the mirror, mirror on the wall. Is it fair to watch me fall? Broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please, if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly? Will broken up in pieces. Can you see me bleeding? Mirror, mirror, tell me please if these broken memories are enough to break free. Will it fix us slowly?
A stormy Saturday sets the stage in River Falls, Wisconsin, Season 11 MCS LAN, day number 1. It is great to be back. It is great to be here. Frank Cabbage alongside Clashta. I mean, what more can you say about the beautiful venue we've got, the great Rocket League on the way. Great weekend.
I'm just glad our soccer is played indoors because it is very rainy.
Yes.
Yeah, it should be a wonderful weekend. We got a lot of people here already, and always as we get along and more people start trickling in, it becomes more and more hype. So I'm very excited. I'm glad to be playing this time. It's my first time playing, so it'll be a really good weekend.
Yeah, and of course, 24 teams here this year. That's the largest group we've ever had at a LAN, at least I believe probably ever. I think maybe in the early seasons there was something close, but not really. So many players, so many fans, people coming from all around the Midwest at this point. It's not even just Minnesota, it's not just Wisconsin, so it's gotten even more expansive and even better. The level of competition keeps rising. The players just better and better year after year. Of course, the schedule for today, plenty of matches on stream. Nice part is that it's all best of fives and it's all group stage, so
yeah,
a lot going on.
That's a big thing this season. We changed the format of it, so every team is going to play a minimum of 3 games. That's absolutely huge because coming into LAN, if you're one of those bottom teams, you want to be able to play at LAN. We want to have a great experience. Some people are traveling from far away, and you want to be able to have a good experience here. So having a chance to play multiple series, even if you end up losing them, it gives you that LAN experience that can be unmatched.
Yeah, well, and the other thing too, I mean, you talk about it, there's 8 teams from each league here, but 6 of them still get to play tomorrow. So
yes,
that's, I mean, you have the ability to stumble. It's, last year or previous LANs, you lose that one game, that might be your entire season done right there. But now it's like you lose one, whatever. You still got 2 more chances. You just got to, win at least one of them, win 2, and you're definitely through. Win all 3, and it's, you're the top dog. So we'll see what that looks like. Of course, the first one of the day, the Steelhawks and Derecho coming up here, but plenty of action all day long. Make sure to check out the Discord if you're looking for the schedule, looking for what's going on. With all those teams here, we have 4 stages, only 2 of them being streamed, so there's a little bit of off-stream action, of course, but we'll keep you filled in as we can here on the mainstream as well. First match, though, we got to talk about. I mean, for Rising Star, the Steelhawks and Derecho, as we see our groups here. What does this one scream to you? What does it say,
These 2 teams had some, well, Derecho had more late season success, Steelhawks a little bit more throughout, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup. The Steelhawks, the most recent time that they've played was in the Swiss stage, and they swept the derecho. They looked real good while doing it. Stewie, I don't know if you made this graphic, but it looks awesome.
Yeah.
Keep these coming. Yeah, this is awesome. We got Spooky on the Steelhawks. We have Newt, and of course, Chicken as the sub, and we got Fargo Steelhawks. I think we missed Bendy on there.
Yeah,
but Bendy, a huge part of it. Facing off against the derecho, this is such a good matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to talk about it too for the fact that both these teams actually finished below 500 in the regular season standings. It was 7-8 for the Steelhawks. It was 6-9 for the derecho. So there were teams below them that actually had better records, but it was those major runs that really set them apart. And I think that kind of speaks to what they can bring here today, where it's, you know, maybe at home on that random weeknight, they're just not quite on the top of their game. But then they come into the tournaments, they come in, and maybe they do stumble. I mean, we saw the Steelhawks end up going, I think, 3-1 in that stage, and the derecho, I think, 3-2 or something like that. But both made it through into the playoffs. Both made it through all the way to the semifinals, and of course, the derecho eventually to those finals where they would fall and end up in second place. But I mean, it shows that they can do that in a tournament setting. They can do that in a LAN setting, hopefully, and kind of take that extra step further to maybe challenge for the title.
Yeah, both of these teams having that tournament success. And tournament success is different than week-to-week success. I mean, obviously that week-to-week success is important, and these teams didn't have it quite as much, but this is going to be a long tournament with 3 games today, multiple games past that if you can qualify for it. So it's pretty grueling.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adapt as well, because this is quite an exciting matchup. Even though it's the 2 and the 8, it is really something that I could see being almost a grand final matchup. Of course, I think there's a few teams that have something else to say about that one, a la Omaha and some other teams in there. But still, it's 2 teams I could see matching up later on in the tournament. So does that really set the stage? Do you get some nerves? Do you really feel comfortable after that first game? Because it is such a different experience. It is still a tournament like we've seen them play online with the majors, but having to do it in person, there's always that little bit extra stress. You've got a different monitor, you've got a different chair, you've got lights, you've got other action. Especially once we get 4 teams going in here, there might be a lot of like shouting. There's celebrations, all sorts of things going on during your match. So you got to kind of navigate your way through all the distractions.
Yeah, and LAN is such a different environment. You could have some crazy performances coming out. You can see last season Bloom in the grand final, just putting up crazy numbers, 533 score per game. That's absurd. So LAN is just different. LAN is different than anywhere else, and I'm excited to experience it, but I know that everyone else who's playing right now is going to be, oh man, I'm just excited. Yeah. I'm excited, Cabbage.
Oh yeah, no, and it's so great because, I mean, you talk about these players, it's always someone you don't expect.
Yeah.
I mean, you still get the performances from those star players, but there's always somebody that just rises up out of, I don't even want to say the lower echelon, but just kind of an unexpected player who really shows what they can do. And I mean, we've seen players too have those great sub experiences where they come up and they play for a team above their level. Next season they're in that league or something even more. So, a good spot to prove yourself. People are watching, people are paying attention, as of course Fuego from years ago. That was season 5, holy cow. But I mean, that one was a great performance there as well. Just kind of running through all of the historical performances as we've seen many great results here on LAN is a little duo or actually trio action here at the season 7 LAN. I want to talk about this matchup though a little bit more when we take a look at it, because I think the teams are starting to get ready. Hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer. Do you have a prediction for this one? I mean, it's only a best of 5. I want to highlight that as well, that there's less time for you to adjust, there's less time for you to adapt. So I think that's a little bit punishing there. I think that makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's kind of just a constraint of the format. You got to do the best of 5. So what does that say to you? So
just results-wise, Steelhawks have the most recent head-to-head against them. They swept them in 3 in the Swiss stage, Major 2. That being said, derecho made it farther, and they both got eliminated by the same team. Buffalo in a best of 7 swept the Steelhawks, but derecho was able to bring them to 7. So maybe that late tournament surge kind of brought it back. And I feel like I have to go, because of that early result, I think I have to go Steelhawks here.
Okay.
Just because they have started off a little bit hotter earlier, and I think that is going to matter. I think they're going to be able to bring it.
That's interesting. I'm going the other direction. I got to go with the derecho just because I feel like they have shown a little bit more. I don't really want to say consistency because they really have not been all that consistent throughout the season. But I just feel like their team has shown at least the ability to step up. I mean, we talk about that grand final, of course. Like you said, going to 7 against that Omaha team is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Where the Steelhawks, they just didn't even get started. So maybe that was just an off series for them. Maybe that was something a little bit different. But at least on the side of the derecho, they gave me a very good view from them. So I'm going to take them in this one. We'll have the split desk in the best of 5 predictions there at the bottom, of course. And I'm just excited for some Rocket League. I mean, it's always a blast to be here at LAN. So we're going to be getting into it in just a moment. But
yeah,
the predictions there, I mean, what else do you have to say?
I'm just excited to get into this one. It sounds like we're just about ready. So, man, we're going to have some good Rocket League here, and it's all starting right now. We have the Steelhawks versus the derecho. Here we go.
And of course, we had to do it too. You had to put it in opposite colors there. As this one off the post, off the kickoff, Spooky, alongside Bendy Straw and Newt in the blue for the Steelhawks, Blasky, Swamp Donkey, and Whirl for the derecho in orange.
Newt, gonna go and play this one forward here, just trying to get a little control. Both teams, I'm sure at this point, they're gonna just try to feel each other out, get a feel for the environment because, again, different environment than they normally are playing on. These are not their PCs. They have to get comfortable on those, not their monitors. And Blasky starting off right here. Derecho getting the first goal.
Yeah, and that one was a really nice play there. They're just able to put the pressure on and, put Spooky into an awkward spot. Swamp Donkey, nice little chip, and Newt, good pressure there, but an even better shot out of Blasky, and that's the best start you could ask for the derecho.
Starting off right, that's a huge part to playing here at LAN, getting that confidence early, and derecho now have it. Spooky gonna be trying to get this one back middle. Gets 50 by Swamp Donkey. Blasky, good clear coming out. This could be dangerous. Good 50 though from Bendy. Gets it all the way back in the middle. Spooky, no boost, just gonna play it back into the middle for Bendy. Spooky not going to be able to get to that one. Newt first to that ball, but only can get it to Bendy here. Just a little bit of control, just a little bit of midfield play coming out from the Steelhawks.
And the big thing I think for Rising Star that I always look at, of course, I get the luxury of being able to talk about these players even if I'm not better than them. But it's just kind of the consistency. I think that's really what it comes down to. The higher level plays, it's more of that, maybe those passes, maybe those other things. But at this level, it's just kind of how consistent can you be? Can you regularly get those good touches, those quality touches and passes and things like that to your teammates? And otherwise, usually those 1 or 2 plays that slip by can be the difference.
Yeah, and defense is such a huge part at LAN. You're going to be making some mistakes at LAN. Nerves are going to be there. So having a solid back line on defense is going to be extremely important. And maybe that's going to be the play. Blasky eliminating someone on that back line. If you can take out that last defender, maybe that's the play.
Yeah, and good pressure here. Blasky just rips that one back in. Spooky has to touch it off to the corner. Swamp Donkey, first one in, chips it up for Whirl. Good placement there, puts it back a little bit away. Now a demo there, but Blasky gets taken out, and that opens it up. Maybe an opportunity. Bendy Straw, however, that's a miss, and I feel like a little bit more power. Put that one on frame, make at least a decent effort of it, but unfortunately not enough. Now Newt up the sidewall. Can he get a pass out towards mid? Bendy Straw is there. Nice pass, and that one ties us at 1.
Yeah, great equalizer. That pass from the sidewall was very well done. If you hit it kind of off the corner, it's going to roll back in the middle. Swamp Donkey can get a read, but playing it off that backboard, getting it to bounce far enough out for that midfield player was the smart decision there. And Steelhawks equalize.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the best thing you want to see if you're on that Fargo side is Bendy Straw is going to go for an aerial play here, high up off that one. Blasky knocks it down. Newt's going to go for another pass, but a nice 50, and Whirl gets the clear. Is just, the quick response and able to get back into the game. Don't let it turn into just an absolute bloodbath in game 1. So that's a nice start there. Newt's going to miss out towards the middle. Oh, kind of a fake there as Whirl chips this one high off the backboard. Newt's going to go for this one. Kind of a weird opportunity. Bendy Straw, good cover there. And the Steelhawks, they're looking shaky on defense. I don't like the rotations because I know this team has better kind of has better structure than this. They're showing me that they're kind of uncomfortable. Maybe it is just that LAN experience, whatever. But I need to see them be a little bit more of that cohesive team that we've seen throughout the season.
And that was a chance for Bendy Straw. He's going to want that one back. I know that he can flick the ball better than that, but that one just kind of gets off his car, and now Derecho are going to be pressing on the other end. Swamp Donkey, though, goes missing. Bendy giving another chance for him. This one might get past, and it does off the post and in. Steelhawks take the lead.
Yeah, not the prettiest one, but you get it done, and that one definitely a little bit of redemption from the earlier one. Nice little juke there, gets around. World puts it in that bottom corner, and Steelhawks back-to-back on their side. Can they close out the final just about 2 minutes here of game number 1? Of course, like we said, with the best of 5, you know, that game 1 becomes even more important. You don't have nearly as much availability to drop that game early on and just kind of recover from it. It is something that you got to get into it, and into it quick. Is now another opportunity here on the offensive side. Spooky diving in on that one off the sidewall. Bendy Straw, another shot on frame. Swamp Donkey touches that one, doesn't put it anywhere too useful, but Whirl able to come in and recover.
Yeah, these best of 5s are much more familiar for these teams. Obviously, in majors, we got a lot of best of 7s, but the majority of the season is these best of 5s. So all these players are going to be used to this format, this pressure on game 1. If you can get a start early, it's so important. And right now, Steelhawks are looking a little bit better. Blasky might get the one away. 2 had to commit to get that one cleared. Newt gets a touch over 1, and Spooky gonna be able to follow that one. Wonderful clearance from that team. That defense, oh man, it almost looked like that was making it through.
Yeah, there was a really bad pass towards the center there that almost gave it away for Blasky, but fortunately for the Steelhawks, able to recover. Now Spooky looking top corner. No, it's gonna go bottom, but it's still in the back of the net. Steelhawks, this is really looking more like the team that we expected to see.
Yeah, absolutely. They're getting rolling right now, finding each other a little bit and finding those openings. Derecho just not back for that one, not ready for the shot, and it just came through a little faster than they expected.
Yeah, and I think really for them transitioning through the midfield play, Bendy Straw, huge save on his own line there as he's able to dive back off the kickoff play. That really could have been the opportunity for Des Moines, but not quite enough, as now he'll take the transition play here. Spooky chips that one up to himself. Swamp Donkey touch a little bit awkward there. Can he 50 at mid? No. World's going to get that around a couple and maybe see if they can get some assistance, but no, it's Newt just countering back the other way, and I feel like that's what's been the Steelhawks' recipe for success in game 1 is the midfield pressure. We talk about it a ton, but it's really been emphasized here in the first game of the series.
He took the middle. This one might find its way through. Bendy, though, well cleared out. Newt gonna play it around 1. Swamp Donkey plays it to Whirl, plays it to Blasky. Good little team play coming out here, but they have to find the net. They weren't able to get a shot going, and now there's a counter attack going the other way. With only 8 seconds, Whirl has to get one on target right now, and he's not gonna be able to. That is gonna be the first game. Steelhawks started off right.
Yeah, and I mean, I was a little bit nervous early on because it seemed like the Derecho had a little bit of a better setup there, and it felt like they were maybe a little bit more comfortable into it. But it's kind of the Steelhawks team that we know and love. It's the team that we expect to see here from start to finish, and they just kind of have, I want to say, kind of just a clinical game 1. I mean, there was that definite kind of big mistake that almost gave Blasky a way in. So that one, you know, a little bit concerning, a little bit dangerous. But Bendy Straw, really good job, able to cover, able to play just great defense there, and then also contribute on the offense. Of course, we saw the one-on-one there. I mean, if you're on the side of the Derecho, game 2, you know, how do you adapt? What do you think?
I mean, I feel like you got some options as the Derecho. I feel like they're playing a pretty standard game right now, but they can start focusing on some things. They can focus more on team plays. They can focus more on the demo side of it. They can play a little further back. They have some options here. I feel like right now they're playing a very default play style, and they could adjust in multiple different ways. I don't normally say that, but I feel like they absolutely have opportunities in multiple different options. They can't pick them all, but I feel like Derecho has a great opportunity to bounce back here because they have so many different options on how to react.
Yeah, I love to hear you talk about the physicality, or at least the demos portion there too, because I think that's something that we always highlight that players can always bring in. You know, it's something that's pretty easy to add. You just have to be a little bit more careful on your defensive rotations. But I think it's something that's so valuable and able to throw other teams off. You go after the Steelhawks here, you put them in an awkward situation, you just pressure them, and you know, we've seen the cracks already. We've seen some defensive mishaps. You take a player out of that rotation, it gives them even less of a chance to kind of recover after that. So we'll see what that looks like. But we're into game number 2 here. Steelhawks and Derecho looking to see if Des Moines can come back and tie us up.
Yeah, Whirl trying to get this thing started. Swamp Donkey, good touch from him, but only as far as a Steelhawks defender. Whirl doesn't have any boost to get to this one, just has to force it out. Blasky. Oh my goodness, own goals. Just not the touch he wanted, and man, he's going to want that one back.
Good news is at least he's laughing. You know,
Yeah, that is
there's,
true.
there's a lot of smiles. Their team is thinking, how the hell did you put that in the back of the net? That was an absolutely incredible touch there. And I mean, you know, take it for what it is. It's 23 seconds in, plenty of time to recover. The only concerning point is the Derecho only got one in the previous game, so just get some more offense going. We'll be all right. Bendy Straw, highlight play, no, drops it down. The follow-up isn't there as well, as Spooky trying to put this one off towards the corner, looking for maybe kind of a self-dish there, but instead it's Swamp Donkey with the clear.
Yeah, Bendy Straw been doing that kind of thing all season. He's absolutely no, I wouldn't say the most mechanical in Rising Star, but he's up there. He's definitely up there as far as mechanics go. And man, yeah, they're trying to get this one going here on the offensive side. Our Derecho, Swamp Donkey to the middle. No one able to go for that. Blasky doesn't have any boost. Is he going to be able to challenge? No, World goes. This could be a little risky though. Blasky has to get it out. This could only go as far as Newt, but they stole his boost. So now it falls into the midfield, and we're kind of stalemate a little bit now.
Yeah, and this one might be a good pass out towards mid. Swamp Donkey's up for it. Wanted that 50 there. Bendy, he dives for it once more. Spooky going to settle this one nice and low. Good flick off the sidewall to open up some space. Bendy back to Spooky. Nice team play connection. Here's now Newt. Going to go for the shot. Just drops it down. Blasky able to clear. And the boost management as well. That's a huge part of this play. As Blasky trying to put that on frame. Swamp Donkey, a follow-up shot, but it's cleared. But the lower leagues, the boost, if you're able to keep your opponent with that lower quantity, it's always so much more impactful. Whereas, the higher level players, the Premier, the upper level of the Challenger, they're comfortable playing with that lesser total. But, in Rising Star, it's a huge part of the gameplay. Yeah. So I think it's going to be interesting to watch that as well, because I feel like we've seen a few moments with players a little bit on the lower side of totals.
Yeah, that's one thing that both of these teams I feel like could work on right now is just maintaining that momentum, keeping that speed up, because high speed at LAN can be so dangerous. You're going to make some mistakes, so, but being able to follow through, rotate back quick, or go for demos or something, keeping that speed up can be so important in a LAN environment, because it kind of forgives those mistakes a little bit more. If you do miss the ball straight up, you can get back quick, you can demo, something like that. And I feel like both these teams trying to play a really slow, methodical game. And if they can execute on it, that's absolutely a great plan. It's just so difficult in a LAN environment.
Yeah, really nice bump there. Bendy Straw is going to put it away, and that one, physicality out of the Steelhawks. Now 5 unanswered goals here. You see Newt just takes out Blasky and then puts Whirl in a real awkward situation. Bendy, great placement there, just able to put on that back post. And Steelhawks, I mean, they are looking real comfortable right now. I feel like there's no way that the Derecho could find their way back into this without just getting something to change. It needs to be physicality, it needs to be team play, it needs to be something at least a little bit different here.
Yeah, and check out the B stream as well. We hear them popping off back there. I think that's Inferno. I can't see who they're playing, but
Outlaws.
Outlaws, yes. So yeah, check out that stream as well. We got that going on. We have both going on at the same time. So if you want to open up 2 tabs or something, you can catch all the action that we can provide here. So Newt, gonna try to get this thing going, continue getting this thing going. They just need to maintain this lead right now. Only 2 minutes left in this game.
Yeah, Whirl's going to let this one go off of the corner. And actually will go for his follow-up touch. Now Bendy Straw shot low. Swamp Donkey easily handles that one, but not his favorite touch. Now this one might put it into a good spot. Blasky, can he chase? Does, but Bendy Straw, good settle there. Whirl, a follow-up shot. Nobody's there, and that one, a giveaway for the Steelhawks. I really felt like that was going to be a better touch out of Bendy Straw, or at least something with a follow-up, but just kind of touches it, and I don't know why he leaves it there. That's really odd. Yeah,
it was a little bit of a missed touch, but also on that back line, the bump, the defender had the save. They absolutely had the save. It would have been a little awkward. It might have been a goal anyway, but he would have been able to keep it out. But that bump keeps it for sure going in the net, and maybe that's what the Derecho need. Maybe they just need to get that last defender out of the net, and maybe that's going to find him some success. Whirl going to be able to clear this one out. 0 boost, though. Ends up giving it away to Newt. Newt up first for this one. Going to be able to play it 1 touch. Only to Blasky, though. Blasky to Swamp Donkey. Spooky might get there first. He does. Off the backboard. Is there going to be a Steelhawks attacker? No, there is not. Again, they only have to maintain this lead, but a 1-goal lead does not feel very safe right now. Swamp Donkey able to get a good hit. Blasky not going to be able to follow this one. Swamp Donkey goes missing on that line, and Bendy Straw clears it away.
Yeah, Bendy now with 60 seconds left, just trying to defend this lead. Whirl, nice little touch out towards mid. Newt, that one a mistouch there as Spooky has to recover on this one. Both Bendy Straw and Newt diving for it, and kind of a weird collision is now Swamp Donkey up on the sidewall. And right now, at least the derecho higher up on the boost totals. Whirl looking top shelf, and that's where the boost comes in. Whirl, another great shot out of the midfield. This one just over top of that last defender.
Yeah, Bendy Straw trying to get a piece of it, but it was well placed on that right side of the net. Derecho tying it up. This is absolutely what they need right now. But they cannot drop it now. They have to keep it going. They have to be able to get this next goal, whether it be in regulation or overtime, doesn't matter. Derecho have to get this game. You don't want to have to face a reverse sweep at LAN. That almost finds its way through, and it still might. Spooky gonna try to get to that one first, but it 50s all the way back to their half now.
Yeah, the derecho gonna be just thanking their lucky stars that one does not find its way into the back of the net. I'm not used to seeing Bendy Straw miss those, and then the follow-up just somehow doesn't find its way into the back of the net. Spooky, he'll try to put a pass out towards mid. Blasky flies in. Now a chance for a counterattack here. This one's sky high. Bendy up for it once more. Does get the touch for the save off to the corner. Swamp Donkey back towards mid. Can't get it past two. It's Spooky. Does great work there on the defensive corner. And unless something crazy in the final moments here, this one might be, okay, dangerous. I was worried he was going to pinch with Spooky towards his own net, but instead it's overtime in game two.
I'd like to mention that MCS had that Blasky.
Yeah,
that looks awesome.
Little merch there.
I don't know where to get that one, but I mean, it looks fantastic. Blasky going to be able to get this one clear off to the side. Able to follow this one, but no, Bendy Straw up first for this one, off the ceiling. Swamp, great clear coming out from him. Newt trying to get it back middle to Spooky. All he could do is keep it in that half, but not really a threatening touch. Double commit now coming out from the Steelhawks. This could be opportunity, but a bump instantly turns it right back around.
Yeah, and a nice little opening moments here for both sides. Whirl's going to have to go up for the save on this one. Great aerial maneuvering so far. I've liked his positioning both on offense and defense. This one out towards the middle, and it's going to be Newt to finish game number two. The Steelhawks, you talked about it for the derecho. They could not let this one slip away, and they do. A nice little pass out mid, and Newt top shelf.
Yeah, great speed there from Newt. Spooky puts it in a great spot in the middle of the field, but Newt had to time it right. He absolutely did. Got some power on it, got a little bit of placement on it, and takes that game. Again, yeah, now derecho are faced with the reverse sweep, or else the result that we had in Swift stage is going to repeat itself. It could be a sweep, but derecho don't want that. They want that reverse sweep. They want to get this back, and they have showed some life in that one. They showed that they can get some goals going.
Yeah, and I think the only thing that's concerning for me here is the shot totals on the side of the Steelhawks. They had so much more pressure there. You know, they still had the same number of saves, but it's that 9 shots to the 6. Not a huge deficit there, but it's always something that's at least a little bit concerning in terms of the totals. I guess also, I even kind of forgot about that when I started off with the Blasky own goal, so I think there's at least a little bit that can be excused there for the derecho. Start off hot, continue with that here in this one if you can, because at least, you know, in regulation, 2-1 in terms of real goals. So there is that little bit that you can take solace in. Worst case scenario, I mean, you come out of this with a loss. I think the best thing for them, in my opinion, at least win game 3, because game differential will be that tiebreaker when it's all said and done, and that might be the difference between continuing on here at LAN as that number 3 team or heading home as the number 4. So I think that's at least the key thing. You don't need to win the series, but at least put something on the board.
Absolutely, yeah. The game differential is so important. There is going to be teams that are tied with other teams at the end of this. There's going to be teams that beat a team that they shouldn't, and then it's going to cause ties. So that game differential is so important. And even if you win a series, you're not guaranteed to make it in. So you have to have that game differential to support it. Bendy Straw trying to get this thing going real quick for the Steelhawks. They are already right on that goal line.
Yeah, as this early pressure, the Steelhawks really want to put this one away in 3, setting yourself up with a 3-0 to start it against a team that I guess really hasn't given you too much issue, but has shown that they can do a lot in those playoffs, or at least in kind of tournament settings. It would be a great way to start it off here. Just put yourself as the clear top of your group. Of course, coming in as the number 2 seed top of that group, but still a nice way to start it here. Is this one handled by Newt in the defensive half. Swamp Donkey up with some good speed off the backboard. Bendy does nice to touch on that one. Whirl down low, trying to get past Spooky, but again, good defense there. And I've been very impressed with the Steelhawks as well. In their one-on-one defense, they have looked very solid. It feels like you really can't get around them, and even if you did, there's almost always that second player there to back them up.
Yeah, they don't look like they're in danger very much, even though they're getting in awkward situations like that one. They dealt with it so well, getting a great clear. As Whirl doesn't quite get the touch he wants. Spooky might be first this one, doesn't quite make contact there. But yeah, as you absolutely said, there's just not many holes in the Steelhawks rotation right now.
Yeah, Swirl up off his own backboard. It's going to be the 0 boost touch there. Swamp Donkey has to waste some more boost just to try to get up and touch. Blasky up there as well. It drops out mid. Swamp Donkey, good attempt on frame, but Bendy touch off towards the corner. Whirl up on this one once more. Pops this one up off the backboard, and Spooky should handle this one without too much concern, but goes right past it. Newt's low on boost as well, so maybe a dangerous moment here. Kind of a fake opportunity there, but nobody able to follow it up, and so an opportunity maybe where the derecho had 2 defenders with no boost, and they still, I mean, not really have a shot on frame. The shot came before that series.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the scores are of these series going on, but we do have 2 other series happening right now. Unfortunately, my Maulers aren't able to play right now. They have to forfeit their series, but we got 2 others still happening, so if you're in the venue, please check those out as well. But we still got this one right on the main stage. Steelhawks trying to keep this thing going, trying to get onto that offensive side, but Spooky, it's only going to play it as far as Swamp Donkey. He's going to try to get an attack going. This might be a chance. It is. Derecho get the first one of game 3.
And that one, beautiful play there by Swamp Donkey. Settles it down, holds it in his defensive half, and then makes the smart touch. Looks like he's going to send it high. Doesn't have enough boost, and a great demo there.
Love that.
Blasky plays interference, and I was really worried that Blasky... Actually, I didn't even see that, but I was worried Blasky was going to save that one, so glad he didn't. But the Derecho, that physicality and a little bit of a team play there. Yeah, get on the board first.
Spooky just hitting it middle, only as far as that defender. Now Whirl trying to get some control. 50's out, Bendy Straw. Swamp Donkey trying to get that one first, not quite on target though. Blasky, great save from him. He saw that one coming just early enough. Newt gonna try to get this back middle. Bendy Straw gonna turn on it. Gonna go ahead and leave that one. Smart, they have time. That's only a 1 goal deficit. They don't have to send everything yet.
Yeah, the Steelhawks team, I feel like they have no issue. I mean, we saw them win the overtime in the game prior. They're comfortable with the back against the wall, even though they really are not with the back against the wall. Bendy Straw capitalizes. Big miss on the defensive side for Des Moines. And gosh, you got to get a touch on that one. Whirl's either got to get that or Swamp Donkey pressure a little bit farther forward. You can't give that much space. It's going to result in a goal 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I feel like the Steelhawks team is one of those you just can't really make a big mistake against. They are ready at any point. They're forcing out those touches so consistently that if you don't make them right when you need to make them, it's just, there's always going to be someone there. And the Steelhawks have shown that so far this series. And maybe it's going to be able to conclude pretty quickly here if they can continue this one, but Derecho want nothing to do with that. Derecho trying to get this one back middle. Whirl doesn't quite make contact. Swamp Donkey, though, still there, and they take the lead back.
And that was an all or nothing play there for the Derecho. All 3 players basically in the box at the end of this play. Actually, all 3 well within the box there at the end of that. So any sort of touch out and away, and this would have been an easy counterattack goal for the Steelhawks. But that's what you have to do when you're down in the series 2-0 early on like this. You just got to find a way to do something, and I really like the full commit there just because it does net you the goal. It's what you needed there. It's now a chance here for the play, but instead it's taken away. Now a soft touch up and in. Spooky is going to touch this one downfield. Swamp Donkey up for it as it's popped towards the backboard. Swamp Donkey on top of it once more. They'll carry this one off towards the sidewall. Challenged here by Newt. As Newt's trying to find his way in. Spooky gets demoed as it's off the sidewall. Swamp Donkey trying to play defense on it. Newt trying to figure out what's going on as well, but still just a little bit of back and forth all the way around. These 2 teams just kind of dueling as it goes. Newt just trying to get something going here, getting a little bit more forward.
Bendy Straw taking it back to his corner, trying to get some control, a little bit of presence in that back line. Whirl able to beat him right back into the middle of that offensive side. Excuse me, my tongue is getting super tied.
We're warming up too, right?
Yeah.
You gotta give
it's
us
the first series of our day too.
Yeah.
Newt gonna be able to get a little pressure going here. Off the corner, not gonna be able to follow himself, but a big demo coming out. Bendy might be first to this one. Awkward clear for Swamp Donkey. That one doesn't quite go through. Yeah, they're gonna want that one back. That was a great opportunity for the Steelhawks.
Yeah, Spooky, I'm surprised didn't put that even on frame. Wondering if it was maybe a calculated miss, was maybe hoping that the defender would overrun it and leave it just right out front. As Whirl, another nice demo out towards the midfield. Derecho, I love the aggression that's coming out here as Blasky sends this one downfield. All 3 Steelhawks players forward. I think they were going for a bump in net there, but Whirl dodges it and gets out to the corner as well. Newt sky high for this one. 10 seconds left, dropping it down. Swamp Donkey, easy interception there. Should have a demo in it as well as maybe a chance for a finishing goal. No, that one will fall silent, but another demo in on this one. Blasky gonna hesitate back, has to be careful here. 0 seconds, but should be good to go when Swamp Donkey steps forward. Derecho, great response here in game number 3. Like we said, at least to get that game on the board. If you lose the series now, not as big of a deficit, but I mean, that looked much more comfortable. That was a team that was applying midfield pressure. The demos, I mean, 11 demos in that game, 5 apiece for both Blasky and Swamp Donkey. That is a crazy amount of physicality there.
It really is, and that absolutely resulted in multiple goals for them. So maybe they continue doing that. Maybe they continue hitting those demos. Most people know I'm a big fan of demos, and that's exactly what the Derecho needed right there. That goal for Blasky,
Yeah.
he caused that one, and then technically kind of stole it, but you know, he caused it. That was a great play, and heads up play. He could have gone for a hook shot or something, but just jumping ahead of it when you know that you can get there. Very smart play from him. So maybe that's the recipe. I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it there throughout the game that just, you know, the physicality does at least do something to throw the Steelhawks off. You know, we've said good rotations on defense. They are very solid, but, you know, especially at this level, when you have that one player get demoed and you just kind of lose control, you know, those other two players might be low on boost, they might be out of position, they might just be kind of mentally saying, okay, I need to, you know, grab boost, get rotating into this position, and then it's like, oh crap, that player net's gone. So now it's like you got to take that extra step and say, how do you adapt, how do you adjust? Most of the time, really can't get there in time, and it opens up an opportunity here. So now, I think for the Derecho, is just kind of continue what you're doing there. We saw the physicality be the key. If you can keep that up and not give yourself away, because I think the only thing that concerns me from that last game is how that second goal was that all-in commit. If you don't score there, you're likely done in the series. So I would like if it's a little bit more safe than that, but if that's what it takes, maybe you take those risks.
Yeah, risky plays, oh man. I love when they work, but yeah, it can be so hit or miss, and yeah, that is not what you're looking for if you're, oh my goodness, if you're right on the line there. But sometimes that's exactly how it's going to have to be. Spooky, not going to be able to get contact on that one. Blasky on target, it does find its way through, and one thing I want to talk about is Derecho. They have been, even when they were losing, I feel like smiling way more than the Steelhawks. They've had good vibes this whole time. And that's absolutely so huge in the LAN environment.
Yeah, you're so right. There's smiles all game long. And I want to say real quick too, Blasky, that was absolutely stellar. A great shot there. I do not know how he got that much power off of it. Now it's going to be a response here for the Steelhawks off the kickoff, and that one's just kind of ugly.
Yeah, just a big dunk. Swamp Donkey doesn't get the 50 that he was looking for. Blasky probably didn't think that was going in. I think he thought it was
down.
I think he thought it was just a little high, but find its way through. He didn't put a hand up there, but just a slight misread. That's going to happen sometimes. Bendy, good clear out from him. Swamp Donkey first to this one. Can he follow it? He might be able to fall on it. Not quite. Bendy up first for this. Going for the flip reset, but well met by Whirl in the midfield.
Yeah, the thing is just can you get those follow-up touches? Spooky, really good job here. I feel like throughout this series has been absolutely stellar at finding that second touch off of his own play there. You know, even if you get that defensive touch, are you able to make something impactful out of it? That's kind of the risk there, as Bendy Straw able to follow up on Swamp Donkey's touch. Blasky kicking out towards mid, looking for Whirl, but Bendy intercepts once more. Swamp Donkey, nice touch there. This one doesn't go to the ceiling. I think he thought it would, so that gives Newt an opportunity for the clearance down there. Spooky now one-on-one against Whirl, and up quick for that one. Easily defended there. Bendy Straw looking back post. Swamp Donkey is there. Blasky up for it as well. Good defensive structuring here for the side of the Derecho.
Whirl going to try to get this one out. It's been stuck on their half, and Steelhawks are doing a really great job at maintaining that pressure. Bendy hitting it high here. No Steelhawks attacker yet. Newt going to be first to it, just playing it up. And there's a big miss coming out there for the Steelhawks. They probably wanted to maintain that pressure, but it's back in their half now. Whirl going to try to get this one middle. Not quite going to be able to beat the defender. Newt, counterattack incoming.
Yeah, nice pass out towards Bendy Straw here. That's a miss. It actually finds its way all the way towards the frame, but fortunately enough for Des Moines, just outside. And what I want to see the Derecho keep doing here is physicality is one thing, but sending it high into the air. We've been seeing them really bleed a lot of the boost out of the Steelhawks by sending those offensive, passes, just putting them high up into the air so that, one of those Steelhawks defenders has to use 40, 50, 60 boosts just to get up and get a touch on it. And that gives you so many more opportunities. It slows them down in their midfield play. So really nice to see as as Swamp Donkey, another demo off ball there. This one kicked downfield. Newt's going to be the first one back. Has to take an awkward touch. Gets demoed. Is now Blasky. Chance for the 1-on-2. Goes low here. That one's a great touch. Bendy Straw. Even better recovery to keep this one tied as World drops it down.
I was going to say, as you transitioned back to me there, that they weren't demoing that much, and then at the time you were talking, they demoed twice, so maybe, and there's another one there. So, yeah, Derecho keeping that game plan going, keeping those demos going, just taking players off the field. A little bit of a double commit on the back line. That looks really awkward. Great save, though, coming out from Newt. So much boost on the side of Derecho, though, but not quite the touch that Blasky might have wanted.
Yeah, now this opens up an opportunity for Bendy Straw or Spooky to combine as it's going to be high off the backboard. Newt just not able to be there in time, and I think it's a smart play as the third just to stay a little bit further back as Newt will turn on this one instead, trying to put early pressure on. Spooky up and bangs it off the backboard. Swamp Donkey easy handle there as he rips it the opposite direction. Newt up for it once more, dropping it down, but not a great touch as Blasky easily able to handle, and it's just kind of a battle for the midfield right now. I think that's no man's land, just either team trying to get a little bit of footing there to see what they can do. This one could have been an opportunity. Whirl, I thought he was going to turn a little bit sooner, but just waits on it and maybe gave away a chance.
Newt trying to get this one out, gets bumped for his efforts. Whirl off the corner, maybe he's going to be able to follow it himself. There's another bump that comes out on that back line. There are so many bumps coming out from the Derecho. That is absolutely their play style right now. That is absolutely what they're finding is working. Whirl going to be able to get this one out. Swamp Donkey doesn't get the touch, but forces it out well for Blasky. Now Spooky's forced to make a touch. He does. Off the corner, though, it looks a little bit awkward. Whirl going to be first that one. This is going to be a shot. Doesn't quite find its way through. This is an opportunity, though. Blasky going to be first to it. This one bounces high. This is going to be a shot here. Not quite on target. Good clear as well for the Steelhawks. This pressure is mounting.
Yeah, and Derecho looking to force a game number 5 here if they can. Blasky able to pressure forward. Whirl, can he get in on this? No, but Swamp Donkey, chance for the solo play. Newt able to read that one well, gets up quick. Now Blasky with it once more, puts that one well out of reach for himself, but Spooky, a little bit of an awkward touch as we go under 30 now. Is this, Mike a little bit dangerous here, really dangerous out towards mid. Is somebody up? Blasky just in time. You gotta be a little bit quicker as it's just so dangerous. Both sides trading opportunities where they're just being a little bit too slow on the defensive side.
Whirl gonna try to get this one middle, but just straight to Spooky. This is gonna be a good counterattack now, unfortunately for them. But Swamp Donkey gonna try to get this one out. Blasky playing it out, and now Blasky gonna be first to that one. That was great 50.
Oh, I think that was in the back of the net with 5 more seconds.
It absolutely. They only needed about one, and
yeah.
Swamp Donkey doesn't quite make contact here. Just plays it back towards Blasky, and yeah, as we get into this overtime. Oh man, are they going to just keep going for demos? Are we just going to keep seeing the pressure coming out from Derecho, or are Steelhawks going to find a way to get one through?
I don't quite know. It's going to be interesting because especially I feel like the Derecho just needed to play a little bit more towards the net instead of for those demos late on there, because I feel like there was chances, but they were going for the physicality almost a bit too much, which is disappointing to say. It's really not always the case, but sometimes can just hamstring yourself a little bit too much as Bendy Straw is going to actually get the demo on the sidewall there. I thought he was going down, but Swamp Donkey has to recover it here. Newt goes for the 52 players off to the corner there. Now out towards mid. Blasky can't get the touch on it, and either side just need to put this one on frame as an opportunity once more, but Newt with the clearance out and away.
Swamp Donkey trying to keep the pressure on, but unfortunately gives it away a little bit. Spooky able to get a good 50. Bendy over one. Is Whirl going to be able to read it? He is. Great touch from him into the corner. Spooky doesn't make contact. Newt 50ing out Whirl and trying to get some pressure going now on the other end. Blasky takes control now. This could be dangerous. Great 50 coming out from Bendy. He has boost here off the ceiling. Doesn't quite get the landing that he wants, though. Newt is in an awkward spot. He has to get a great touch. He does. Whirl following, not quite able to get that one on target. Swamp Donkey gonna go ahead and leave that play. Whirl get the first challenge going. Blasky trying to keep this pressure going. I feel like Derecho have been on offense for 75% of this game.
Yeah, and I feel like there, when that player misses, it ends up in the back of the net. Swamp Donkey up for this one. You got to go for the bump there. When you're rotating out, just interfere with one of those defenders. Make it awkward, make it difficult is now an opportunity for maybe a 3-on-1. This one looking for the back post well out of reach. Newt does well to put it back towards mid. A second 50 as well, but Wur's able to chip it up. Now Swamp Donkey high towards the backboard. Blasky playing slow, playing patient to try to win this this 50 does, and it's up high. Spooky up for it. Newt jumps as well, so out of position for just a moment. Swamp Donkey, does he have something to go for off the backboard here? No good positioning there. Steelhawks doing really well to always have one player ready for it on the backboard, regardless of what's happening. As Whirl, an opportunity, he'll take a demo on one. Blasky shot there, and an overtime winner in game number 4. It's 4 games, 2 apiece. As we head to game 5 here, the derecho find a way to win it.
And the way they are winning it is this aggression on that back line of the Steelhawks. They are eliminating that last player, bumping that last player. There is no defender half the time for the Steelhawks right now. It's just whether or not derecho has a shooter. And in this case, they did. They were able to take this one down in overtime, and reverse sweep is absolutely on the table right now. Derecho just has to win one more.
Not anymore. You keep talking about it. I mean, you can't say the words.
It already happened. I'd spoke it.
Yeah, you did it pretty early on there. But, you know, the derecho, go after him, not me. I have not said it once yet so far, but I want to talk about that as well. 9 saves for the Steelhawks. You talked about how much it felt like the derecho were on offense. That is plain and simple proof that that's what was going on there. It was so much offense. 11 shots, only 4 demos. I felt like there was a lot more physicality there. I think it was a lot of bumps and a lot of kind of weird interference instead of those demos. So, you know, a little bit something that doesn't quite show up on the scoreboard. But overall for the derecho, game plan continued into game 4. It worked there, and I feel like it could work in game 5. I don't quite know, because I mean, especially there, if you take a look at it, the only goal that the Steelhawks scored was that one off the kickoff that goes bar down. Besides that, I mean, they've had an own goal, they've had that goal. So really for the Steelhawks, it's kind of been 2 full games without being able to score. So we'll see what that looks like here in game 5. Do you think the Steelhawks are able to kind of course correct, or is it all wraps and the derecho somehow come up with the upset?
Man, I think they absolutely could. This play style is looking really good for them, but Steelhawks just have to find something to counter this, because right now it really seems like it's all derecho, and I don't know if we can get into spectator mode. There we go.
No.
Swamp Donkey.
Take a look under the hood for once. You know, you can see the background a little bit.
Yeah, but the Steelhawks have to find something going. And Bendy's been going for these solo plays the whole time, and they've been so close, haven't quite gone through very much yet. And if he maybe can find some of those, maybe that's in the play, but I really feel like it's more going to be the ground game that is going to win them this series. Those low 50s, getting people to stall out and slow down, because right now derecho, they are so high speed.
See, I have to agree with, or disagree with you there, unfortunately. Really? I feel like if you're going to go for those solo plays, just put it off the backboard. Just put it in a spot where your teammates can respond, make it awkward. You know, backboard defense is something that these players are pretty good at. You know, it's something that's become more and more a part of the game as years have gone by. But still, you know, make it awkward, make those players use the boost. But I think either way you take it, just change something up, make it a little bit different. As Blasky almost finds the opener there, puts a shot on frame. Spooky's able to get the save. Now low boost for him and Newt. Bendy's able to get the full out of the corner. Now opportunity here for Whirl. Soft touch across the frame. Maybe if someone was there. But unfortunately, yeah, I mean, it was a good opportunity, but not quite enough as Blasky pressuring in once again. Whirl keeping this pressure alive, and it's all derecho here in the opening moments of game 5.
We're going to try to keep this one going, and that works as a fake. Almost finds his way through his Swamp Donkey. Now just trying to retreat. Spooky trying to keep this one going on the top of his car. Big 50 coming out from him. Swamp Donkey. Another 50, and this one's going right back towards the Steelhawks. A big bump coming out. Is any follow going to happen? No. Whirl just playing a little far back. That's okay. He is able to get this back middle. Swamp Donkey tries to get there, but great clear coming out from Bendy Straw.
Yeah, and I like Swamp Donkey's attempt there. Went for the second bump on that play, but just not quite able to get there in time. But still, I mean, it's the recipe for success. You get that touch there, and it's a wide open frame with nobody there to defend. Is this one? Nobody back for the derecho and the Steelhawks. A goal in the run of play. Finally, it's what we like to see. And that one, a nice little touch out. Spooky's able to convert, and a great start. I mean, 2 minutes in, but still a great start to game 5.
Yeah, Steelhawks doing a great job to boost Starve right at the end of there. There was only one player on derecho that had much boost. It was about 50 boost from him, and he wasn't back yet. So that was just such an awkward situation. High flying ball right above their box. There's not much they could do if they get themselves in that situation. So Steelhawks maybe that's their recipe. Maybe they just need to get that boost from them, so they can't keep the speed going. Bendy able to get a second one now for the Steelhawks.
Yeah, and this one just Whirl wanted that one to roll at the sidewall. Instead, takes about the worst possible touch it could, and unfortunately, Blasky tries he may, not able to get there in time. Whirl tries to recover as well, but I mean, great speed out of Bendy Straw. That's a solo play we'll take all day long, where he's just got the speed, and I mean, that's what we expect to see all day long. So really good out of the Steelhawks, and puts themselves in pole position to take this series in Game 5 as Whirl off the sidewall. Bendy Straw will rip it down. And now for the derecho, I mean, we haven't seen teams come back from a 2-goal deficit in this series at all. It's always been 1 goal. And now it's not 2, now it's 3. Steelhawks, where has this been the past 2 games?
Yeah, they suddenly look like so dominant.
Like the Steelhawks,
yeah, absolutely. Spooky just forcing that way through, and the defender just could not do much about it. They had to be up so much earlier, and they just couldn't because the Spooky was up so early. Bendy has been trying to get it himself for most of the series, but now I feel like some team plays are coming out. A lot of infield passes.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that he's probably realizing that you know, maybe a lot of the times when you have that space, when you have that like opportunity for the one-on-one, maybe look for the pass, maybe look for the kind of the off touch, unless you really are confident you've got the boost, you've got the position, go for it. But otherwise, just try to make something different happen here. As he could have gone for the 50 instead, let Swamp Donkey take it. Now out towards the middle, Spooky will challenge, and Bendy Straw there with the boost. I mean, that's the thing, is that the derecho actually all have full boost, but they don't quite have the positioning here. As Bendy Straw a low 50, Whirl's going to win that one, kicking out towards mid. Of players there, but I mean, for the Steelhawks, it really feels like this is just done. No, it's not. I say that, and the moment I do, Blasky, a step in the right direction.
Yeah, a bit of a caster curse there, but
or a
Spooky
blessing.
just not quite the touch he wanted. He was trying to get that middle for Bendy Straw, but it was just a little too far behind him. Really gave more of an opportunity for derecho there, and they pounced on it. They did exactly what they needed to do. 2 goals in 2 minutes is absolutely doable. Not easy, but doable here. Blasky doesn't quite get the touch he wants there. Now they're trying to get some offense going.
Yeah, and maybe an opportunity here early on. Whirl's going to put this one towards the backboard. Swamp Donkey cycle it off towards the corner. Blasky can he get a touch out towards mid. That one's going to be on frame. Spooky, great save. As this one ends up back towards the opposite side. Swamp Donkey resets, trying to kick it over Newt, but instead gets 50 low. Spooky with a quick follow-up out towards mid. Bendy Straw, that's going to go towards net. Can Spooky put it away? No, he sends it high, and Bendy Straw gets faked. Spooky still a chance on this one, but great saves on the goal line. And Newt's able to collect around the midfield there, but the derecho's so low on boost. This should be an opportunity for the Steelhawks still to pressure forward, unless Blasky actually comes up with it. Now has the full tank as well. A soft touch down low. Swamp Donkey. How do the Des Moines derecho find a way to score there? The Steelhawks had possession, had way more boost, but the counterattack just works.
Yeah, Blasky just found a way to beat Spooky, I believe it was, in that corner. I'm not really sure how he got there first, but he did.
I don't think he's sure with that laugh there on screen. I mean, he's like, what's going on?
We only have a minute left, and derecho are right there. They just need one more before this time runs out.
Yeah, Blasky looking for the pass down. Whirl's trying to get in on the 50, but instead it's taken away. Now Swamp Donkey, awkward spot off of the corner. Spooky pass out mid. Nobody's there, so it opens up some space. Now Newt off the backboard. Whirl and Blasky both there. Bendy Straw playing a little bit more on the defensive side as Bendy is trying to kick this one up. Whirl, good interception once more. Under 40 to go now, as this one may be a chance to break out, but instead it's good midline defense. The Steelhawks, it's what we've seen. They just need to play contain. You don't need to score. You don't even need to shoot. If you just want to take it up the sidewall to kill time, that's plenty fine, but Spooky's going to miss on this one. Blasky out towards mid. Bendy, he's there in time, but dangerous for a moment there.
Yeah, they're trying to keep this offense going, but Blasky was missing there. Whirl going to try to get it back into the middle now. Swamp Donkey, this could be a shot. No, they still might be able to get there, but I don't think Whirl has any boost. He doesn't. Good force coming out from him, but Blasky trying to play so aggressive. He was so close to that one, playing best case scenario. Swamp has to keep this one up. Newt wants this one straight down, and it does. derecho came so close in that last one. They almost were able to get that. Sorry for jinxing it. Reverse sweep. And Steelhawks hold on and take it down in 5.
Yeah, and I mean, a really good game 5 here. This is what you want from these two teams. And I will say, honestly, for the derecho, you probably have to be happy with this result when it's all said and done, because we talked about the importance of that game differential. You come out of this with a -1 game differential. Early on, it looks like you were going to get absolutely swept. It looks like you were basically not even warmed up, not even started here at LAN, but instead you put up on a good showing here. You show that, the derecho, we may be that number 8 seed, but we do have something to show here. We do have something to say. I mean, if people aren't listening after that last major, it's kind of on to them. But still, I mean, it's a great result. You're able to find 2 games where you looked really confident. This last one, just a little bit more speed out of the Steelhawks, and they're able to really, find their way through and pick up the series win here. So they'll start off with a nice win here on LAN. Of course, the results. Check it out. Discord has the sheet for all 3 leagues. It's all together on that Season 11 document there, so keep track of it all weekend long. But I mean, congrats on the correct prediction. You're 1 from start of the day. I'll take my own 1, but we'll find redemption later on.
No, but that was so close, and I'm so glad we were able to cast that series because, man, I quite honestly early I didn't think it was going to be that exciting with how it was turning out, but Rachel were bringing it back, and they made that so competitive. And I'd be looking out for them in those groups. Maybe they're going to be able to get this thing going.
Yeah, and I mean, the good news is, too, is, I sound like a broken record, but with the game differential, you end up even in that 1 and 2 spot. A lot of the times with these 4-team groups, you're going to see a lot of either, the 3-2-1-0, or you're going to see the 2 and 1s and the 1 and 2s. So it puts you in a great spot. And I mean, even here, just being -1, if you sweep your other 2 games, you could be the number 1 seed. You could still end up with that +5 where, Steelhawks, what if they stumble against some other team and they get, they drop 1 or 2 games there, or, all 3 even. So there's a lot of space, and there's still opportunities here for the derecho. And also, I mean, that's what I love about the group stage here at LAN instead. Previous seasons for a team like the derecho, we'd probably kind of write them off at this point. It's like, you're going to go into the lower bracket, you're going to have a tough spot. Even if you do maybe win your next series, it's going to be such a tough way to get through. But instead now, it's like, no, you're still good. You've got plenty of time. You've still got 2 more series on the day. Of course, these 2 teams playing next at 12:30. So we'll take a look at that as we're going to take a look at our next series coming up here as well. Of course, it's going to cycle through Rising Star, Challenger, Premier throughout the day for group stages. So we'll kind of see what that looks like. Of course, I don't even know which one's next on stream, but I will say that the Steelhawks, oh, there it is, Steelhawks and Rochester Rhythm. So that one's kind of easy there. We've got the signs back once.
I think we got a lot to talk about on this one. We got some serious storylines coming into this next series. I'm not going to go super in depth, but I will say
stick around.
There's a lot of, we'll say, beef between these 2 teams. They're not big fans of each other, so it'll be really interesting seeing how this one goes. I'm not sure if you've looked at the rosters at all. I don't know if you have maybe a prediction for it. I don't think you're on the desk next, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I really don't know. I mean, the problem is just from an eye test, you almost always have to take the Rochester Rhythm. It's such a storied franchise, and I mean, is it a Rochester Rhythm team that has Dicey on it or no?
No.
Okay.
Dicey's on the other team.
Oh, wow. This is, whoa, flipping the script, playing against his kind of the team that he really created or brought up from the, I don't know, not really from the ashes, but from the ground up there. So maybe I have to take the Steelhawks then, but usually I take the Rochester Rhythm just on the eye test of what that franchise has done. I mean, we'll take a look at that as we see, a couple of opportunities here. We'll talk about it, of course, as well. MVPs being crowned as well for the whole season. So usually we have those LAN MVPs, but also, the nominees for the entire season. Any favorites you've got in this bracket here, this 4? This may be a pretty big source of that beef between those teams, just saying. But for me, it's between 2. For me, it's between Stewie and Barry. I think they've been the top 2 in Challenger all season. I think they have been lights out, and we will see who it is later. Again, for anyone here, this is the regular season MVP. It has technically already been decided. We will announce that later on, but we will also have a LAN MVP depending on who performs well. It may not be one of these 4 players, so anyone can still get that MVP spot for the LAN environment. But these are the 4 options right now that we got for Challenger MVP. Well, and talk about MVP. I want to go back to that last series. Who was your MVP of the Steelhawks versus the derecho as we see our Rising Star, regular season MVP nominees there, I should say. Steelhawks derecho. Who was your MVP of that series? For me, it has to be Bendy Straw. He was lights out there. He was creating the plays more than anyone else on the field. There was a few little things that maybe there could have been improvement on. We talked about like the team plays, looking a little bit for that. But as soon as they had that play, they absolutely did so well. But we are going to be transitioning here. We have an announcement coming up. I don't know if you have any final thoughts about this last series before we transition it. No, I mean, I'm just excited to see more of the Derecho and Steelhawks as it goes on here, but we're going to send it to a break here. We will actually maybe not be sending it to a break. It's just going to be him coming onto the stream. Welcome on.
Hey, happy to be here. My name's Dylan Gentlecore, and I'm the head esports coach here at the University of Wisconsin River Falls, your host once again for the MCS Championship LAN. Really happy to have you all here again this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for hosting us. It's a great venue. For anyone who hasn't been here, you got to find a time to come out. It's absolutely beautiful. I mean, we're on the upper level here, but there's there's seating space down there. There's the main stream going on, but then 3 other different setups going on for those off-stream games. I mean, tell me about the impact that the esports program has had here at the university. I mean, you know, you guys are growing. Esports as a whole ecosystem is growing, but what does it look like for you guys?
Yeah, for us, it's been really exciting to engage another population of students here at River Falls and to really reach out to the community. That's why we host this event as often as we can, right? To continue to build not just something here on campus, but just something in this part of the Midwest as a whole. It's been really fun. I've been out here for 3 years now. I've helped start the Wisconsin Esports Conference, and now we have a local collegiate conference that spans multiple titles just for our Wisconsin colleges and universities. We've been able to compete in a lot of other national leagues, tournaments, and continue to just build out something that we can be proud of here at home and then in the surrounding area. So I can't say how much it means to our students. They love it. They are so happy to compete. They're happy to host these events. We have students who are working in the booth right now. The University Center here, they do a great job of partnering with us to make this possible for all of you. So we're so honored to work with MCS every single semester to bring you this. And I hope that this weekend will be the most exciting one yet. And I can already tell, Game 5, first series of the day,
yeah. I mean,
almost a reverse sweep.
Yeah,
they had some cookies on stage. They got the power up. I thought it was a Sensu Bean moment. I thought we were going to get, like, you know, the reverse sweep. Even in the game, they were down, right? 0-3. They almost brought it back. So if we can continue to keep people on the edge of their seat all weekend, it's going to be a long one, but it's going to be a great one.
Yeah. And now I got to ask as well. So, of course, you talk about your esports program. How do you get involved? You know, in perspective, either students here or, you know, maybe high school students, how do they find you guys? How do they get involved with you?
Yeah, you're asking my favorite question.
Yeah,
so
got to.
As we're getting into the game here and Derecho scoring, I mean, this is a replay.
Highlight reel. Yeah, no, it's just the highlights.
Awesome.
You get a little action in the background, you know.
Yeah.
It's like the Subway Surfers on the top half with you talking on the bottom half. You know, you got to keep the attention span
We need
going,
a vertical stream for this. I think that's the next evolution. So before we, though, get to the next series against Fargo and Rochester, I just want to say, you know, fantastic question there about how to get involved. If you're a student at UWRF, it's very easy. Just reach out to UWRF Esports. We've got an email, esports@uwrf.edu. If you just Google us, you're going to see my face. My last name is Gentlecore. Not a lot of dudes walking around with that one. Yeah. So really easy to get in touch with us. And, you know, we're always looking for people who maybe want to get involved with the varsity side of things. Maybe they just want to help out with production. Maybe they just want to hang out in the open rec hours for a few hours a day and play Mario Kart with their friends. We're down to have people from all walks of campus come over and get involved. And if you're currently someone interested in attending university and you haven't found a home yet, I'd love to talk with you personally about what you'd like to do in college, what you'd like to major in, what you're looking to have a career in, and then why esports would be a great opportunity for you to have an awesome time while you're pursuing that degree. So that's really all I can say about what we do here at River Falls and how much we love esports, how much we love having MCS here. And I don't want to detract too much because we might have another Game 5 banger on the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be another great series here. Fargo Steelhawks and the Rochester Rhythm coming up next. We're going to send it to a break here. Challenger gets started with the group stage in just a moment.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in the race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm out in the waters every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go. But it's something you got to know. Stay alive. It's just something you got to know. Now lately we popping on the edge, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got
Welcome back, everybody, to MCS Season 11 LAN. I am Carl's Nuts, joined here with Goldu. We got a great casting duo for you for this next Challenger Series. I heard a woo down there. I don't know who that was, but I love you.
I love you.
That was J-Bay. I love you, man. Anyway, we just saw a very excellent Rising Star Series where Fargo and Des Moines took us to 5 games. Electric ending there. But next, oh boy, next, we have a banger of a series. In the Challenger division, we have the Rochester Rhythm versus the Fargo Steelhawks. You got any opinions on this match before we get going here, Gold Dude?
It's kind of hard to say this early in the LAN. I mean, players and teams play so differently here, and I think everyone's still kind of feeling things out, feeling how they're playing on the day, but I'm really excited for this one.
So,
And we're back.
there we go. And we're back. You want to pull that graphic back up, AK? Or, Anyway, yeah, we get a full slate of games today. Obviously, cycling through the Rising Star Challenger and Premier divisions. Each division getting better and better at the game. We play in the lower one, Gold Dude. It's not great, but
For now.
for now, yeah. Next season, I see us both going to Challenger, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, unfortunately, our Rising Star match didn't go necessarily the way you want it to, but it's a long day, like you said. Teams warm up, players warm up. How you're playing at the beginning of the day is so different than how you're playing at the end of the day, and we're just going to get going. We didn't even do predictions, but I'm going to predict the Rochester Rhythm in 4 games, I think, for this one. You got similar or different thoughts than me?
We got MCS champions on both sides here as Zoms is up early. I'm going to go Steelhawks just to get a little bit of everything here on the cast. And I am very excited to get this one going. T-Jack with the shot on net early, and it's in. Miss on the defense here. As what happened? Zoms off the top corner. DJ, no boost.
yeah,
That's a tough read with nothing in the tank.
Has to just throw his car out there and hope that he somehow makes a connection there. 1-0, early start for the Rochester Rhythm. That's exactly what you want to see if you're a Rochester Rhythm fan, like I suppose I am now that I've predicted them to win. Busy going to take this one with some full boost. Puts it down to T-Jack, but T-Jack's going to leave it for Busy. T-Jack going up the wall here has 2 blue defenders on his rear end.
As we do see a pause.
We are going to pause. Lovely, lovely. Oh, and now it's just catching us both looking back at the screen.
So we'll take a moment here, figure out what's going on. Interesting to see, at this point I have no idea what the issue is, but it's interesting to see if that goal will stand, if it impacted enough. Are we going to restart at 0? Are we going to play on at 4:42 or whatever it was? Regardless, it's not the cleanest start that you want to have to the series. So I'm hoping that things we leave the tech pauses there. Hopefully we get this in the rearview mirror shortly, but yeah, they're getting it figured out right now, so hopefully we'll get an update here soon.
Honestly, we're just giving Fargo some time to react to that first goal they already got scored on, have a little team pep talk maybe. It's 30 seconds, but a goal's a goal. I mean, maybe they're having a little pep talk down there figuring out what to do as we are back in the game.
Okay.
Maybe looking to unpause this one. And it is going to look like this game goes back to 5 minutes as we go back to us. We just keep going back and forth, man. Every time I think I'm clear and I'm about to pick my nose or something, they send me right back on screen. So I should probably not pick my nose at all today.
Yeah, they're keeping us on our toes, but we can in the meantime, because we did have to rush through it a little bit, just talk about the pre-series and stuff like that. Like I said, we have champions on both sides. As far as I'm aware, I could be mistaken, but as far as I'm aware, Dicey Moon did win last season, and T-Jack is a 2-time champion, as we all know. So that championship LAN experience on both sides, we'll see how it plays out. Looks like the groups okay, yeah, so this is Challenger here. It doesn't necessarily say it on the screen, but
This actually is Rising Star.
This is Rising Star.
We would be down here in the Green Bay spot. So maybe some
gotcha.
scores getting there. This is the Challenger one, so we see these 2 Fargo and Rochester teams in Group A, along with Chicago and St. Paul, who are currently playing on B stage. And then in Group B, Green Bay, Des Moines, Bloomington, and Omaha. 8 really good teams. I'm excited to see how this Challenger division shakes out, because usually an MCS Challenger is one of the most competitive divisions, and is one of the most balanced. Just got word from production that we are going to restart the game at 5 minutes due to some lag on one of the PCs. So we're getting the technical difficulties figured out. Shout out to anybody working staff here at the MCS LAN. I mean, it's a ton of people to manage, and I'm no longer. Oh, I'm back. It's just as I right then. It's just as I think I'm off.
Building.
Suspense is literally killing me. Okay.
Oh.
We get a little camera change. Okay.
Okay.
Who's running the camera work
Production.
today? Shout out.
Yeah. Oh, that is fun.
But yeah, back to the players. So on this Rochester team, we have Busy, T-Jack, and Zoms. Obviously, Busy, a premier quality player and maybe one of the best players in the Challenger division. And then Zoms and T-Jack have won a Rising Star LAN 2 seasons ago, or 2 or 3 seasons ago together. So they are back on the same team. We know they have the chemistry. Pair that chemistry with one of the best players in Challenger, and you've got yourself a pretty quality team. It's no shocker at all that they made LAN. And going against this Fargo team, and as you said, in Dicey, a past champion. So this should be exciting.
Yeah, and you were talking about earlier just the talent pool for Challenger. There's so much. It's almost diluted the amount of talent that's in Challenger. I mean, Premier, obviously, cream of the crop, but there's so many different players in Challenger where you're in kind of that middle ground, kind of feeling out what play style you want to have. So it's really interesting to see how these series go. Sometimes you have super mechanical players that can just pull out flip, reset, double tap in their sleep, and then other players very just fundamental based. So I'm just really excited to see how not only this series, but Challenger as a whole plays out. Because we're just getting this LAN started right now.
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the draft for this season, there was a handful of players that fell down to Challenger that normally are premier players, or that you'd think are premier players. Mm-hmm. So to see so many of those quality of guys dropping down into Challenger, like you said, there's some guys that can just do musty doubles in their sleep, and then there's other guys who can't. So it's a really interesting player pool in this division, and that's what makes it usually one of the most exciting and most balanced divisions in MCS.
Mm-hmm. And yet the players that maybe aren't doing as much of the mechanical ability or mechanics just in general, they're still here competing, so they have other things and other ways to impact the game, such as bumps, demos, things like that. We've seen a lot of really aggressive players just throughout the years kind of find their way through Challenger, even pushing through Premier. But I think the players right now.
Get a Zoms cam.
We got a little bit of Zoms cam.
I wonder if he can hear me if he looks right at the camera for me. Okay. Okay, fair enough. All right.
Thumbs up or thumbs down? How was the Panda Express last night?
All right. Get off the game, buddy.
Listen, he's staying loose, okay? He's staying loose.
He needs to warm up.
Yeah, he's got to warm up. Okay, you got to keep the mind moving, all right?
What are you using? What gen iPhone is that? Like an iPhone 6? But he's got a home button.
Okay, I think.
Yeah, lock.
Zoms is locking in. Zoms is locking in. Look at the lettuce. Look at the flow.
Oh my God! I don't know if that's lettuce. It's more like wet lettuce. It's like. Okay, dude.
Complimentary. Complimentary.
I'm changing my pick to Fargo just because he did that. I'm just kidding.
All right. Looks like I think so right now it appears. I'm hoping maybe we're just testing out the lobby, making sure everything's good. Because I think players are playing it.
What's up? Test lobby? Yeah, they're going through a test lobby right now, so I'm sure. Oh, and we see John
default
here.
Facebook profile picture 2007 edition on the screen.
What player do you think that is? I think that. Oh, it might be him. Oh shoot! Apologies for ruining everyone's ears there.
All right.
How many games did you say you predicted Fargo in? I know I said 4 for Rochester.
4? Okay, I didn't throw out a prediction yet. We had a goal really quick there. Prediction for game as we should be good to go here. All right, I'm gonna go. We've seen 2 Game 5s already today, both series. I don't think that holds here. I think we see a sweep.
A sweep? I could see a sweep happening.
I mean, it's rare, but sometimes a team can come out flat-footed, as that was an opportunity, but it's just pushed a little bit wide. No follow-up there. Busy getting chased from behind. He does get bumped into the play, though. Works out. We do see a demo. Mate trying to keep it close. Ends up pogoing off the front wall and kind of making himself awkward there with his own teammate, but that's a great 50, and he'll stay in the play, leave it for DJ.
DJ trying to get one more mid, but unfortunately cut off by T-Jack. Made his Nate gonna have one more down. He might get a flip reset, but can't get another one. DJ now with a free ball, but not much boost, so he's gonna clang that one to the backboard. Not a bad play, but Zom should have a touch there off to the left side, and he does.
Yeah, love that play there by DJ. Nothing in the tank, but just making it real awkward. Made Zoms expend that entire tank there, just flying back to make a save. T-Jack up, tries to get the reset, does get it, but it falls too far away from the ball to make a play on it. Dicey, that's a big double commit. Zoms, if you can get a good catch here, you can make something happen. Does get it past one. We'll try to stay on it, but Dicey is there. This is mid, but it's saved away by DJ, and we'll stay back in the midfield for now.
Frantic touch over to Dicey, who clears that one away past the Rhythm defender. Dicey gets another touch, excuse me. T-Jack forced to pre-jump, but gets a good block. Zom's now going to try and slow this play down, take his time. He gets one over DJ. Good pop there from him. DJ out of boost again, as we've seen him a couple times so far this game. Was it? Yeah. Close to the mouth, you got it. Better.
All right. Busy, popped up high.
Like, okay, that close. Okay, gotcha.
T-Jack with an opportunity, front post, but it's shut down. Zoms not there with the follow-up. Busy, have to be really careful now here. No boost in the tank. T-Jack jumping backwards to avoid the demo. Zoms can't get the catch off the wall. That's a shot, but it goes high, and we play on Tide. Both teams getting a little bit tangled, a little bit awkward here. I mean, they're doing a good job of making the defense awkward, but there just hasn't been anything really clicking or connecting yet on either side of the ball, as that's a rough miss, and that's just going to roll right in. The first official goal, at least for the time being, the first official goal of the series. And it's not the prettiest. Busy gets a little bit of an awkward pinch, you could call it, off the ground, and that's just a free one for Dicey, picking up a lead here. 2:42 left on the clock in game number one. Steelhawks with the lead.
Even with no boost, I think Busy's expecting maybe a better pinch there and just didn't get any power. Unfortunately, Dicey was there to read it. You mentioned not much clicking yet. I mean, in the first, Miss goes by, and that's going to be open. Never mind, Busy gets back. I mean, this is the first game of LAN for these guys, and it takes a while to adjust and, really get as Busy is cooking right now. Maybe a 50 almost into the net. That was almost a great solo play over 3 players for him. Made his net now, going to try and get a 50, but Zoms cuts him off. This one might be hovering around mid. DJ does go missing, but Dicey there to clang that one away. 1-0 for the Steelhawks. We've got just over 2 minutes left in game one. Zom's now going to collect this one, maybe popping up over to T-Jack, who's calling for it. Made it's Nate, grabbing that demo. DJ continuing with the ball. Busy and Zoms bumping each other on the back line. That one might be on, but Busy with a good job controlling the backboard. T-Jack now with a beat, but Dicey there to cut it away. And, I mean, we're just back and forth here a little bit, Gold Dude.
Yeah, there's been a couple very scary misses for the third man, but fortunately the ball not really, at least for the time being, moving dangerously, but made as Nate. Believe it was Nate with the pass there. Oh yeah, reset pass, getting it past the last defender, and DJ there with the quick follow. What a goal. They got themselves up 2 now, after it looked like for a moment they'd be down 1 early. Rhythm,
Your sweep prediction's looking solid.
Yeah, it's looking all right for the time being, although everyone knows that things can change game to game in the MCS and in Rocket League in general. That was an opportunity I think that the Steelhawks should have cashed, but they are only up 2, weren't able to get that extra insurance goal. Really awkward save there, considering all 3 players were in net, but no one really seemed to have any boost. T-Jack just trying to make something out of nothing, but can't do anything with that. That's another miss. DJ does pick up the bump, but it's 1 step too late, and the Rhythm still have an opportunity in this game. That's a great read by Dicey as he shuts that play down before it can even begin.
Rhythm just a little bit slower than Fargo to some of these challenges. I'm noticing just some awkwardness in the back line. A couple occasions of the players aren't sure which player's going, and that just creates some slowness on the defensive end.
It's a good bump.
So, looking for that to improve as the game and games go on. Made his Nate now with another attack potentially. T-Jack gonna have to shut that down, but goes over. Made his Nate with the double up and misses. Another shot comes in, and Dicey's gonna make it 3-0 for the Fargo Steelhawks. Dicey and Made his Nate having an amazing game, especially Dicey.
What a fun pop there.
I thought Made his Nate was gonna get another psycho touch there, but goes barely missing, and it's perfectly down to his teammate. I mean, this has been domination for the most part here in game one. as the Steelhawks have taken a 3-0 lead with just about 40 seconds left. It is possible. It's totally possible for Rochester to knock off a couple goals
what a
here.
pass.
But unfortunately, 4-0 might just be too much. And is that 3 or 4 goals for Dicey? I know he's got 3, but
That's the Hattie for Dicey.
that's the Hattie for Dicey. In
Yep.
game 1, I mean, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
First game on LAN against a really good team with all 3 solid defenders, and putting up 3 goals in them on the first game is really good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, like I was talking about earlier, that's that championship experience for Dicey, and what a start for the Steelhawks. I'm curious to look, good control catch there. That's a nice challenge. But it just, Rhythm are struggling to find the space on offense here. There's been a lot of just team bumps from both sides, but especially the Rhythm have made themselves awkward on offense and defense. It's a good bump, but
wow.
it's even better save. Another opportunity, but it's not in the net. Rhythm still cannot pick up even just a garbage time goal for some momentum. Down to DJ, leaving it for Nate. We're just going back and forth here, kind of killing time. Everyone's ready for game number 2. And the Steelhawks will take game number 1 in convincing fashion, 4-0.
Yeah, in this game too, I'm looking for the Rochester Rhythm to figure out, you mentioned their spacing a little bit, just some bumps on the back line, some unfortunate positioning, but also I feel like their challenges could just speed up a little bit. I think they're just a little bit later to some of these balls, and the Steelhawks are taking advantage and are able to just get the ball right by them. Obviously, we're seeing that flip reset pass again from Nate. That was textbook. But I'm sure the Rochester Rhythm they're talking right now. They're figuring out, what went wrong and how they can maybe fix it. But I think speed overall is maybe one of the areas I'd look at if I'm them. But on the flip side, excellent pressure all game from the Fargo Steelhawks. They found each other well on the offensive side of the ball. Infield passes, flip reset passes. They did a really good job as a team there, which is what you need. You can't expect one player to carry a team through LAN. You need the full team to be showing up. So love to see the teamwork and the communication from Fargo as they go up 4-0. Huge game 1 for them. Game 2 up next, and can't wait to see how this one goes. Is Rochester going to tie this one up, or is Fargo gonna really cement this series?
Yeah, and it was just clinical by Fargo, that first game. I mean, playing patient on the first goal that they got that just rolled all the way in from their end. Also, as we see a lot of action there, I think, on the C stage. Interested to see.
Somebody just hit a cool shot, I'm sure.
All right, we do have an opportunity, but the Rhythm shut out in game number 1. They had 12 shots.
Did they? Wow, I didn't even see that.
Yeah, and to be fair, the Steelhawks, I believe, had 16, but you just, yeah, so crazy. It didn't really feel like that for either
28
team.
shots, it did not feel like that.
Yeah, but for the Rhythm to go 0 for 12, I mean, you're never, I mean, obviously you're not going to win if you don't score, but if you're getting 12 on the net, you got to be at least getting like 3 goals.
I'm thinking 2 to 3 minimum.
Yeah,
I mean,
minimum. Especially for teams this caliber.
Fargo shooting, 4 for 16, so that's 25%.
Yeah.
I have a college degree, hell yeah.
Backflip. This is awkward.
As we see some more action going down there. Busy with a shot, but an unbelievable save by Dicey. I thought it was going to be a double commit, but it's perfect. Dicey now getting a touch over Zoms. Actually, no, Zoms does get a touch there as T-Jack's going to try and put this one mid. Dicey Moon just jumping for fun. Busy going to go ahead and beat him up there. Made it Snape backflipping. Another mistouch or miscar movement from him, as Rochester trying to keep some pressure on this blue half, which they couldn't really do for a consistent amount of time last game. Busy keeping this one in the corner. Maybe a back pass to T-Jack, who's a little bit awkward. That one's going to get 50 to DJ, who has got some boost, but not a lot. One touch is all he's going to get. Zoms is already up, who gets a touch toward the net, but Made It Snake going to patiently move that one away. T-Jack keeping this one into the blue half. We've been on the blue half for most of this game, as now finally DJ breaks out. And 1.5 minutes, no goals yet.
And I was talking about composure after game number 1. We see Nate with, I think, 2 or 3 backflips in the first minute, but it looks like he's settled in a little bit. He did get a save there. Nice dunk on that, but it goes right to Busy, who collects off the sidewall. Full boost. DJ doesn't have enough to get it in the tank. And the Rhythm pick up their first goal of the series. Busy, nice catch. You got to think someone's got, I think DJ is maybe expecting Dicey to get a touch there, and just no one that was able to find anything.
Yeah, I think DJ might have tapped his break, not expecting such a powerful touch from Busy, and then with no boost, there's nothing for you to get back to it.
It's a good lead.
Dicey Moon may be able to double tap this if T-Jack doesn't get a touch. He does, but it's just high. Busy going whiffing on that redirect touch. Dicey Moon trying to cause some chaos on the orange back line. A fake there but Zom's still able to react to that one somehow. That was a pretty mean fake. Matus Nate maybe going to try and stay, but is going to leave that one for Dicey, who gets a double touch, but it will stay in the corner. Another team bump. I mean, we've seen a couple team bumps on both sides of the field today. These players just not quite figuring out the spacing here on LAN. I'm sure that will clean up in the next few games. DJ going to try and get another one wearing that suit decal. Fancy formal for LAN. I love it. Maybe a fake. Dicey with a double fake. Oh, I would have jumped off the balcony if he pulled that off.
Oh my God.
DJ now again with the ball, trying to get a 50. Should be able to, but T-Jack is going to be able to bang that one away very well halfway through this game. And Rochester trying to hold on to this 1-0 lead. Maybe they add a second one. T-Jack with a shot, but that's just off and busy. Just a little bit too high on the follow-up. As now Matus Nate going to try and get this one out of the blue half after seeing some pressure. T-Jack going to clean beat to that one. Dicey.
It's a good 50.
Bringing that down to Zoms, but Matus Nate able to get back and recover. Again, we see a lot more pressure from Rochester. Busy with maybe a flip reset, but just goes for a tap. Matus Nate with a bang. 2 minutes left, and we're seeing some pretty high pressure now.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like we've been in that back left corner of the blue half for 90% of the game, as that's a big miss. Opportunity here. Nate trying to go for the bump, is able to at least cause some pressure, but no one's there for the follow-up. They do pick up the corner, as that's a shot, but it's posted and wide. Saved by Busy there with the follow-up. DJ trying to keep it slow. Doesn't go at the ceiling like you may have expected. Tries to get the reset, but it's shut down. Dicey just going to bang it in the corner. It's a miss, but Zoms is there to clear the lines, and they retained their 1-goal lead. They've been doing much better, I would say, as just maintaining pressure. The offense still, I wouldn't necessarily say it's clicking, but
they found one.
They did find a goal, and the defense has been better. I can guarantee, I know it didn't feel like 28 shots last game. There definitely has not been as many shots this game as this is an opportunity. Really awkward there. Off the front post. What happened? I mean,
there's some action going down somewhere else. But we do have action here. Zoms with a great, just good job being there for that one, reading the awkward touch off the back line and just able to slot that one home. 2-0 now for Rochester. We've got a minute left in game 2. This would be a huge get-back game for them after getting, frankly, stomped on in game 1. That's a good touch from Dicey, though. Is anyone back? Yes. I believe that was Busy who was there. Never mind, he's upfield. Zoms trying to find that one mid. Is someone there? T-Jack is. That's a good shot, but also a good save from DJ, who gets demoed for his efforts, unfortunately. Busy now with a free ball. He's going to go for 50s. Gets for a demo, actually. T-Jack now probably only going to get 1, maybe 2 touches here. Going for a read on DJ's touch, but DJ does get that right past him. Maybe a shot, but good job Zoms staying back. I mean, yeah, if I'm the Rhythm, I probably have a guy just sitting in net at this point. Like,
yeah, I mean, you never want to fully park the bus, but at the same time, you don't want something like that to go in.
You don't really, an overcommit is just not what you need to see here. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm playing more passive for sure if I'm Rochester, which
don't
looks
need
like
to
they're
score.
doing.
Exactly, Busy, not diving in for the foul there. You don't need to.
If the ball's in the blue half, they're good.
Yep, yeah. As that's a nice shutdown, and that should do it. Game number 2 is a wrap. Rhythm picking up a shutout victory of their own here. As we see these teams going back and forth. Busy trying to put the exclamation mark like he has in his name, but not able to get it down. Nate with a really weird pop, but it will fall eventually.
Justin keeps it alive. Triple pulse there.
Bounces. It's the corner.
Now we have a 1-1 series. I mean, these are two pretty equally matched teams. I'm expecting this to go, obviously, I predicted 4, but 5 would not surprise me. Let's see if that scoreboard was up on the screen for about 1 second there. I'm not sure I could see any noticeable stats.
Steelhawks went from 4 goals in game 1 to 4 shots in game number 2.
Wow.
So I don't know what was said in the between game 1 and 2 for the Rhythm, but clearly it worked.
They just told each other to lock in, probably. I guess. Like literally just win the game.
Zoms was still thinking about Clash Royale.
Probably.
He might have still been playing. He might have been in a match.
He honestly, in between goals, it would not shock me if he's just like sending a spear goblin forward or something.
Yep. But no, I mean, in a series that, it doesn't look over after game 1 ever, really, but you needed to see some life, and Rochester showed far more than just life. I mean, they took the momentum here. It'll be interesting to see who kind of maintains it, because it's just been such a big swing from one side to the other that you can't necessarily assume that it's going to stay that way.
And even with 12 shots in game 1 for Rochester, they had less in this game, I'm assuming. It felt like they had more pressure.
Oh, 100%.
Even though their shots maybe weren't as plentiful. I mean, that's box score watching. We're not box score watching here. We are watching the game. It felt like they were in control for a healthy majority of that game, which is not what it felt like in game one. T-Jack already putting shots on. A great double save there from DJ as it looked like he was maybe in a dire situation. Zom's going to get maybe a touch, tries to keep it forward. DJ's going to let that one go for Made It's Nate.
Nice dunk by T-Jack on the dunk. Zoms tried to follow it up, but he has to leave it busy. Try to just sneak it in there, but he's not able to find the slot. Does get a bump. T-Jack gets a bump, rather. Zoms to the sidewall. Nothing in the tank, and Dicey calls him out on it. Good chow there. As the Rhythm are a little bit awkward here. They're just kind of jumping at things on defense. That's a nice midfield attempt. DJ is feeling it. Wasn't able to get the score, but that is a heat check for sure.
Seeing that go in would have changed my life, dude. Oh my God.
Is that in?
Ooh, what a backline save from Dicey. It looked like T-Jack had his mitts all over that one and just sneaking into our frame. Dicey the last second with no boost. Back to the orange half we go as T-Jack's going to collect that boost and has the ball. Except he's not going to hit the ball or the second time. T-Jack, you are my GOAT. Busy continuing. Gets beat by Dicey. Never mind.
Wow.
T-Jack taking back everything I said. Another backline save from T-Jack as he throws that one up to Zoms, who follows it well. A shot coming on, but Dicey, a lot of backline saves here so far. We've got a minute and a half of action almost, and we've probably seen about 6 shots already.
Okay.
Do you want to take the score updates over there? I can't really see the whiteboard.
Yeah, so quick update here. Zoms goes missing. I think that was a straight up open net, but anyways, on the C and D stage, we have 2 sweeps. Omaha picking up a sweep as well as Green Bay. So it'll be really interesting to see.
Okay, Omaha taking down Des Moines 3-0 and Green Bay taking down Bloomington 3-0. Hate to see that.
Yeah.
I want to see my GOAT Clash do well on LAN as this is the first time he's made it, so I want to see him do well. Back to this game though, we've got 3 minutes left here in game 3. This is the most important game of the series for both of these teams. Having to win 2 straight after this just is not the spot you want to be in.
Yeah.
As that was literally an open net for Made It's Nate and he had a seizure or something with his fingers. Unfortunate to see that. Dicey now trying to put this one mid, but Busy's going to cut that off and has to go for another 50, but takes a fake. Smart play by him, but low boost.
Nice.
Luckily,
50.
the opponents don't know it. T-Jack putting that one downfield. Maybe a shot opportunity here as Busy leaves that one for Zoms, who sends it mid for T-Jack, gets it just over the net, and that would have been a great link up from them. Love to see the connection happening, even if they don't score. DJ with a fancy form of musty flick. And now trying to just keep pressure on this blue half is Rochester. I'd love to see the shots after this game because they both look like they're putting a lot on. Made It's Nate popping this one up to himself for the double tap. I'm not sure who actually hit that, but it goes down to the Rochester half regardless. Made It's Nate popping this one down for his teammate. 2 minutes left, just over. Still a 0-0 game. Will we see another shutout goal, dude?
It's looking like it, at least for the time being. I mean, these 2 teams, it feels like it's golden goal opportunity almost, which sounds crazy with 2 minutes left, but that's an opportunity. It's going to go high and wide, and the follow-up, the communication was just not there as far as who was taking the shot. Busy up, can't get the follow-up off the ceiling.
No one able to follow that one up. That looked like a good opportunity from that ceiling touch from Busy. That's probably going to be a goal. Made It Nate does find the double tap. The first one just off to the side. There were 2 players there, though, so even if Mate missed, this is probably still a goal from Dicey, but good job by him making Dicey not have to worry about it. That's huge for his teammate. 1-0 now for Fargo in game 3. Like I said, the biggest game of this series. And it could be golden goal opportunity. They maybe just have to play defense here for a minute and a half. DJ with a good touch out. Zoms trying to cause some chaos to Dicey and does well with it as he's now going to continue and pop that one over Nate. Nate with a great 50. T-Jack's the first one up. No one else is going to be there. Busy just maybe can. Oh, he can go, and a player goes missing, and that's an open net goal. We're going to have to see this replay because I'm not sure how this formulated. T-Jack with a touchdown to Busy. We see where Nate is. A demo happened, but whoever, that last Fargo Seahawks player, I think just went missing on that one.
I think maybe, because we saw Dicey pick up the demo there. I mean, it's a really odd demo to go for when you're actively having a shot on your net. I have to wonder if maybe a Rhythm player threw themselves in the way. Front.
Sure.
To, kind of picking up a bump, end up getting demoed, but I mean, it was for a good cause here. So we have a tie game here. About a minute to go in game number 3. 1-1 on the scoreboard, 1-1 in the series. What is happening?
Oh, that was almost like if they conceded a goal there, oh man, the mental would have been pretty down because that was open. Maybe another open shot for Zoms. He's just going to send that one to the right side. This is the first game of this series that both teams have scored a goal in. A shot coming in from T-Jack.
Wow.
That's a great pass. Oh my God. All right, fair enough to you. Excellent job beating it from T-Jack. That's a very fortunate bounce down, going diagonally down instead of rolling down on the wall for T-Jack to be able to slot that one home. 50 seconds left. The Rhythm take another lead after going up 1-0 in this game to begin with. Can Fargo retaliate? They've got about 45 seconds to do so. Made its Nate wants it bad. A 50 maybe down to his teammate, but DJ does go missing there. Keeping it in from Dicey, but Zom should have a free bang. Made its Nate also keeping it in. Now we're seeing some pressure onto the orange half as they have to with only 30 seconds left. Dicey with a touchdown to Mate.
Side flip.
Who, oh man, they're maybe wishing that that one bounced out instead of up on the wall. Busy with a 50. Zom's gonna be there to send it away, but DJ with a good touch. Can he follow it? Gets one around, but Busy there to save it away. I thought maybe DJ was gonna get a flip reset. Made his Nate almost with a shot. 15 seconds left. Does Fargo have any more life? Last player, Dicey, hitting it over to the side. Made his Nate gonna take some control. He has time. He gets challenged by Zoms. One more to the mid. That's going to be touched down by T-Jack. Zoms in the way. DJ, can he keep it up? He can. How many more does he have? Show me 5. T-Jack sending that one down, and Dicey can't get there. And we see the Rochester Rhythm taking them down 2-1. This is going perfectly for my prediction, Gold Dude. A Rochester Rhythm win in Game 4 is all I need. Busy with 7 shots. T-Jack with 3, and that's all I can see. I mean,
yeah, that's all that matters, maybe.
You guys get 2 stats down there. You don't get to see any more.
Busy was getting busy there. 7 shots.
All right.
7 shots, 1 goal. Getting a little bit of assist there on the fake off the ceiling. I mean, Steelhawks, you do got to think, I mean, he ended up picking a goal up there, but it does make you think back to that straight up open net opportunity that Nate had.
And just
backflip, right? Backflip,
yeah.
Which he's backflipped a couple of times. I mean, it almost makes you wonder if like something's going on or if it's just a habit that I'm not aware of. But I mean, that was a really unfortunate moment. And he did pick up one about a minute later, but it's just
part of that could be nerve. I mean, I'm not calling him nervous, but part of it could be nerves.
Yeah.
Like your fingers just aren't doing quite exactly what they normally do.
I mean, you play 99.9% of games in the same location, and then all of a sudden you just maybe travel states and
literally spawn in a new place. It's,
Yeah.
it's weird for everybody. I know for me, there's always a big adjustment just to the PCs alone, let alone being on stage, let alone the audience, let alone the stakes. Just being on a different computer, different screen. It's really different for these players who get so used to their setup. DJ now a 50 down. Unfortunately, a player is there. That one's tracking to the net, but very slowly as T-Jack goes for a fake touch there. Busy gets murdered on that 50 there as T-Jack's going to get a free one. Dicey challenging him well on the wall. Zom's now going to try and keep it in his own corner where it's safe. DJ, full half boost, but gets 1 touch around. Can he get the 50? He can. Not quite in the net, but Dicey's going to get a touch mid to Mate. That's a great pass and a perfect shot from Mate. It's Nate. This is the type of team plays you expect to see in a division as quality as Challenger. I mean, that's a perfect pass. And to put that one back post when you're from that angle is an excellent awareness and excellent shooting and mechanics from Mate. It's Nate.
Yeah, that's a tough back post find. I mean, just instinctively, when you're that far in front of the post, you want to. It's easier to put it front post, but you know that that's where the save is going to come. If you can put it behind the defender, the odds of it scoring, like we saw there, increase dramatically. And so I've really liked what I've seen throughout the series from DJ as far as setting up the plays. We saw it there as far as just making the defense awkward, setting up the space for that midfield pass to find its way in. We haven't always seen the follow-up there, as that's an opportunity. Zoms just backflipping on the front post. Midfield pass again. 2 are there. That's a big double commit. Dicey in the net. Almost ended up finding its way in the net somehow. DJ can't get the 50 pass to Busy. It's just going to roll in. I thought either a defender or maybe the post was going to get a piece, but just an absolute slot.
Perfect shot from Busy. I mean, he had the whole net, but he chose to make it cool, as he tends to do. Looking super happy on the camera right there. Busy always just looks super cheerful and rainbows and butterflies and all that. We've got a 1-1 game, just about 3.5 left. Dicey gonna try and put this one down to a teammate, but DJ just a little bit too close as Mate now has gets blocked actually by Dicey. He maybe had a solo play potential there. T-Jack sending that one down. I think there's 2 players in net, but I can't see. There's smoke in my face.
That's a huge commit.
That's a good lead from T-Jack, and Zom's able to put that one away. I'm assuming they calmed that fake, and that's an excellent fake there from T-Jack to just allow Zoms to go, and made its Nate not really sure which player going to end up hitting that. It looks like we have another score update on B stage. The St. Paul Senators 3-1 in the Chicago Jungle. Unfortunate for them. Rip my buddy Blue on Chicago there. Shout out him as he gets 3-1. Made its Nate and Dicey combining for that save. Dicey maybe with a free net opportunity, and T-Jack. I don't know if, I think it was possible for him to hit this. He just might have misflipped. But regardless, a good shot from Dicey and a mistouch from Zoms to put that out mid.
Oh, I don't know.
That might have been just fast enough to where it's impossible for him to hit it, but it looked close.
Yeah.
Regardless, high-scoring game. Both teams getting active, unlike other games in this series. And 4 goals, 5 goals
Another one.
in the first 2 minutes as Dicey Moon, making it 3-2. Unbelievably high amount of goals in this game as just a kickoff goal, and T-Jack can't quite get in the way as much as he would have hoped. Got to see the Rochester Rhythm come back here a little bit, but with the way this game's going, I'm sure they'll be scoring probably 2 or 3 more.
And that was a very quick 2-goal response there by the Steelhawks. Both, unfortunately, kind of on T-Jack's head as this is now in front of their net. That's a nice demo. Going to leave it for a teammate. Can't pick up the no midfield boost. Someone's got to go for this ball. Ends up being a little bit awkward. Dicey going to fake it. There's no one really there. Ends up getting demoed. T-Jack tries to collect another demo in the midfield, but because of kind of maybe committing 4 demos, there's no one there for the follow-up by T-Jack. Zoms popping it up. T-Jack playing it patient and slow. That's really awkward for DJ.
Perfectly done, perfectly done. That was a good find from Zoms over to the right side. T-Jack taking his time with it, but getting a great 50, exactly where it had to be in DJ. I mean, no way you're reacting to that. It's just an instant 50 down right in front of you, and unfortunately just backflips. And we see 3-3. I mean, my goodness, halfway through this game, we've got 6 goals, on pace for 12 in this game 4 as the Rochester Rhythm are looking to put this one away. A really weird touch there from from Dicey, but made its Nate just diving at this basically and hoping something good happens, and it does. Just a really awkward 50, and yeah, I mean, he just literally said, I'm gonna go. Like, he's not giving Zoms any time on the back line to take control or to pop it up for himself. Just going for that dunk, and it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, did not respect the defense whatsoever there. Zoms, I think he just thought that, I don't know, there wouldn't be a challenge there. There's been a couple of goals, especially this game, where it just feels like the defense got put to sleep by something the offense was doing, whether it was a fake or, you know, a weird 50 happened. There's been a couple of times where someone's right there and just the save doesn't come through, as we see a midfield opportunity, and I don't know where the goalie is. I don't know where the third man went. Busy and T-Jack.
Let's find out together. I mean, that's just an unfortunate touch. T-Jack couldn't have been ready for that.
I didn't realize that was a Zoms touch out.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know if that's what he was trying to do, but maybe just wasn't aware of how far back T-Jack was, and maybe thought a touch out mid would be something T-Jack can advance to. But unfortunately, not what happened. I mean, after taking a couple different leads in this game, Rochester now finding themselves down 5-3 with 2 minutes left, as we've just been seeing a barrage of goals in this game. Zoms with a good job taking control of this one, as he's going to try anything to get this mid. DJ cuts that off well, but a bump happening on the ceiling there makes DJ not able to continue anymore. A shot coming in from Dicey, that looks solid, but Busy. Oh, no. Literally, like, what a shot. Literally, what a shot from Busy. This might be the best shot we've seen yet in this series.
I mean, that was nuts.
That is a sick double, dude. Oh, my God.
If you ignore the colors.
Yes. I mean, if you don't care who's playing on which team, that's an unbelievable shot. But unfortunately, that also means
4 in a row.
I think that is 4 in a row for the Steelhawks. Well, 3 in a row for the Steelhawks, 1 for Busy. But, you know.
That's true.
Yeah, but that's not how this counts, and now we've got a 3-goal deficit for the Rochester Rhythm as they've taken a couple of leads in this game. Fargo just responding excellently every time Rochester does take a lead. Dicey is just, like, infinitely awkward on the back line. Did a bump happen, or let's see. Was he skateboarding a little bit off the... Yeah, he just landed so weird and then backflip. That's unlucky. I've
bashed his nose in right to the floor.
I've definitely done that, you know, but it's something you hate to see in a division like Challenger, where these players are a little bit higher in rank than I am.
I mean, good for the Rhythm to kind of bring it back. I was thinking the Steelhawks picked up 3 goals in less than a minute there. The Rhythm have more than that, as that's a nice shutdown by Busy. Picking up the corner boost, leaving it, trying to pick up some bumps, some demos. We have a couple front posts, but it is shut down by Dicey. No midfield find there. Busy. We do see a bump, but Busy cannot get behind it. Tries to get a 50, but right now we're just killing clock in the corner here. Steelhawks are happy to do so. So we do need to see something here. Zom's gonna let Dicey just roll it to him, but he does get demoed, and they need to advance the ball right now. The ball, when you're behind, especially when the clock is winding down, you need to have the ball moving. If it's just sitting 50s over and over, you're gonna lose the game. So you gotta get a little bit of motion here. As that's a nice pinch. As we see the double, that was gross.
What a shot from Busy.
Busy.
30 seconds left. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to get the other touch, and I thought a save was coming in there from Made It's Nate, but just goes by. And yeah, I mean, like you said, when you're behind, usually I feel like taking control of the ball is the way to go, but sometimes when you're behind, you just need to get it downfield. Like, you can't really waste seconds, as this one almost a kickoff goal.
That's a weird touch, though.
That is a weird touch. Going missing, but T-Jack with a shot. Goes fake. What a save from Made It's Nate as he almost own goals that.
There's
it's
another
still
opportunity
floating.
here.
T-Jack, can he go? Oh my gosh. One more chance for Busy
Midfield
here.
pass.
Is anybody mid? T-Jack stays mid, but puts it off to the left. DJ now going to be able to get this one downfield over a player, and that might have been the last chance for Rochester, as we only have 5 seconds left. Over to Zoms, though. Can he keep this ball alive? Gets bumped a little bit, and that's going to get killed. There was a couple good opportunities there for Rochester, but unfortunately, they just could not send it home. Nobody on the field had boost to do anything at the end there, and then you could just see it in the players. I mean, 6 demos from Made It's Nate and 5 from Zoms. A really active game, for a really violent game in Game 4.
Don't fact check me on this, but I think we might have seen 6 players with 0 boost there at the
I think you might be right.
Everyone was just jumping with nothing in the tank. No one could even reach the ball. That was, oh my goodness.
That was an electric game. 6-5. I mean, that's what you want to see. That's absolutely, as for an audience perspective, you want to see a high-scoring game, back and forth, like lead changes, overtimes, down to 0 seconds. That's what you want to see when you're a fan. So this was an excellent game. And now we have an electric Game 5, and I honestly have no idea which direction this game is going to go. We've seen both teams in their wins make it feel like they are by far the better team, but I mean, it's just been back and forth in this series. Both teams know how to retaliate well, and I think Game 5 is a toss-up.
Yeah, I mean, the Rhythm shot 50%. They shot 5 for 10, and yet they still lost on shooting percentage because the Steelhawks went 6 for 11.
That's insane, dude.
The teams were shooting lights out there. A lot of it was because of they were finding the midfield passes. The Rhythm had a couple opportunities at the end there. They could have cashed, end up coming home empty-handed. They have one more opportunity here. We have a Game 5 Champions Field here. We've had 2 Champion Field visits here on stream, on stage. What a great start to LAN. I'm excited to see. I'm hoping for a nice game here, as we do see a good save and follow, although 2 go. As Zoms is going to take his time, just collect a little bit of an errant touch, but is able to get the follow-up flick. As another midfield pass, but it's a little bit high and wide. Busy, able to reach back for it and follow it up. Tries to get another aerial play there, as he did to end the last game. This is an opportunity for Zoms, and he posts it. T-Jack with an opportunity, and they're bumping each other on defense, but there's just no power to that shot. Rhythm, again, with an opportunity. Zoms, I mean, that has to be a goal. It's still a tie game, but you gotta make that opportunity count.
Rising Star legend Zoms unfortunately could not put that one away. We've still got pressure on the blue half, though. TJ, I thought Zoms was going to go for that one, but both players are a little bit confused as to who's going. Zoms hitting that one down to DJ, who's going to be able to continue for this one. Does actually get bumped. T-Jack maybe with a double tap. We know just how mechanical of a player T-Jack is. I can't even say that without laughing. Zoms continuing now. Made It's Nate in the corner. Tries to get a funky little 50 there, but that's cut off by the Rhythm defense. A little team pinch going on. That's a quick ball. Maybe a good bounce for Busy. Dicey is able to read that. That's an excellent read for a really awkward bounce. Dicey going to leave that one for DJ. A shot coming in, but that's just wide from DJ, I think it was. Honestly, that was an open net as well. Made It's Nate backflipping, but it still works. Somebody check Made It's Nate's controller, because he keeps backflipping. This time, however, not gonna matter. Like, there's no way that's what he meant to do, right?
Yeah,
like,
it's a goal. It's a goal if that's a regular shot. It's not like he faked him out by doing that.
No. But he
It
might
worked.
he might have gotten saved just a little bit by chance. I don't even know.
A
but
goal's a goal.
A
They
goal
are up.
is a goal. They are up.
3:20 left on the clock. Busy with an opportunity.
Wow.
Just puts it under DJ, and just in the blink of an eye, we have a tie game here. Kickoff just goes neutral. The chase,
Free
the
flip
cheat.
a little bit there underneath DJ from Busy with no boost is actually unbelievable. I'm not even, I don't think I would go for that if I'm him. Like, I feel like I'd be too scared. Like, the ball was a good bit away from him and the defender was coming up toward it. I feel like I would have just gone back to net. Another kickoff goal, never mind. Busy is able to stay put at net and get that one away. TJ giving that one to DJ who can't double, but Dicey is up. Maybe a shot coming in, that goes low, but two players there for the save. DJ back to the mid.
What a
Perfect
save.
shot, but a great save from Busy as that was a perfect pass and shot from the Fargo Steelhawks. Still a tie game. We've got 3 minutes left. Zamzam's putting this down to the blue half. A pop from Dicey Moon. I think he's going to be able to continue on this. Nobody up yet. Still nobody up. Never mind. His
Good lead.
teammate is. Double tap from DJ.
Oh!
That was almost
Let's go the
peak.
other way.
That one's in. Can Dicey Moon get back? T-Jack with the shot. Dicey can get back. Oh my goodness. I can't believe we didn't see a goal from either team right there. I thought
Reset.
DJ's.
Double reset.
DJ.
Gets
Oh,
the dunk.
oh my
it's
goodness.
up high. Two are up. T-Jack with nothing. To the rack, and he scores.
Oh my
What
gosh.
a setup.
The last 30 seconds was just shot, save, and finally T-Jack with his last ounce of boost getting over the last defender, and we see a 2-1 game for the Rhythm.
Did T-Jack jump with zero boost? I don't even think the entire replay I saw him up. I saw anything in the tank there. Somehow he was able to beat Zoms, who had over half a tank available. I don't even know how that happened, but either way, that was a lethal shot. Zoms trying to get the midfield. It's saved. The Steelhawks still only down one. T-Jack has to control. A little bit awkward. Tries to get it down to Zoms, but he's going to get beat by Nate, who's going to rotate through, picks up the opponent's boost. DJ with the 50 is going to lose that. Busy beats to the follow. And T-Jack should have a bang, but it's actually shut down. And that's a nice dunk by Nate. And right now we're just going through the midfield. T-Jack does have to get up to this. That's a miss. Zoms has to play the 50, and that's a huge 50 win. Get them out of a really troubling situation that they found themselves in. As this is an opportunity for Busy. Busy with the turn.
Oh, T-Jack puts it away. I thought Busy somehow messed this up. It looked like it was free.
Oh, that's so unfortunate by
Just
Nate.
goes high, and then T-Jack is able to. That's
Dang.
even a weird touch from him. Like, he's going right into the ball, and he just barely touches it left away from the defender. That could have been saved if he hit that straight on. So good on him. We've got a 3-1 game. A
Big
minute
dunk.
and 40 left, and the Fargo Steelhawks have a little bit of a hole to dig themselves out of, as the Rochester Rhythm just keep finding goals in interesting situations. We see a demo. Zamzams with no boost,
Awkward.
popping it up. Dicey with a great touch. Can Nate follow this up? Yes, he can, but also gets demoed. Unfortunately, Dicey's the first man up here. He's going to wait on the wall, but T-Jack with a great touch out to the middle of the field. Made it's Nate. Up into the air. Has 50 boost, but gets killed instantly.
Could be an opportunity.
DJ with a shot. And what a
Oh.
save, top right from Busy. Maybe he needed some more power on that one. It's still mid. Made his Nate with a good 50, but this one's going to trickle off to the left side. About a minute left in this one. Fargo with some decent pressure, but so far not able to find any goals. Another 50 coming in. Is anyone here for this? Made his Nate going to collect. Never mind. Hits it up to DJ on the right side, who hits it back to Made his Nate. Has the touch. Can he get another? It's straight down. Unfortunately, that's not going to result in a goal. Now the ball's floating in the midfield. DJ with a great shot, but a last second save for T-Jack. Another maybe mid-touch. We've seen pressure on this Rochester half for probably about a minute and a half now, and the Fargo Steelhawks just cannot find a goal.
Steelhawks gotta make something here. That's a whifty there. DJ with the opportunity, but it's shut down. 30 seconds left on the clock. Dicey picking up the corner boost. Gonna try to make something happen here. They go for the 50. It goes right to T-Jack. T-Jack has a free backboard. It's gonna fake it, and there's no one there. That could have been. That was a really dangerous
Go for
fake.
demo. Go for demo. What
Oh,
a save
what a
from
save.
Busy.
That was clutch.
That was
and that could have been the
definitely
game
play.
right there.
I think it is. I mean, in that situation, a demo is absolutely the right play. But, I mean, unfortunately,
Whoa.
and then just,
Yeah.
yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it. That is an unfortunate way to end this. I was hoping we'd see some 0-second action. It was trending that way, but unfortunately, Rochester just kept piling the goals on. I will take this, though. I mean, I chose the Rhythm to win this game. Got a lot of homies on the Rochester side. Shout out homies, by the way. I know AK's listening. But yeah, they're going to be moving on with a win into group stage round 2. The Steelhawks now have some work to do. Obviously, the top 3 teams in each group make it. but you don't want to start the day with a loss, kind of like we did. Unfortunate though. But we don't talk about that. That's past.
That's past.
GG's to the Rhythm, GG's to Fargo. Congrats to the fellas for taking down an excellent series in Game 5. I mean, yeah, we see just a bunch of. Every game, I feel like we saw a ton of shots in this series.
Yeah, this was an electric series overall. Steelhawks picked up the early lead, but Rhythm Busy had some of the most impactful singular moments of the entire series.
I would agree.
He did have that really nice double the last game. Now, they did end up losing, but that's just a huge momentum builder. Obviously, he gets this setup there, which, kind of iced the game for the most part. And, but yeah, he brought them back in this game, obviously, picking up a goal just to cap everything off there. But what a Game 5. You look at the score, like we were talking about box score watching, 4-1, but, that was a really fun trip to Champions Field, and there was so many moments where there was so many goal line saves. I can't even think of how many there was off the top of my head. There was some at the beginning of the game that I already forgot about.
That did not feel like a 4-1 game. That felt like it was neck and neck the entire time, which is what you want to see. But yeah, I'm going to give Busy probably the series MVP in this one, although shout out T. Jackford. He put in some nice goals. It seemed like he was in the right position most of the time for, cleaning up things or setting up passes to his teammates. Cloud coming up next. We've already had 2 Fargo series today. Shout out Fargo, as they are 1-1. But yeah, next up, if you thought Challenger was good, Premier is even better. We've got the St. Cloud Flyers versus the Brainerd Victory coming up. That should be an exciting series. Don't think either of us are casting that one, but we'll be watching down in the gallery. I'm not sure how much longer I'm supposed to be up here talking, but Stewie says probably a little bit longer as they're still figuring things out. Yeah, watching Premier players play is always it's a gift, dude. You think, being in Rising Star, we're still a top percentile Rocket League player in the world, compared to everybody that plays.
Yeah.
But then you watch these guys in Challenger and Premier play, it's we're literally not even playing the same game.
Yeah.
It's the same way with pros, but it's these Premier guys are just so quality at the game. They don't make mistakes. They're faster than you think you could be, and they always seem to be in the right spot. So I'm excited to get some Premier action in today, and then following that up with Rising Star again right after. I'm loving, honestly, the format for this LAN. I'm loving the way they set it up with the group stages. I think it's a new concept. I don't think in years past we've done this. Maybe in other years past we have, but not in the last few years. Mm-hmm. I'm loving the fact that you play everybody in your group, and then the top 3 move on to the next day. I think that's really, really awesome. And it ensures primarily that everybody plays 3 series.
Yeah.
That was one of the biggest issues last year, is that some players would have to travel, and then if they lose right away, they're done.
Right.
This is an excellent way to make sure everybody plays their 3 games, no matter what, even if you lose all 3, which I think is really, really awesome. It keeps people here longer as well and builds up a super huge audience. We've already got a pretty big audience. I'm sure as the day continues, it'll grow even more. And then tomorrow, obviously, Championship Sunday should be exciting.
Yeah, and like you were saying, just keeping people engaged and involved. It also just kind of keeps the day mixed up. You have Rising Star, then you go to Challenger, then you go to Premier. Then we're going to rotate back through Rising Star, and I'm just having such a great time already. We're only 2 series in to an entire 2-day weekend of Rocket League, and it's already been so much fun. I'm just, thank you everyone for coming. But yeah, right now there's a lot of people in the stands, but we also have a lot of players right now crowding around the tables watching the game. So if you're able to, catch the game on Twitch, please continue to do so. But if you're here, get loud. Yeah, get loud. Even these series that aren't on the stage are still such good watches. And we're going to have a great watch here next. We have the Flyers versus... My goodness. Brainerd.
Give the thumbs up from Stewie there to move on. So don't go anywhere. Premier action coming up next.
Hello, MCS. We are getting right back into the matches. It is time for Premier to start the final round of the season. There has been so much lead up to this moment, an entire regular season, 2 majors. These players have worked so hard to be here, and now it's time for them to show up.
It's definitely time for them to show up. It's going to be a lot of fun as we are going to be getting into this premier match here. We've had 2 matches already on the day, with the Steelhawks actually being a part of both of them. It's perfect timing on the production there. Rising Star, we saw the Steelhawks take on Deratios in a very close Game 5, and then running it back against the Rhythm. Again, super, super close Game 5. Rhythm did end up taking that last one, which was a super, super exciting match. And now we're going to have bumping up to Premier with the victory taken on the Flyers. And I mean, I wouldn't mind if we go 3 matches in a row at Game 5.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's LAN. This is the most hype moment of the season. Seeing those Game 5s, oh my goodness. You know, blood is pumping. Players are excited. And this is the time.
This is definitely the time. It's going to be interesting to see if on LAN who is going to be stepping up, who is going to be dropping off here. As we're going to be looking at some of these players here, we've seen a lot of them interacting with the crowd, kind of watching their friends and other teammates, just, you know, playing the game, getting some wows here. And we'll kind of go through the players one by one. But obviously we've got a lot we can talk about here. We can talk about predictions of players, MVPs. There's so much we can cover. But again, on LAN, it is a different beast when it comes to who is going to be comfortable in this environment.
Yes, and here we have Whitlock. He's actually my teammate from last season, competing with me on the Minneapolis Miracles. I'm looking forward to see how well he does in Premier. He was a top challenger player last season, and now he is currently teamed up with Katamak. Katamak is one of the best Premier players. He's a very high round 1. And their third, Wubik, was actually on the stage opposite side of Whitlock last season, and they Whitlock got knocked out by Wubik. So now they're teaming up, and they're seeing if they can take on Prem together.
I love that. I love, hey, you know what? If you can't beat them, join them in that situation here. Moving on to the Flyers here, looking at Wolf. And that's pretty impressive. Career fact, 7th MCS LAN qual. I know we've been around for 11 seasons, but 7 is a pretty impressive number in that situation here. But like I said, it'll be interesting as we go through these players. A lot of these players, like you had already mentioned, they're experienced. They're veterans in the scene. They know what to expect in this situation. So maybe for them specifically, the LAN nerves won't be as big of a factor. But again, Game 1, it's sometimes always a little bit of a cluster trying to figure out, oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Yep, and here we have Fusion Bleach, a Premier champion, I believe 2-time. He is one of the players to look at when you go into Premier. He is constantly here at LAN, he is constantly here winning, and he is in the grand finals no matter what.
Yeah, he looks like a very, very happy man. Definitely excited to be on the stage here. But as we do kind of, you know, round out some of these players here, wait until we go through the one more. But I do appreciate some of these players who have either driven a very long way. Some players have flown out to be here. The fact that they're willing to, you know, come and drive all this way just to play in front of the crowd, in front of friends, in front of family, really does mean the world to these players.
Yep. And here we will get into predictions. At least for me, I feel like Brainerd Victory are going to take it. A part of me is biased because I'm seeing those challenger players that I competed alongside, and I'm a little bit biased to them. I want to see them do well. What about you?
It's definitely a tough situation here. I mean, the Brainerd, like I said, I know that they've, if I'm looking at the Flyers, I think the Flyers, this is their only team that they had make LAN, so I think they're going to have a lot rising on these teams. Not going to lie, I'm going to pick the Flyers only because I think the logo looks better. That's it.
That is fair. St. Cloud and Brainerd, 50-50 here on the desk. I don't know what the majority opinion is on the crowd. We can poll the crowd, see if they have any opinions. If you are cheering for Brainerd Victory, make some noise.
All right, you got one person.
We got at least one.
Like the
and
one
if you are
person
cheering for the St. Cloud Flyers, make some noise.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. We definitely going to have the crowd behind the Flyers, which I'm a lot happier about that choice than specifically. Like I said, the logo's good, looking good. The crowd's going to be on their side. I got a lot of faith in these boys out here and on stage. It'll be interesting to see, like I said, how are they going to start out here in Game 1. And we got, obviously, looking at some of the MVP nominees. Is there anyone who you had to back is maybe the first runner here?
Personally, I don't know about their seasons individually, but I know Mogi is someone who I see that name and I am terrified. He has clipped on me countless times in every single match I've played on. He has carried so many times when I'm on his team, And in my opinion, he has just an individual level that no one else in Premier can match.
And see, I've had that very similar experience with End specifically. I've gotten clipped on him a lot in past. It does get a little annoying, every so often you can beat him one time, maybe 2 times, but yeah, beating him on LAN is going to be a little bit of a more tough run here. But like you said, kind of getting back to this game here, obviously we're going to be opposite in terms of the predictions here. And looking at some of these players, again, the goals, the LAN wins. I mean, it is kind of ridiculous how successful some of these players have been over the season. Some of these players, like we said, they are LAN bred. They are bred to be here and to succeed in front of the stage, in front of the lights. And as we are slowly ramping up the game here, these players, it is time, in fact, to lock in.
Yes, and here we see Fusion Bleach, his Season 7 LAN victory when it was hosted at St. Cloud State University. Now we are at a different spot, but they are more familiar with this. They've played here at River Falls a few times, and they are looking to get more wins.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do it in situation. Like I said, just wait for this one to go here. I am kind of curious, though. Obviously, we've got our predictions here, but do you have anyone specifically that you think is going to step up and be the reason for you that the Brainer's going to take this one?
For me, I think Kato is so consistent. He's there. He's consistently there. I'm looking at Whitlock and Wubik. How well can they support them? How well can they use their fact that they're a duo? They're going to Mankato State University. They're playing together. How well are they going to support Kato Mac?
It's going to be a tough question here, and I'm looking at, I think Wubik, I think for me, specifically for you, and looking at the victory, I think is going to be one of the most impressive people. It is definitely tough for the Flyers, kind of who is going to be taking the reins on that one. I think it does go back and forth between a couple players, but again, we're just waiting to get into this game. We're going to have some fun here. I am curious, though. Obviously, we've got our predictions. Are you thinking it's going to go Game 4, Game 5, or do we have our first sweep of the day?
Personally, I'm always for Game 5s. I love LAN. I love the screaming. I love every little bit of energy that we can milk out of the crowd, and I'm going 5.
I'm with you. However, what I want as far as the production-wise goes, because we got to get a little behind schedule here, I wouldn't mind one of these being a sweep. We'll have to see if that is going to be correct here. And we're looking at some of the past winners here, and we're seeing a pretty impressive season, obviously, with Des Moines, the Atlas, and the Flyers taking it in 9, and Senators, Outlaws, and Maulers in 10. Question is, who is going to make it here in 11? It's kind of interesting, too, going back and looking through some of the franchise teams that are, unfortunately, no longer here in this league, and some of them I don't even personally recognize, going all the way back to like Season 1.
Yeah, I was not around during that time. I joined Season 7, but even so, I recognize some of these names, and I know the historical context. Or, for example, Hibbing Outlaws eventually going to the Kansas City Outlaws. There's been a few rebrands, but overall MCS has felt better than ever.
Yeah, I love to see that. I'd love to see the expansion again, getting more and more players playing every single season, which is what we love to see. We love the growth, we love the support, and of course, we have to again give massive shout outs to University of River Falls here in Wisconsin. Obviously, they have been unbelievable in terms of the support we've had, in terms of obviously Dylan or General Corps leading everything. We've had so many volunteers, so many IT people, so many people who have given up their weekend to spend a ton of time to help us get set up and run everything. As we see a perfect shot of Dylan already on stage, just making sure stuff is going well, which we appreciate him so much. He has been a huge, massive help. And yeah, we definitely could not do without that man right there.
Yes, I personally absolutely love all of the effort that goes in. We have so many volunteers at the end of the season, so many LAN admins, so many people just helping in where they can. I love AK. He has helped so much on the back end, done so many things. I hear him scream right there. And then also Stewie on the broadcast, and all of the things that he does to help show MCS what we have and have it be such a good production quality.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Stewie could do a little more in terms of production. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, potentially. He's got like an adult job or something. He could probably quit that and do full-time, this. Which basically, let's be honest, he's already doing 2 full-time jobs in terms of production here. But as we are pulling up some of the group stages, we do have some of the results, obviously, for Rising Star and for Challenger. Not yet for Premier. So those zeros on the board are going to be zeros for another couple of hours until we get back, to the next time up here. But again, looking at the groups, is there any specific group you think is a little bit tougher than the others?
From what I recall, Group A is known as the Group of Death. Or maybe it's Group B.
I like the confidence.
That literally tells you how good all these teams are. I can't remember which one was considered the Group of Death because these are all really good teams.
Yeah. All right. Well, according to our super smart insider, Group A is going to be considered a little bit harder here. We'll have to see if that is a fact or not. It's going to be interesting. According to my statistician here, Group A is going to probably have one of these teams end up winning it all, but we'll have to see in that situation here. I am curious though. Is there anyone who you think is going to be a surprise that they maybe make it to tomorrow? Is there any team here you're looking at? They're going to have the hardest uphill battle to survive.
Personally, I rate Kansas City, despite them being at the bottom of the group. I don't think they're there. I think Night Fang has always found his way into a grand final. He's been second place past 2 seasons. Ideally, he wants to win one of those, and he is here to try to do it again.
Yeah, we got a great shot of champions last year for Premier in the Maulers with Bubbly Reaper and Aqua and Fishy. We love to see that. And we've got some of the boys here. Some of them are unfortunately not here yet. Who knows? Maybe they will show up, maybe not. But yeah, it's kind of cool to see some of these past champions here. And we have to shout out again that man Dicey. He's won at least a couple of these championships here.
Yep, and there we see Wubik, winner of Challenger last season, trying to prove his place in Premier this season. Very interesting to see how he will be doing.
Well, he did make LAN, so I mean, he's already I think he's proven himself fairly well, considering obviously he's making the top 8 here. And then I was looking at the rising star here with Lord Bloom, Caesar, and Gerg, which is gotta love that. Again, sometimes playing with a sub, it's such a different dynamic. But in this situation, I mean, it obviously worked out for these boys. But yeah, massive congrats for them for last year. And again, we've got some players, like we already mentioned, back to defend their title. Some of them actually defending it in a different league entirely.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the improvement that we see through players, and even just the shift of teams. These players were facing each other last season, and now they're teamed up.
Yeah, again, apologize for the delay. We were working through some technical difficulties. It wouldn't be LAN without the technical difficulties. That is just how that works. I don't know, knock on wood, we hopefully don't have any issues, but it sounds like we are going to be getting into this game. Hopefully we don't have some random Eminem Fortnite concert, which did have a LAN that weekend. That was interesting. They got delayed for 4 hours, but this one will not get delayed any longer, as we are going to be jumping into Game 1 of our first Premier match of the day, and it took 4 seconds to get our first goal.
Yeah, a kickoff going really in favor of the Flyers here. Pink able to just follow that beautifully, tap it into the net. Victory kind of, a little bit not on their feet, not ready. Maybe it's just, a quick kickoff goal, and now they're getting back into the game, and now they're good. And we see now the kickoff go in favor of them. Whitlock up toward the ceiling, plays it down, Fusion Bleach to cut it across. Catamac does a great job playing that to backboard. Wolf collects it in the mid, threatening infield pass here. Fusion Bleach opts to turn away. Now Catamac pop up, Fusion Bleach off the ceiling. Here's a chance, plays it across.
Playing across here, now we see a demo happening here. Early in Game 1 again, a lot of pressure going towards the Flyers as Wolf looking just to get a low 50 here. Catamac, not a little bit of an awkward touch here. Doesn't have a boost there. We see the follow-up from Pink now. Pink going up high, drops it middle. Fusion is up early. Good speed. It does drop down. Whitlock should have the clear. Good touch of the corner, trying to relieve a little bit of pressure. Catamac now gets a whiff on one. Whitlock in a tough spot with 0 boost, but again, the Flyers just, I think so far in the first 40 seconds, first 50 seconds, they're looking very, very good, but question is, are they going to be giving up an open net? Here's Fusion, gets a great touch. It's the third man following up. Catamac just a little bit too far to get a follow-up shot.
Yeah, and Victory, honestly, despite not having a lot of offensive pressure, they're known as a counterattack team. They like to play in the net, they like to play defensive, wait for mistakes from their opponents, and then just capitalize. And here we see Whitlock cutting it really well across the midfield, just stopping the transition, making it not as threatening. As I say that here, a backflip out of Wubik makes it a little bit dicey. Luckily, Catamac plays it to the wall safely.
Wubik now getting a touch around one, does have a flip to get back to it. He does get the boost. This might be really awkward. Catamac trying to buy some time. We see a double commit out of the Victory, but Flyers again, we don't have the first man being super aggressive, but it doesn't matter because they get it around 1 and 2, and Wolf doubling up the lead for the Flyers.
Yeah, really good offensive pressure here. Broke down the Victory defense. All 3 players jumping. Lots of time on the open net. Both Wolf and Pink would have been there to put it in. Wolf credited with the goal.
Yeah, you saw Victory had combined 13 boosts between the 3 of those guys on that one. And like you said, sometimes you just get it around 1, you get it high. It does work out wonders here as the Victory, again, backs against the wall early. Feeling pretty good on start. Not about my Flyers prediction here. I know the crowd is definitely on the side of the Flyers, so they'll be very happy. Now Wubik, though, trying to get the lead cut in half here. So we are now 2 minutes into game number 1 here. Wolf going to be playing that deep third man. Doesn't have any boost yet. And again, the Flyers, they've been so good so far in terms of having spaced out rotation here. Katamak trying to figure out how he wants to work this one. Doesn't go for the back pass. Shot might be wide open, and it is. Wubik now getting the first goal of the series for the victory.
Yeah, Brainerd definitely not going out without a fight. They at least half the lead that the Flyers have. Now it's up to Victory to see if they can keep that momentum, keep that pressure, and get another goal.
Seeing here Pink now on the kickoff. This might be a kickoff goal. Whitlock 1v1 trying to go for a flick, and he does. Upper corner. The Victory tying it up. It only took him an extra 6 seconds.
Beautiful play out of Whitlock. Takes control of the ball after that kickoff spills out toward the right. And he just gets a perfect flick over the last man. If you're that last man there, you're kind of in a really tough spot. You have to either dive really quickly or try and play the shadow defense. Opting for the shadow defense was not the move there.
Oh, this might be a dangerous spot here as Pink now does a good 50 here. It's up to Katamak. Going to try to drop this one down. Gets it center to Whitlock, but it's going to be a little bit too far here. Wubik in such a tough situation. This might be open. Is anyone there for the follow-up? Katamak is going to beat him out. Pink now throws this one downfield. Whitlock again just trying to be a menace here, stealing all the boost here. Fusion up early. He's only got 20 to work with. No one jumping early, relying that he doesn't have a lot of boost in that situation to be threatening here. Whitlock now. This might be open. Can he get there in time? He cannot, though. Wolf does get back, and again, Flyers starting out really, really good, really early, but the last couple minutes they just stalled out on offense versus the Victory. Picking it up a little bit, but we might see a free touch here off the sidewall. Is a third man there, but Wolf again causing out a double commit. This might be open, but again, somehow the Victory on 0 boost continue to survive.
Yeah, they look comfortable even in the uncomfortable positions. They're doing a really good job just taking that ball, getting a hit out, preventing the pressure from building up, and giving an open net to the Flyers.
Chance here now. Whitlock's got 0 boost again. We saw what happened last time when he had a 0 boost 1v1 situation here. Wolf now going for a touch here. Pink off to leave this one. Katamak now up and around 1. Pink again probably going to turn and just boom this one high, which he does. Victory are ready for it. Whitlock off the ceiling now. Tries to get it around 1. Throws it away a little bit here. Wubik in a tough situation here. As we see, we've got some updates already, actually, and the Knights and the Maulers. The Knights ended up sweeping the Maulers on the C stage, so we're not even done with game 1 here. We've already got a sweep on the C stage.
Yeah, not looking like it's going to be a sweep here. Both teams 2-2 already. Victory known for going to game 5 throughout the season. They've had multiple troubles with closing out those series. Here, it's looking to be a close one.
Yeah, this one might be a third one going in off the corner. Again, still in a dangerous spot here. Flyers, though, pounding on the doorstep here. Causes a little bit of double commit here, though. Wolf should take his time. Probably going to go to the sidewall. What she does get the corner boost, though. Shot is going to be wide. Wolf now got to buy some time for his teammates to get back here. 40 seconds left. Still a tie game here. Gets around 1. Wolf just needs to get it centered as fast as possible. Is anyone there? Fusion is there, but it's a good save off the crossbar. And Katamak again swats the pressure away. Pink, though, gets it around 1. And Victory, 30 seconds left. Again, somehow continue to survive. 1v1 situation here. Going for the air dribble bump. And then Wolf again. Back and forth we go. Shot again. And somehow this defense is immaculate here in game 1.
Yeah, the Victory trying to knock on that door, and they do. Whitlock plays it around 1. Bump play comes out from the midfield. Victory taking that 2-0 deficit and turning it into a 3-2 lead with only 15 seconds left. All they need to do is play a safe kickoff, buy some time, drain the clock, and take their game 1.
That is 3 unanswered goals here. They might see a 4th here. Pink trying to do something about it with 10 seconds left. Goes for a ceiling pinch. Didn't get the first touch he was looking for. Wolf now has to follow up, but again, doesn't have the resources he needs. And all Wubik needs to do is get this one to the ground. And that is going to be game 1 going towards the Victory. Fantastic comeback after they went down 2-0 in the first minute of game 1.
Yeah, it looks like they just kind of needed a warm-up. They needed to be comfortable with each other. There was a few defensive mishaps at the beginning, and they really cleaned it up.
Yeah, I definitely like to see the cleanup there. And what's interesting, too, I mean, the goals that we did see as we saw it open that here, we're going to see kind of as we go through these, they weren't spectacular goals, right? A lot of it was just awkward defense, maybe just doing a good job of boost starving, but it wasn't a lot of solo plays except for the 1v1 kickoff, which we're going to see in a second, which is such a clean flick top corner. But besides that, again, it wasn't really spectacular, flashy gameplay. It was just solid, clean rotations that caused the defense of the other team just to really be in awkward situations.
Yeah, and we see that on LAN all the time. Teams try and simplify their gameplay. They have a lot more to think about. They have a lot more pressure, so they try and just keep the gameplay clean, rotate well, get solid infield passes instead of opting for the volatile solo plays where it's either a really good shot or an overcommit.
Yeah, as we see Katamak now, 0 boost going for a reset. Wubik now should take his time. A little bit awkward. The ball just didn't bounce how he wanted. Fusion now, 0 boost of himself. Wubik now gets 100 boost. We'll be playing that deep third man. We see some misses here. Wubik gets a race to the ball. Can he get there in time? Fusion, though, gets a demo. Pink will come in to clean up here. Now it gets a good 50 on one. Actually gets it around the second one. Fusion trying to beat out Katamak. It does 50 high. Is anyone there for the touch? We see a lot of players doing a little whifty action here. It's Katamak again trying to pinch this one to the sidewall. Pink throws this one down. Wubik now up high. And again, a lot of back and forth action. And unlike game one, we are a minute in, and the Flyers do not find themselves up 2-0.
Yeah, Whitlock there on the solo play. Katamak takes this one up to the corner. Pink plays it off to safety. Wubik opts to turn away, is bumped off the play as well. Wolf called in. Fusion Bleach opting to sit back. Whitlock here on the wall, tries to play it mid. 50 goes wayward. Wubik back. Plays it to the corner. Fusion Bleach not able to get that one out. Now Wolf into the corner. Pressure suddenly on the other side. This one actually just trickles in. Whitlock shot from the back corner. The counterplay too well.
I wasn't expecting that one to go in, but sometimes just a boomer ball is all you need as that one goes all the way downfield. And the Flyers, again, that is now 4 unanswered goals in this situation here. They might need a cookie buff because we saw what it did earlier on stage. And Flyers, again, they scored 2 in the first minute, and it's now been about 8 minutes of gameplay before they found another goal.
Yes, Brainerd doing a really good job waking up here. They look very comfortable. Whitlock going for demos now. Wubik, one of the top demoers in Premier. Hopefully he looks for some as well. Try to buy some space and time for his teammates to cook. Now Wubik in the corner. Whitlock plays it around one, taking his time on the dribble, opting for a flick again. This one saved away by Wolf. Beautiful air dribble off to the sidewall. Whitlock still there to challenge. Now a little bit of midfield gameplay. Here we see Wubik up, beat one toward the corner. Fusion Bleach plays the 50. Wubik with another demo, showing that physicality. Now beat out by Wolf. This one's going toward net. Katamak is there, plays it to safety. Pink cuts that ball out really quickly. Katamak does a really good job to just buy time.
Buying time is so key here. Fusion now, a couple of flip resets, but again, Pinch is going to be a little awkward here as Wolf now throws it to Pink. Can he find the one top corner? But Whitlock is just sitting there. And if you're Pink, you're saying, why are you there? Just waiting on 0 boost. Again, fantastic defensive rotation from the victory here. Wubik now taking his time, tries to get it clear. That is not a good. This is incredibly awkward. He has to buy time. Does. That was a goal-saving touch for there as Pink was lurking for that follow-up touch here. Is this going to pinch? A little tricky here for Wolf. He does get the corner boost. Katamak is waiting. Doesn't have the resources here. We see a lot of players flying and flailing with low resources. Again, the clock keeps on ticking down. Victory's 1 goal lead might dwindle as we see the Flyers going for a shot there, but still the victory. They have not given up a goal now in so long.
Yeah, Whitlock looking really solid in net. Wubik now on the defensive touch. Does well to get it out. Katamak jumps early, just forcing it to a teammate. Whitlock tries for the double. That would have been an insane angle if he got it. Now bumped off the play by a teammate. The pressure dies down at least a little bit. As I say that, Wubik comes in, tries for the corner double, unable to get it. Wolf out to Pink.
Pink now trying to get a touch here. Doesn't have the boost to work with. Wolf also has no boost. The only one on the Flyers is Fusion, who's playing that third, going for a very risky touch there, but he does make contact here. Pink, again, still trying to find any resources. He does get his mid boost. Shot was a little bit wider than Wolf, I think, was expecting. Here's Katamak now getting around one. Can he find the reset? He does. Chance here for Whitlock. Can he find the double tap? It is down and in, and Whitlock with a dagger for the victory.
Whitlock single-handedly saying, all right, it's my turn to shine. Puts the ball up high, puts the ball down low, and it doubles the lead.
That is a disgusting statement goal here for the victory. Again, Flyers went up 2-0 in game one. Victory came back with 3 unanswered goals. Now up to 5 unanswered goals. Flyers, they need to find their offense. It's been 9 minutes without a goal. They cannot get shut out here. As far as momentum, I mean, we have seen some very close, almost reverse sweeps on the day today. But again, everyone knows you do not want to lose game 2 here. You need to find some tying. You need to get some offense going. You only got 50 seconds left in Flyers. This is a little bit of a do or die time. I know there's a lot of time left, but it's starting to slip away.
Yes, and also you have to consider that their goals at the very beginning, when they were doing better, a close double off the ceiling there, Wubik comes in. But as I was saying, the Flyers, they kind of got some garbage goals at the beginning of game 1. It looks like Victory weren't exactly like set they were kind of all over the place. They were panicking on defense. They were jumping a little bit too much. Here now, no double commits, very clean, perfect defensive gameplay.
Oh, we might see a counterattack here. Fusion drops this one down. Can Wolf find the touch? What a save from one. Fusion now gets it under one. 10 seconds left. They just need to buy some time. Flyers, though, desperate to find at least one goal. Is that one going to go in? No, it is not, and time is going to hit 0. Victory going 2-0 on the series. Again, it has now been 9 minutes without the Flyers finding a single goal. Going into Game 3, I think you got to throw out the script. You need to find a new game plan. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself getting swept on the main stage to start out your day.
Yeah, I think Flyers' biggest weakness here is they're just throwing the ball away a little bit too much. They're giving Brainerd the ball a little bit too easily. They're not keeping it close. There are times when they are trying to pass, they just aren't quite hitting that next player. And Brainerd is able to cut those out, play the counter, and get these boom goals where they just fly across the field, or even just counterattacks, 2-on-1s, 3-on-2s, anything that they can get.
I just want to look at this double tap again. It is so clean from Whitlock. Again, it's crazy to say, but the open net, as we're seeing right now on the double tap, are worth the exact same. But I can tell you one of those is getting the players a lot more hype, as that is going to give Victory so much momentum going into Game 3. And it'll be interesting to see Flyers, what do they have in store for Game 3? Again, Flyers, it's been so long, they just need to find a goal, and they are going to be giving up now 6 unanswered goals. The Victory again, now they're the ones taking an early lead here in Game 3.
Yep, and a score update from the B stage. Rhythm are currently up 2-0 against the Superiors, looking to sweep that series. They must have showed up really quickly, because that is a very, quick scoreline, 2-0, kind of similar to here, looking like a sweep is coming. Premier been pretty one-sided so far as sweeps. This one looking the same.
Oh, Wubik now almost getting the second goal here. We see Whitlock again going for a little bit of a low double here. Does have a decent amount of boost. Didn't want to flip backwards and cause a double quit in the corner. I love to see the composure still on land in these awkward situations here. Pink, Bleach, and Wolf again combined. They have 0 boost on the entire team here. Flyers just struggling with the resources. Victory again. You have to give a massive, massive props for starving the Flyers out here. As Whitlock is going to drop it up to Cadillac. Dropping it down. Can't quite find the angle. Is there a follow-up here? Fusion sacrifices his life to save the goal here. And again, more demos galore happening. The Victory, they are trying to just demolish and take any chance the Flyers have and rip it away.
Yes, and they have been doing a great job of that. Here, Wubik does a beautiful job cutting out that play. Flyers just aren't looking the same on offense, not looking like they're having those same opportunities as the Victory. And Whitlock has been a crucial part of that. He has been taking his team. He is the GM of the Victory, and he has been leading them. He had that double tap last game. Here, helping build pressure. I want to see what he has to close this out.
I'm still looking at, again, the resource from the Flyers. They might have an open net here. Wubik, though, does get just enough boost here. Wolf, again, low resource, does get this round 1. Whitlock does pop it high. Great buying time touch for him as Cadillac now. Going for a bump on 1. Does make Fusion incredibly awkward. Does get a pass mid here. Pink has lots of resources. Opting to go for the sidewall. Tries to pre-flip into that one. A little bit awkward. Goes for a ceiling pinch. And Whitlock pushes it all the way downfield. Fusion is back in time. Victory, though, still lurking for that second goal. Do they have someone up for this one? Cadillac is up, trying to pinch this one mid. Can't quite find the touch here, but Wubik, again, is lurking. The Flyers never have more than 1 second of time before one of the Victory members is just barreling down at them.
Yeah, and my criticism of the Flyers, keeping the ball a little bit closer, I don't even know if they can do that anymore. The Victory have been doing such a good job taking the boost, taking the control. And as I say that, here a chance for Pink. The ball going off the crossbar again. So close for the Flyers, but they just can't finish.
Wubik now, this one tosses it downfield. Cadillac again, but that was the chance for the Flyers. You had 2 opportunities. That was not necessarily open, but there was definitely a good chunk of it that should have been a goal. Here's Pink, though, trying to finally find one in the back of the net. Wubik now gets 50 after 50 on low resources. I love the Victory that even if they're low, they can still do so much damage. Whitlock down to Cadillac. Shot is going to be high. Wolf now, good touch off the backboard. Buys time for 2 and third man to get back here in time. Pink, though, 0 boost again, just throwing that one away. He doesn't really have a lot of other options, given that he just doesn't have the resources to go.
Yes, the boost starving and the demos from the Victory have been crucial in this controlling gameplay, completely shutting them out for such a long period of time. Flyers are going to need something, and they're going to need it quick. Time is ticking down. Less than 2 minutes remain, and the Flyers look like they have nothing.
Yeah, it's definitely hard to argue in the situation here, as again, they are now on 13 minutes of gameplay without finding a single goal here. Victory, a minute and 30 left before they find themselves sweeping again to start out their day. Obviously, all these teams are going to be playing 3 best of 5s, and definitely nice if you can get a sweep because it'll conserve a lot of your energy, as we definitely saw some of the Game 5s earlier today. Very nerve-wracking, as we might find one here, and that is it. Whitlock off the backboard. It's like a pseudo doomsday in this situation, right?
I would call it a doomsday. He just completely has the angle on lock, drops under that ball, saves his flip, uses it on the right side of the ball, scoops it to the left. Beautiful shot out of Whitlock. It wasn't super fancy, but it got the job done.
Doesn't need to be fancy, as they might find a kickoff goal, and they don't care how the ball goes in as long as it finds the back of the net here. Victory doubling up their lead here. The question is, are they going to find their victory in a minute and 12 seconds here? Ping doesn't have a ton of resources. Can he find a reset? It is getting low. Has to go for a low 50 here. Fusion, though, trying to get back. He is not going to be able to find his corner boost here. That one goes high. Wolf now to the corner here. Again, a minute left here. Flyers, they got to find some kind of offense. Doesn't matter how the ball goes in. Bump, demo, shot. It does not matter. They have to find some semblance of an offense right now. 2v1 situation here. Pink now trying to get a demo on one. This ball has to find the back of the net, and it does. Wolf finally finding another goal for the Flyers, giving them a little bit of hope with 48 seconds left here in Game 3.
Yeah, the crowd happy about that one. Flyers definitely still have a chance here. 48 seconds, it's very doable, but they have a lot of work to do. They have to worry about just this game, though. The reverse sweep, I can hear a little bit whisper, but the door is just barely open on it, and they need more pressure. They need another goal. They need to take this at least to OT.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a feeling that the Victory are going to find another goal in about 10 seconds here, but we'll see if I am wrong, as Fusion, yeah, sometimes it's a caster curse, I will admit, as we see the fakes coming out here. Wolf had absolutely 0 boots, and getting Wubik to bite. Whitlock in no chance situation here, and Fusion, again, they've now scored as many goals in this game as the last 2 combined here. So the question is, like you said, they checked if the door for the reverse sweep is locked, and it's not right now, which I love to see, but they still need to find another goal. They don't care if it's in regulation or if it's in overtime, but they still need more offensive pressure.
The confidence, I can tell, is already there. Getting that 1 goal on the scoreboard, so important for them. Allowed them to really
it's just a sigh of relief.
Yeah, it
just
is.
like finally we found one. Now there's no reason they can't find a second, which they did. Now they can go find a third.
Yes. Time ticking down here. 3 seconds on the clock, 2 seconds on the clock, 1 second on the clock. Ball still up on 0, floating so tantalizingly above the ground until Fusion Bleeds plays it down.
Yeah, the question is, who is going to be getting that overtime goal? Do Flyers find themselves surviving to Game 4, or do Victory shut the door and finish what they started in terms of getting this sweep on the day? As Wubik opts a little aggressive going for the early one, as we see Pink trying to force that one through. Whitlock is going to get in the mid boost here. 1v1 is situation here. Flyers a little bit low on boost on defense. Katamak in a tough situation here as Wolf is on the backboard with 0. Fusion up early. We see Wolf now with the chance. He is lurking as that third man. Has to go all the way back for boost here. And somehow we're seeing a little bit of a cluster in the corner here. Katamak again taking high, just try to buy time. A little bit of a team bump here. Fusion, though, gets that one to the middle as Whitlock. That might be open in top corner, but Pink does get back there in time. And again, Victory right back to the rest of the game. They've had so much offensive pressure, but Wolf going for the solo play, trying to just spike it down.
Now Whitlock with the clear, unable to get a second touch. Pink called in. Katomac into the corner, double commit here. This net could be open. Fusion Bleach up to their backboard, missing. Katomac manages to get a touch, but their shot on target. Wolf secures Game 3 in overtime.
You could see the confidence building and building up here as Fusion, though. Yeah, I didn't know how he was going to hit that one. Wolf just back post, and Wubik in such a tough situation. Again, you can only cover 95% of the net, but at the end of the day, that 5% is all the Flyers need. They didn't need to score in Game 2. It didn't matter. They didn't need to score in the first half of Game 3. All that matters is at the end of the day, they're not getting swept here. And like you mentioned, that's going to give them so much confidence going into this next game.
Yeah, and after Game 1, the comeback, I was pretty confident in my pick for the victory. Seeing Game 2, you know, they completely shut out Flyers, and even Game 3 here, right? They were up. They looked in control. I was like, yep, predictions, I'm good.
No. Well, it wasn't worth it. I had to cast a curse him a little bit just because I want my prediction right. We want the fans' predictions to be right? And I do appreciate, you know, everyone coming out. Because, again, like we had talked about, sweeps are cool for the production-wise. You make sure we're on time. But content-wise, we all want Game 5. We know it. I know it. You know it. The question is, are the Flyers going to deliver? Because once we get to Game 5, cool. As long as we get the content, I'm happy. But the Flyers, again, they have still a lot of work to do. But the fact that they got 3 goals in a row gives me a lot of confidence that they can find another one. But right now, Victory are looking to score early again here in Game 4.
Yeah, looking on the mechanics to try and create some opportunities. But here, Wubik tested. Wolf on the 1v1, unable to get it past him. Whitlock into the corner now. Tries to play it mid toward 1. Wolf able to play that one out. 50-50 from Katamak. A little bit of time bought. Corner just being used as sort of a dump site. All the ball, the cars, everything just sitting there. Now the ball finally gets out. Katamak on the cross. Fusion Bleach does a good job cutting it out. Whitlock up toward the wall. Whitlock leaves it for Wubik. Wubik not able to get there.
Ooh, Fusion, going for the skim touch, just didn't have the resources. Katamak now with 0. This might be a 3v1 situation. Fusion, though, does get back. Flick is off target just a little bit. Pink, though, does make sure it is going to be off the crossbar as Wolf, though, tries to drop it to Fusion. Fusion with the shot that's going to be off the crossbar. Katamak with such a good touch to buy time. Make sure there's no follow-up touch here as Whitlock now throws his one to the corner here. Pink again with no resources. He misses the corner. Actually, it's going to be off the post. And what a shot from Wubik, though. I thought he was going to have that one. That was just a little bit of misinput. That looked like the golden opportunity for the victory.
Yes. Both teams really looking to get a goal here. A possible opportunity from Katamak. Katamak gets a double off of that wall, but just not able to get it in. Fusion Bleach with the air dribble out. Pink with a touch mid. This is dangerous, though. Katamak looks for the double. Pays it behind 1 and gets the go-ahead goal.
All right, we do see the victory getting their goal, which honestly, they've deserved it at this point. They've already missed 2 open nets, and they do find the 3rd chance on this one, which I like to see. The question is, again, the Flyers, can they find another goal here? They did score 3 in the last game here. Victory looking good to bounce back. They want no chance of a reverse sweep here. They do not want to even think about Game 5. They want to shut it down right here. And I can promise you right now, Flyers are desperately looking for a second goal because as we saw, they did throw a 2-goal lead just last game.
Yes, and Brainerd Victory known for going to Game 5. They've been in this spot. They've been reverse sweep this season.
Should we just skip to Game 5? Like, do we need to play out the rest of this game then, or do we have to wait?
I will say Brainerd are currently up. I wouldn't count them out just yet. Flyers here looking to make that opportunity happen. But the transition here for Katamak. Double tap, 0 boost. What is that? Are you kidding me?
That was absolutely ridiculous. I was trying to figure out what is this man going for here with 0 boost. Gets the touch off per corner. What a touch. I cannot believe that man just did that on LAN here in Game 4, trying to shut this out here. What a touch from that man.
Katamak single-handedly hearing that you predicted Flyers and saying no thanks. Tries for it again, not able to get it. The double taps have been golden for the victory.
That is going to be hard to beat as goal of the tournament. I'm going to call it early now here as Pink, though, does respond. That could also be goal of the tournament, right? I mean, it's worth the same at this point here. But no, in all honesty, though, massive for the Flyers to get a goal early as they don't want to sit in the 2-goal deficit for too long. They get it answered right back here. And we're not even halfway done with Game 4. And again, we are getting, finally, for the first time, a back-to-back goals. We're getting a little bit of fight left in both of these teams as we see a great save from Wolf here. And like I said, I just want to see a Game 5 at this point because I think these players, especially on the Flyers, are desperately waiting for it.
Yes, the Flyers desperately wanting this to go to 5. Victory doing anything in their power to prevent it from going to Game 5. Wolf does a great job playing that to the corner. Pink ends up missing. Fusion Bleach called in, able to bail out his teammate, but now has 0 boost on the transition. Tries to pass it up to Pink. Pink on the dunk. Katamak does a decent job getting that 50 up. Wubik up, runs out of boost. Katamak tries to play it around Fusion Bleach. Fusion Bleach plays it well. Now taking his time, shot opportunity. Whitlock does a great job getting that control touch to the corner. Now Katamak called in, plays it around 1, unable to get the pre-flip touch. Now shot opportunity. Wubik able to stand tall, but Fusion Bleach comes up for the finish. And Flyers get that goal.
Flyers getting that goal there. Pink with the shot. Wubik again with a fantastic first save. There's nothing he can do about that second one. And Flyers again, you can feel the momentum is ramping up here. We are asking for that Game 5. I definitely know the crowd again on the Flyers side is looking for that Game 5 victory. I will say their goals have been clean. You got to think of also the double tap that Whitlock hit. Obviously the ridiculous double that Katamak has hit. They are putting some super high quality goals in, but at the end of the day, the score is all that matters.
Yes, I will say the momentum that they have got from it has actually seemed to not be like a solid momentum. It's kind of a swinging momentum where they'll have a really good hit or a really good swing, and then they'll look sort of weak on the counter.
Ebbs and flows indeed here as we are seeing the timer ticking down more and more. Are we going to see some regulation goals, or are we having overtime looming? Again, we still got a minute left in this game. There's so much time, so many goals that can still be scored here as Wubik, though, throws this one downfield. Pass mid to Pink, a little bit too far ahead of that one. Whitlock, he's got 50 boosts, trying to take his time, trying to go for the flick over one, goes for the bump, and Wolf, though, has to get a goal line stop. Pink does it, and unfortunately can't find it, and Katamak just wills that ball into the back of the net. Victory up by 1 with time continuing to tick down.
Yeah, the 50's just so in favor of Victory. The ball getting so close to the goal line. Even if Pink was able to approach that ball better, it was still a really rough spot to be in. I can't blame him for own goaling that.
I don't even know if that is an own goal. The ball's already going in. There's 99% nothing he can do in that situation here. But I know what the Flyers can do, and that is score another goal in regulation, because that is needed if they want a chance to go Game 5 here, as Wolf does throws one downfield. Pink, this might be a free shot, and it is, and Pink again. We have to talk about the responses from the Flyers. They are scoring 20 seconds after the victory now 3 times in a row.
They have looked beaten. They have looked bruised, but they get back up, and that's the important thing here. They are fighting back. They are taking those score lines and changing them.
One more goal is needed in regulation for the Flyers. I'd be very, very scared if I were them going to OT, as we already saw OT did not exactly go the best last time they went there, as Wolf, though, throws one downfield. And so far, we're seeing the infield passes have done wonders for the Flyers here, as this is going to be going off the ceiling here. Wolf doesn't have the resources to go for this one. Pink now, a little bit of an awkward 50, gets another 50. This man is just a brick wall here. It does cause a double commit here. This might be open for just a split second. Where's the third man? He didn't want to commit with 10 seconds left, and now Pink throws this one downfield here as Whitlock gets a good 50 on the corner. Ball just has to hit the floor, and that is not going to be overtime. Somehow there was still time on the clock here. Do we see any shenanigans happen here at 0? Both teams say no, and overtime. Flyers again, still life on the line. They need to force a Game 5 victory again. They need to close it out here. We might have, though, some kickoff shenanigans here, as Fusion is going to be taking, actually it's a miss here in the corner, and Wubik, though, out to Katamak. And again, question is, are we going to have a short OT, or are we going to see these boys play for a little bit?
Brainerd looking to make it short one, trying for that offensive pressure, but now St. Cloud able to break out of their half. Katamak trying to push it back toward. Ends up getting a mistouch on the wall, gets demoed on the play too. Fusion now off the corner, tries for the shot, saved away by Wubik. Great job staying composed on the goal line in such a high stakes overtime. This is a really important game for Brainerd. They do not want to be on the back seat. They do not want to have low momentum going into a Game 5. If it does happen, they want at least having pressure. They want to be dominating this game, even if a goal slips up. But now, miss off the backboard, shot opportunity. Wolf plays it out, this one rolling toward the other side, unable to capitalize.
Yeah, very tough situation again, just didn't have the resources he's looking for. Pink actually does such a good job to waste time. He didn't want to challenge as third man. Katamak gets Wolf to throw this one downfield, or Pink throws one downfield. Fusion a little bit awkward. Flyers in such a tough situation. They've got a decent amount of resources, but rotationally they have been so awkward so far in this overtime.
Yes, Brainerd doing a really good job now, looking to transition into this offensive half. Katamak goes up high, no one up yet, has low boost, tries for the 50. Wubik is there, plays it around one, puts the dagger into St. Cloud. Flyers unable to get the reverse sweep. Brainerd victory. Looked a little shaky at the end here, but they managed to pull it out.
We didn't even see Wubik on the cans. We were expecting a free clear for the Flyers, and then out of nowhere, Wubik coming in with the dagger, like you said. And victory, again, they don't want to touch Game 5. They want to get out of there as fast as possible. And I do have to appreciate them giving a little bit of content, right? I thought, especially after Game 2, oh yeah, this is a 3-0 sweep, not even worried. But Flyers, they came back, and I think that is going to be big for them going into their second series of the day. The fact that hey, we have momentum. Can we just duplicate what we did in Games 3 and most of Games 4 going into our next series? And oh my, Katamak, again, that 0 boost redirect. You can see him in the cams throwing both hands up. He knows how ridiculous of a shot that was.
And what was crazy is he literally couldn't adjust after his first touch. He had to get the perfect first touch where he had already preemptively read the back wall. That is an insane level of skill. that shows why these players are premier.
Yeah, they're definitely premier for a reason. Cadmac again getting the last goal. And hey, the 3-2 is all that matters going into that one. But again, this the fight from the Flyers to never back down, shot after shot after shot. And in the end, Wubik coming out of nowhere. And again, great call off from the victory that obviously he was saying, hey, I got to fake this, I got no boost, coming in for that follow-up shot. And yeah, just looking at the shots here, 16 shots for the Flyers, but at the end of the day was not enough to find a win in the series.
Yeah, Victory love their counterattack. They'll absorb a lot of that pressure. They had a few mistakes, but it didn't end up biting them in the butt.
Well, I mean, I think they're going to take it in that situation. So, you did get your prediction correct. I will say, though, again, game 1, game 2, not really close, but again, games 3 and 4, that was so fun back and forth. It's just the question is, Flyers, can they not start so slow? And then we'll have to see what's going to be happening here later in the series. But again, congrats to the victory, well earned. And hey, yeah, I know you kind of talked about your, MVP, who you thought was going to step up, and I was, I think, so incredibly surprised by so many of these players. You got to look at Whitlock's ridiculous double tap, Cadamac's ridiculous double tap, Wubik again getting the dagger at the end of the day. I think so many of these players on this victory team, they had their specific niche of their play style and where they fit in as the puzzle piece for this team, and I think they all three executed.
Yes, I mean Wubik on the demos, Whitlock in the net. They did just really good job fulfilling their role, playing the team player roles that they needed to. And we saw some really good goals out of all three of them. And if you're Flyers, you want to take a little bit of that energy, a little bit of that comeback, and bring it into your next series. Just take the momentum. Don't take the loss too hard. This is the most forgiving MCS LAN format has ever been. You can afford to lose 2 games and still move on.
Hey, you talk about bringing the momentum into your next series, and that is exactly what we do have, is another series coming up in Rising Star. We've got Buffalo versus Lumberjacks. Again, both these teams have already played on the day, so the question is, like you mentioned, does their momentum have the last match carry over? We're going to have to find out if there's going to be a little bit of an interesting situation here, as if you get your second win on the day, you might have already potentially secured the first seed.
Yes, and that is a super important thing. Going into Championship Sunday, you want to be as high seeded as possible. You want that advantage. And the other teams are going to have to fight a little bit harder to get to the grand finals.
Well, it sounds like we are going to be going just to a little bit of a break here. And then see you coming up next. We've got Rising Star. Do not go anywhere. We're going to be back with Season 11 of MCS.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in the war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a what just every day, trying to get my head up off the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave you shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you got to go, but it's something you got to know. Stay alive. popping on the edge, and I'm gonna regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I'll pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one. Just stay alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push you to the side. And all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit alright, and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Oh, just stay alive. I'm not saying
We're back, MCS. We got some banger matchups here on LAN. And honestly, these are two absolute titans that we're going to see going up against each other. I'm Zoms. I got my boy Sleef here. How you doing today, man?
Doing great, Zoms. We've had some great action start to the day. We have the start of round 2 for Rising Star, two titans for Group A coming up, Omaha and Bemidji. What are you thinking with this matchup?
Man, they're both absolute demons. You know, we got the signs up here because honestly, I'm still deciding as we have this conversation. They're both absolutely disgusting. Both have been dominating Rising Star together. Man.
Yeah, something to note, both these teams, the two highest regular season wins for Rising Star. Omaha above the entire group, 13 I think in 2, and Bemidji just behind them, 1 game. Dominating Group A, I'm going to be still thinking, so.
Yeah, I mean, either way, no matter how this match goes, it's going to be fantastic. And now look up on the screen here, we got the stats for top demos in the league. Of course, it's Napier running ahead, demoing everyone, 2.5 a game. We got our boy Sleep Dog right here on stage, also up there, 1.99. Are we serious?
Almost got it another season in a row. Man, that man is zooming around the field. He's here today.
Should be good. And I mean, looking at these predictions, man, one thing to note is, you brought this up to me, Buffalo had their first match forfeited. So both of them are 3-0 going into this, and whoever does win this is basically guaranteed to make day 2. But the fashion of which they played game 1 is completely different. Bemidji 3-0ing an actual team. Well, yeah, Buffalo got a forfeit, but I honestly still don't think that matters. I think I'm going to take Buffalo here. They have just been so unbelievably dominant all season long. They came off the Major 2. It's hard to predict against them. It really is.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, Nero has been dominant this entire season. I think dude is new to MCS, not new to competitive Rocket League. Definitely a force to be reckoned with. I will be going the other way, though. I watched Bemidji earlier this morning. They are looking good. They have LAN experience for today. They are on the ball playing for each other, zooming around. Both these teams have a lot of speed for this Rising Star, what we have today.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be as good as it gets, to be honest. I mean, I won't be surprised if we see this match later on, either in quarters, semis, or finals. I mean, this is an absolutely crazy match, and we get to watch it in group stage. So, I mean, without further ado, I don't know if we're quite ready to get going.
We got a little bit of time.
We can stall out a little bit of time here. What do you say?
We can stall a little bit, but
cool.
So, what? Thing to know, both teams 3-0ing first. Omaha gets for free. Bemidji earns it. 4 for the third round, regardless of whether you win or lose, you're looking really good for Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday.
Winner guaranteed, loser goes into round 3. I mean, you could be even losing game 5 as long as you keep your game differential, your goal differential. Like, you're going to be looking pretty good 3-0ing first round.
Yeah, and not only getting through 3-0 first round, but if you can win this series as well, not only do you get through to the next round, you could potentially get that bye straight into semis, and that could be oh so important. One less series on a long day of Rocket League it's more than you could possibly imagine. I mean, every player here is already feeling it on LAN. It's stressful. And there's our boy, Nero. Oh, my goodness, what a handsome lad right there with Rob in the back. And, man, we got some fun stats this season, too. I know they're going around trying their best to get for this LAN this season has been an absolute banger. And this is my first time casting on LAN, so should be good fun.
No, me as well. Nero coming all the way from North Carolina. I know he has a little bit of a group with Rob there. Rob brings a whole bunch of people here to MCS, and they just love it, hanging out, spending all day here. It's a good time.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun here as we, spiral into the first match here. But, I mean, if we're talking about nerves, do we think one team has an advantage, like a LAN advantage? I honestly, I don't know how much experience Bemidji had, but they looked so good last series. Oh, we're ready to get going. That honestly, I think, like I was saying, Lumberjacks might have a mental edge just because this is Buffalo's first series on LAN. Hopefully I'll be shut up considering I predicted the other way, but God's been going up for a flip reset, going low. Nero has the save, and as it clears over to the side wall, lots of action already, and these players just honestly looking like they're playing online already.
Yeah, Hero looking really comfortable, keeping a lot of boost, Rising Star.
Wait a minute.
Oh, is this just open? Duke's going to open up the scoring. Bemidji Lumberjacks 1-0, 24 seconds into play here.
Yeah, right as I said, these players look comfortable on LAN. To be fair, I was only looking at Lumberjacks. Buffalo, maybe a little bit of nerves. It's game 1, you got to get into things, feel out the other team, and good start for Lumberjacks here, starting off with a goal. This kickoff's going to run off to the corner. Nero's going to get a chance off the sidewall here, about a full boosted tank. Looking for the flip reset, just a shot top bins, but Duke has to save. Ice Cosmic on his best to clear it up, but now Hero has a free ball. On top of his head, he fakes it, goes low, and Desi clears it out to the corner. This ball is just staying on top of a player no matter who it is. I mean, that's very good control from this lobby, and finally it bangs out, and looking for a pass midfield. Like Cosmic not found, Hero actually diving, and it's been nothing but action for the minute straight now.
A lot of early pressure for the Lumberjacks here, putting the Buffalo on their back toes. I Cosmic up, Nero there. Newt's gonna push it away. Duke slow chow, take to the corner. Duke on the ball, trying to get it mid. Hero misses. Cosmic to the corner. This is scoreable. That's an angle from Cosmic. They'll go up 2.
I mean, that shot is absolutely disgusting.
What is this
from the
angle?
corner? Newt's even covering it a little bit. I think he's covering the pass and rolled up, but instead maybe just play the ball because that ball is sniped from the corner. Cosmic makes it 2. Buffalo are in trouble early in game 1.
Lumberjacks looking great to start. I mean, my goodness, 50s and speed, everything for LAN, but for Rising Star, who can...
No way!
Nero, oh my goodness. Just as we're talking about the Lumberjacks, Nero opens it up for his team. That's going to be 1-2, cutting the lead in half, more than half the game to play.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play right off the kickoff. Nero just takes the space and shoots that one. Top left, I mean, it could not be placed better, but... And cutting down that lead early is so important on LAN. If you let Lumberjacks spiral out of control, maybe making it equal, can't quite find the back of the net, and Hero sitting behind this ball. Newt has a nice cut towards mid. Duke actually clears it down. That's past 2. Net is just about open. Oh my goodness, I thought we were about to see the same goal.
Yeah, getting the first goal just relieves all the pressure for LAN. Maybe it's your first time, maybe it's not, but as a team, just lets you just enjoy much more once you get that first one. You can settle in, play Rocket League how you've been to, and back in your room. It's just great.
High ball. Gonna be tough to work with. Cosmic just fakes the jump. Duke is diving after, but Newt has a beat. Banging clear. Gonna be tough for Hero. Just puts a hand up. 50-50 out mid. Cosmic able to get that one over to the wall. Desi does jump, but dusted by Hero. Might be an open shot for Cosmic, but he shoots it far on top right, way out of the net. Duke still chasing Nero on his back foot. It's a nice clear out. Desi flying up to his one touch. It's really awkward. Nero able to cut down the space into the corner. Does Duke have the read? He does in the clear. Newt last back does get the touch and keeps it in, but man, these high flying balls, I am nervous for every single touch, every single aerial, because one miss in that situation and it's a goal immediately the other way. One mistake on LAN could be costly. That's not the perfect touch, but a little team bump makes it so Desi can't get around for the shot. Newt is there for the 50, back into the corner. Desi has the boost steal. The boost is running low for Lumberjacks.
Hero on the ball here. Desi back pass to Newt. Give it away. Cosmic to the corner. Cosmic will stay on this. Nero 50. This is threatening. Hero relieve. Desi keeps it in. Newt middle. Nero's gonna wait on this. Everyone just missing the ball here. Hero will get it out for the Lumberjacks. Desi third. Wait up, both team whiffing.
I can't
double.
That.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, we just saw a very nervous. It seems like at a drop of a pin, players went from confident to nervous. And honestly, it seems like the whole lobby is following the same vibe. I think they're back to being a little bit more confident now. Duke is shaking off a bump, looking for a midfield pass, fakes it. Hero almost gets the chance, but Nuke does recognize that and gets the touch. Desi chasing after, looking for a double tap. Can he find it? It's at mid. Nuke with the shot, but blocked out by Duke into the corner. Hero now chasing after it. No boost to play with, and Nero gets a nice cut down mid. It's just bouncing. iCosmic gets a touch up to Duke. Duke looking to take a shot, but it's just a 50-50 down to iCosmic, but Nero cuts it out with full boost. One versus one. Nice shot on goal, and it's the back of the net. My goodness. Nero evens out the score.
1:13 left to play, tie ball game. If there were any nerves, they're gone for Buffalo. 1 minute left to play to take game one. Huge momentum swing here for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, minute left in this game, and we've had the equalizer now. Duke is trying to advance the play, but in the corner, there's nothing but walls. iCosmic does go missing, and Nero's going to have a chance here, but with low boost, takes a shot from the corner. In fact, it's going to double as a pass. It's bouncing into the open net. Is anyone going to get there? It's just Desi to tap it in.
Nobody.
They got themselves the lead.
Nero off the backboard to Newt, just wide open. That's just great team play. The soft touches continually on the ball, tight rotations, well known for Buffalo and Lumberjacks. I'd say both teams, as far as Rising Stars is concerned, they're constantly on the ball, not long rotations. They just want to be in your face.
And this has got to be really taxing for Lumberjacks now, going initially up 2, now down 1. Only 40 seconds left. You got to make a play soon. It's a nice 50-50 at a cost for his life. Nero, full boost in the corner, just clears it out. iCosmic will get a touch, but it's maybe not the one he's looking for. Nero pops it up mid. Duke is going to be there for the save, but finding his way out of his half in this situation is going to be so difficult. Nero, close post, but not enough. Sting on that shot, but he gets the follow-up. In fact, doubling up on the lead. It was initially down 2, down 1. Now they're 4 goals straight, and Lumberjacks have not had an answer.
And that's got to feel great for Nero. Double to 50 to Desi putting it away to him finishing it up. 2 goals left, 30 seconds. This is going to be difficult for Lumberjacks.
Yeah, this game might be all but over, but you still got 30 seconds left to play with. Nero looking to take a monster 50, somehow finds its way out. Desi into the corner. It's a loose ball. A couple players committing on that, wasting too much boost, and now you're going to be forced into a defensive hold. Nero diving on Duke immediately, and this ball is just stuck in their corner. This is maybe the chance that they needed. iCosmic taking a shot from midfield, but there's nothing Duke can't save as the last few seconds drain out from the clock. Game 1 is all Buffaloes.
All Buffalo, my goodness, that's got to feel good. I did go Bemidji. That goes against what I was saying, but Buffalo looked great. As Doms was saying, look at the scoreboard here.
My
lot
goodness.
of shots for Buffalo. Both sides just peppering shots. This is going to be a high-scoring game series.
Yeah, it wasn't even like. It doesn't really make sense because the first half of that game, honestly, first 2 minutes-ish was all Lumberjacks. You know, they went up 2, looking good defensively, looking good in the midfield. Buffalo got that 1 goal and just turned it into pure confidence. Started scoring left, right, and center, and honestly looking better everywhere on the field. It's going to be really tough for Lumberjacks to pick themselves up right now and fight back. I think they can do it. I mean, they're one of the best teams all season long. They've proven that they can get out of these tough spots. They just need to do it right here and now on LAN.
Lumberjacks have done a lot of work. They're constantly scrimming. They were always in the Rising Star scrim chat, taking late night scrims. Like, this is what they've been doing it for, this chance at LAN. I'm hoping we get a back and forth series here, maybe game 5, hopefully a game 4, but
Yeah.
close first match here.
Yeah, still lots of time left in the series, so time to acclimate, time to get used to this environment, and hopefully, I mean, this was Buffalo's first game on LAN, and they just came back from down 2. If this is any sign for Rising Star, this might be an absolute demon team from Buffalo. But here we come off with the kickoff from game 2 here, 10 seconds in, and it's already pressure in the corner. Duke does narrowly dodge a demo and gets the clear, but it's still kept in by Desi off the ceiling. Just barely cleared out by Hero, and now looking for a play, but Nero cuts it down. Duke is going to be there, full tank of boost, looking to take a shot, gets it past, and they have themselves a lead yet again in game 2.
Duke just cutting up the defense here. Great cut by Nero, but Duke just takes possession full. Look, that's just one's play to a T. One's play to a T. You know we love that, but really impressive to do it in 3s. A lot of confidence out of Duke there.
Yeah, I know Duke has been on his grinds of 1's grind, 2's grind. So when he's in those situations when it's just one-on-one, honestly, I think he's probably the most confident he's ever been in his Rocket League career. And that's something not a lot of players can say when they're going up to LAN. They're at their peak. So looking to continue further. Duke looking for the sidewall. Does find a nice touch. Desi's a bit awkward. Has to find one. And now it's a dangerous situation. And last man getting chased by a demo. Does well as the flick's not too great. Looking to continue on here. Hero's going to have one touch out mid. Duke is there waiting, but Nero has an excellent cut to the sidewall, which relieves so much pressure, but it's still building. Duke, nice cut to the corner, and this is just a nice place to reset, get your team some boost, and even though Desi has no boost, stalling some time for your team to get boost, and it works out well. Both teammates now have 100 boost.
Plenty of time here, still 4 minutes. Lumberjacks having a lot of pressure here. Cosmic there. This is threatening. No one there. Hero's going to force. Duke will take control. Back to corner. I will say, Hero, he's the centerpiece for the Lumberjacks, but he is flying around the field. I think he was up there for the demo stats. Dude is everywhere, but he has really good second and third round teammates that love to take control. Duke, as we already highlighted, and Cosmic is just all over the ball, and you can see it here. That's why they have so much pressure.
Yeah, now Nero trying to take it the other way, but it just stopped out by Duke. Just a pop. Barely any teammates have boost, but Hero uses what he has to get to this ball. Maybe flick it over one. It's in front of the goal line. Cosmic just has a nice tap in, and right as they start building pressure, Buffalo crumble at the worst possible time. Now in the same situation as game 1. Are we watching the same script over and over again? Did they make sure to read the second page?
we might be Zom. So if history proved itself right, we're going to see Buffalo going 4 goals right now. But let's see what Bemidji has for us. Newt on the ball. He'll pass mid. Nero's going to catch, go up the wall. Staying on it here. 50. Great for Cosmic. Desi keep control. He gets it over. Force. Nero stay on it. Great pressure relief there. Duke up the wall. Full tank of boost. Newt last back. Nothing doing there. Desi will get it out. Cosmic keeping it in. Good pressure here from Bemidji, like we've been saying. You see if they can break through here.
It's going to be hard to turn this one around on a dime, but Hero does well to get past one. Does let one left and barely holds on. It's going back to the other corner, and Buffalo are starving on boost. Only Nero with 100 on the back line. That ball does go over him, but he's being very reserved right now. He knows he's the only one with boost. Takes a nice 50, giving the team a little bit of time to collect some pads. Now Desi can run out, get the full. This might be a chance now. Cosmic rips it to the sidewall. It's going to be a little bit of time, but Hero actually cuts the space early. Now Desi trying to get this one up the sidewall. Duke is staying on it. Desi one touch mid, can't quite get it, but Nero will make all the better of it. Oh my goodness, just barely missing the shot. Desi's going to get a free one, chips it over, but Hero reads it, gets the clear. My goodness, just 2 minutes under this game, and the comeback is looking less and less likely.
And Bemidji did a great job there of just not letting Buffalo get an easy counterattack. They've been on offense almost this entire game, and you don't want to let one go through there to cut the lead in half. It's still 2 goals to 0, 1:44 left to play. Buffalo are going to need something soon here.
Yeah, 90 seconds left in this game, and still down 2. We have not seen that spark from Buffalo like we saw in game 1. What in the world was that? He has the double, can't quite get it. Nero misses the shot, but it's going to double as a pass for Newt, who puts it into the open net.
1 goal game, 1:30 left. What a team play. They're just Newt just banging it home there, trusting his teammates. gotta love it if you're Buffalo. We might be watching the same exact as game one, like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is getting scary for Lumberjacks. I'm not gonna lie. I would be sweating bullets. I already am, but still, in a good spot. You're winning. You just need to hold on. And honestly, I don't think holding on is what you're going to do. I think you need to keep on pressing the gas, keep on pushing Buffalo back and back and back. Because if you don't, they'll snap like a whip and just absolutely start annihilating you. You got to be careful. Back into this Bemidji corner. The Buffalo corner. And this is where you got to be for Bemidji. This is going to be clear out mid. Nero's going to get a shot. It's just barely wide. Cosmic might have had that one covered, but now looking to get it back center. Nero can't quite get it this time, but securing the 100 boost. Cosmic does get done for his troubles. This might be the chance of a counterattack. Nuke does go missing, but lands quickly. Can't get the 50. Duke has the beat. Nero to Desi. Desi back over, but the shot is wide. A little bit of a pass, a little bit of a shot, but he couldn't find either.
Time is running out here in game 2. 40 seconds left. Buffalo needs something quick here. Duke full tank of boost, pinching. Newt last back. He'll clear it away. He'll stay on this. Bemidji perfectly fine to have the ball in this half.
Yeah. And Nero, oh my goodness, this might be the chance. Can't quite find the flick or 50. He's going to find his way out. Duke trying to get behind it, but the clear is not great. Pressure still building. It's awkward in the corner. Cosmic gets a heavy touch, and Hero is just barely able to get there and fire across the other way, but not the open net. Hero temporarily put the controller down. It's not over yet, dude. In fact, it's rolling towards your net. He's there. Into the corner, 100 boost. It's still very awkward. There's only 4 seconds left. You got to get this one down, but Nero able to cut this out. Maybe up the wall, too. Duke looking to put this one down any means necessary. He puts it down. Newt is there. Hero, oh, that's a little bit of a double commit. It's going to find its way into the dirt. Game 2. We got a series on our hands.
We got a great series. Got to love that. Back and forth. This might go game 5. Got to love it for Rising Star.
Yeah, I mean, already new territory for both these teams. They're used to seeing only 3-0, and look at the demos. Who was that?
Hero.
Hero?
Hero 4 demos. You see both of his teammates. The shots are just 2 and 4. They got a nice comp going right now. Hero's just driving around the field. His teammates are putting shots on. They're going to be dangerous if they keep that up.
Yeah, they're being absolute menaces right now, just going around, doing what they got to do. And honestly, sweeping through the defense, keeping Buffalo on their back foot is the best thing they can possibly do. Because we've seen once Buffalo get onto the offensive front and they start passing, shooting, backboard, it is just over for Lumberjacks. They disintegrate immediately. So we got to keep up that pressure looking forward for game 3 here. But as we've seen both teams now play. And they've had time to adjust. They've had time to adapt. It's time to put those two together. And I mean, I think this is where the series really begins.
I agree. This is a big swing game. Game 3, most important, especially when you go 1-1. You don't want to be having to win 2 games against either team when one's on match point.
Yeah, and I was just wondering what the comms are like out there. I know we saw at the very end Hero got frustrated, but I don't know if it's just a whatever frustrated or actually frustrated. I mean, they ended up winning the game, so you can't be that frustrated.
Right.
But, I mean, we saw the hand come up, so I don't know. We don't know entirely. So continuing on here into the Buffalo corner already. This is exactly where Bemidji want to be. He's looking to pressure, but Nero gets a nice clear. In fact, Hero can't even go for the boost right there. It's going to be an awkward bounce out. Newt looking to close the space. A little bit of a double commit. Duke trying to get there, but that ball flying back towards the backboard. Nero can't get that one center. Hero bails them out yet again.
Pinch out, Newt up. Going to be going in the corner, not threatening. Hero's going to take his time. Wants a 50. Nero, give it to him. No one up. Desi up first. Bemidji trying to create some pressure here. Duke, throw it in the corner. Nero handles nicely. Duke middle. This is threatening. Nobody there. Cosmic barreling in. Hero forces. Duke to the sidewall, full tank of boost. Duke's been keeping his boost really well for a Rising Star player.
Yeah, just a very smart player. Oh my goodness, what a touch! No one there to put that one home, but yeah, very smart, calculated player, and every Rising Star team needs someone like that to, kind of rally the troops and keep the team boost totals up. Because if you are living off pads, if you are able to conserve boost, that means your other teammates can run around, pick up the big pads. It doesn't even concern you. But continuing on, we've been scoreless for a minute and a half. I don't think we've seen it yet this series. So good job, Rising Star. We did it. 90 seconds into this game, Hero looking to get a clear out. Can't quite this time, but Duke is able to relieve the pressure with just a slight clear. Boost totals are running a bit low for both rosters. Hero jumping up for this one, heading over to the sidewall, and it's a bit awkward. Can't get that one forward, and now a ball just in dead man's land, bouncing around for a little bit, but it's going to find its way over to the Buffalo corner.
And Newt will stay on this. Duke there, forcing. Nero wants to take his time, take 50. Not too threatening in the corner here. Buffalo knows that, but they need to get it out. Desi, great speed there. Hero wants to bang it back. No one middle for Bemidji. Noodle happy to take that. This is threatening middle. Anyone there? Nero. Another pass. And Hero get it away.
Yeah, it does get done for his troubles. Risey gets a decent touch. Cosmic staying behind this one. Light ball to work with. Desi puts it back into the corner. Duke narrowly dodging a demo, but now getting behind it himself, looking to take a flick, but the 50 works just as well. Hero expecting a touch, just goes by. Cosmic able to get a bang to the corner. Desi, maybe not the clear he's looking for. 50-50 comes through. Duke able to get back to this one, looking for a midfield pass. It's a nice touch. Newt's up early, able to get the clear. Nero waiting in the wings, but with absolutely no boost to play with. Pass over to the sidewall. Duke just taps it down. Big shot comes through. Can Newt get the save? He can, and an even better clear to the corner.
Yeah, what a save out of Newt there. My goodness. 2 minutes left in this game. This has been a stalemate for the first 3 minutes. Hero will take to the corner and stay on it. Cosmic staying back forward. Duke will throw it. Newt on. Nero throws it away. Cosmic middle. This is threatening. What a shot. Great save by Newt.
Yeah, nearly finding gold right there with a midfield pass and shot, but it just barely can't find its mark. Desi looking to take this one up the wall now. Full boost to his name. I completely lied. He has 0. Looking to take this one down low, though. Faking out the defenders with comms. What can I say? I might be part of the team, and it does end up working out as Nuke takes a shot from the box and finds the back of the net. Somehow slicing between multiple players. Cosmic's touch just was not heavy enough. Big bump on Hero, and Cosmic just can't get there in time.
There's great speed out of Newt there. Full trust in his team. Just diving at the play, and it works out for him. 1:36 left here. If you're Lumberjacks, you want to equalize this, but 1 minute is not a lot of time.
Yeah, I mean, minute 30 on the clock. I mean, they've already gone this distance without scoring, so if this is Buffalo right now, you just want to hold on. I mean, this is what you've been doing the entire series. You've had, I wouldn't say perfect defense, but now you're up a goal. So you can kind of relax a little bit, but you can't quite yet. As Hero looking to advance the play. Now it's Cosmic chip over the corner. Desi, big cut, looking to pop this one over Duke. He does well. Newt looking to take a shot, but another double commit is going to make this attack even slower. Desi looking to get a redirect close to the box. Both players go missing. Duke trying to control this ball. Hero just driving towards in the corner, just applying pressure and making it very awkward to start a play. Cosmic from the backboard. No boost, can't get the clear. Duke does shut it down to the box, but this ball they just keep hitting it back to Buffalo, who keep throwing it towards the backboard, wasting more boost, more time, and it's impossible for them to start a counterattack, but a big miss comes through. Now Duke gets a solid chance, looking for the backboard, but Desi has it shut down.
Big save by Desi. Omaha had a lot of pressure there, and Desi saving the counterattack. This looks threatening. Can Desi get there? Off the crossbar. Hero, this could be a chance here. Not
big
50.
touch.
Nero's up. Is that in? That's high.
That was
wants it middle.
Cut.
Bumping out of bumps out of Nero. Desi will take his time.
I mean, that cut right there was so important from Newt, and it might have been recipe for game over if he didn't cut in right there. But now as the time ticks down, a big miss comes through. Hero has to stay this alive or keep this alive, but with no boost to his name, it's just about impossible. He doesn't get the flick, and Buffalo takes game 3.
Match point for Buffalo. Huge game for them. Yeah. They only need one more game. Lumberjacks have a large mountain ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, pretty even across the board for stats, but Buffalo are the ones to take this one down. I mean, honestly, both teams had really good chances that they couldn't quite take advantage of. A lot of chances towards goal, and I will say Buffalo definitely had the majority of pressure that game, but the few chances Lumberjacks had, I really thought they were going to score, but they just could not quite finish. They could not quite get through, and now they got to look down match point here, and this is not where you want to be if you're Bemidji.
Right. Yeah, I'm right there with you. There's been a lot of good speed. It's a lot of good speed out of this lobby, but a lot of single touches. Not a lot of follow-ups. You're seeing it a little bit out of Nero and Hero themselves and Duke, but I mean, if you're just single touching to the backboard, you got to put more shots on net.
Completely agreed. Yeah, a lot of one touches from the corner too, like just defensively, and they're really bunkering down. They're playing very turtle, and they're having an extremely hard time breaking out. They need to start breaking out, maybe with a pass, maybe with a bump. They need to find some sort of solution right here and now, and it's off the kickoff, and it's into the back of the net. That is the worst possible way Lumberjacks could have started Game 4.
Newt getting busy early. Great kickoff out of Nero, and Newt just so speedy to that. Catches Hero off guard. 1-0. Game 4.
This is really dangerous. I mean, if this Buffalo team gets a goal, I mean, we've seen how insane pressure they can hold with a lead, but it might be neutralized early. The goal is just barely wide. Couldn't quite put that one to the back of the net, but a big backflip. I think he thought his teammate was taking a miscommunication on the goal line. Will be deadly.
Desi just asking for help here, playing front post. Maybe a bad flip, maybe human error. Who knows? But we got a tie ball game. 12 seconds into this game, Zombs.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get nervous or I don't think he'll feel bad about that. He has Rob right behind him. He has his team next to him.
Right.
They have a very strong core. I think they're they're a pretty wholesome team. I've talked to Nero. He's an awesome guy. He's so wholesome. So I think the mental, if they get scored on, will not be effective. So I think they'll be fine for the rest of the series. I assume, I could be completely wrong, Duke is looking to keep this one in the corner, take a 50-50, drawing out the player. That's really important. That's something they were not doing last game. Last game, they were just banging the ball away, and then the player gets a free touch. They actually forced in a player this time, making them use resource, which is super important if they want to get out of this defensive position. But they've been here for so long. Desi looking to take the shot. It's just barely off the bar. Now Hero has a counterattack. Newt 50-50 on the goal line. And it's just flying around in the midfield. No one was there to follow up quickly for Lumberjacks, but it does bait another Buffalo player. Big clear comes through now. Desi on the sidewall looking to take a shot. In fact, pass off the backboard. Hero does get the clear.
And Desi loves playing that outlet player, Nero, and just getting big bangs. And Desi is like a midfield assassin for Rising Star. I think both these teams do it well, but midfield is almost non-existent for some teams, but Omaha plays it really well.
Yeah, they're just such a scary team when they start getting on offense. They just go backboard, and you always think they're about to shoot it, and then you commit, and then there's no one in your goal for when it goes off the backboard again. I mean, it's so suffocating to play against, but so far we've seen hints of it here and there, but it hasn't been to the same level. And honestly, now with Lumberjacks on offense here, they're looking to not even see that position, maybe force a Game 5.
Yeah, Cosmic here in the corner, wants to get a mid for his team. Duke will throw a backboard. This is threatening. Is Hero there? Hero's going to put, oh, what a save. Who got that? Was that Nero? Was that, my goodness. Duke keeping it going. His middle, Cosmic 50. Back pass to Hero. Hero commits. Cosmic cuts in early, and we keep saying it. I mean, short rotations, constantly turning in. Ooh, a lot of pressure. This is open. Is Duke there? Duke is not there. Desi will put Buffalo up 2-1. Game 4. Like, this could end the series here. Man, over half the game to play.
I can't believe it. It just kind of came out of nowhere. Lumberjacks they had pressure building. It looked like, the soda pop was about to pop. And you know what happened? It immediately became a counterattack. And now they're scored on, down 1. Half the game still left to work with. But, I mean, Buffalo could close this series out here and now, especially when they're still pressing on offense. Nero in the corner looking for a midfield pass. Desi's there. And that is the duo we've been seeing offensively all season long. My goodness.
My goodness, you gotta love that. Nero just cooking for his team, always putting Desi in good positions to shoot. And Desi is one of the better shooters in Rising Star. Constantly that dominance hitbox. He's throwing it top shelf constantly. 2 goals, half game.
Yeah, still lots of time here for Lumberjacks, but you gotta start cooking now, especially because it just went from 2 to 3. My goodness, it's gonna be hard to come back from this. But I mean, you still got half the game to work with. You still gotta keep fighting. But I know, just look at their faces. They are not happy right now. Man, it's gonna be tough to fight back in this situation, but I believe they can. But Buffalo have a dominant lead with half the game left.
Buffalo are getting hype, whether that's Rob. Nero is loving this. So if it's an energy competition, Omaha have that one outright.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Lumberjacks to bounce back, especially when they're already in their corner. Oh, my goodness. Duke is not going to get punished for that, but he is looking to bring this one out. Hero, maybe getting a chance here, midfield boost, but Desi's cutting again, just shutting down the play before it can even start. And now Nero looking to force this one back in. It's a solid 50th corner. They steal the boost. Now they have the boost and ball. It's getting so suffocating for Lumberjacks. A total of, 0 boost practically for Lumberjacks right now. And they're on offense, but what is going to come from this? Their team has no boost. Hero finally collects 100, but he's not in a position to score. Duke looking to close on this play, but Desi gets another important touch, which stops the offense again. Only a minute and 30 left on the clock now.
Yeah, Omaha.
Wait a minute.
Oh my goodness, I was going to say Omaha are perfectly happy with how you're doing. There's nothing threatening about this. Nero, this might be a free shot. He won't be beat in the corner. Omaha, Desi is just on it again. That bar down save from Cosmic. Noodle stay on this. Nero's going to force here. It's going to go. This could be threatening.
It's a good touch forward, but it just doesn't.
It off again.
It just doesn't get far enough. And once Desi's there, he gets a piece of it. It's got to be the car. The dominance is so huge. He just gets a piece of it every time, and now only a minute left on the clock. Desi looking for the Cuxer pinch. Can't quite find it this time. Duke shuts it down here, but you got to do more than just shut it down. You got to start a play, and with no boost, no momentum, and no teammate mid, what play is there to be had?
Yeah, Bemidji needs something now, Zoms. 3 goals, 40 seconds. It's looking dire.
It's a good pass.
And they'll get one. That's Hero cutting the lead. 2 goals, 40 seconds. It is doable. We have seen it before, but it's not going to be easy.
Man, and they got to be kicking themselves for that kickoff goal right about now. I mean, this would be a 1-goal game with 40 seconds left. I mean, it would be a completely different ball game, but you got to keep pushing forward. 2 goals left here. Definitely possible. Duke looking to press the play early, get some pads, and take a big shot to the top right corner. The lead has been cut in half yet again. From 3 to 2, now 1.
What a shot by Duke. Air rolling right to the top bins. Nero can't reach it. Well positioned, but better shot.
Yeah, I mean, just picking that top right corner right off the kickoff. They needed that. Maybe one more here. Duke is gonna get a pop over Desi, but once again, whether he gets a piece of it or not, he forces out a play, and Nero's able to get a touch here. Hero looking to bring this one to the back corner, but now Duke has to take care of it with no boost. Big demo in the midfield. 50-50 goes straight to the man who just died, and he gets a big clear out, and that was pressure that was potentially able to start back up, but instead it's cleared all the way down. 10 seconds left on the clock here. They need a play right now.
Yeah, Omaha still on offense, happy to be here. Nero keeping it in. This is threatening. Bemidji needs something now. Desi cutting it off again. 3-1. Ball just needs to hit the ground. Buffalo are going to be going on. That is 2 wins for the Buffalo. They are guaranteed Sunday and a top Group A.
Yeah, Buffalo looking absolutely dominant, just kind of playing their game. I mean, they did not look nervous at all. This is the first game on LAN ever.
From what I know, I mean, Nero is new to MCS. I don't think is new, but Desi, I think, might be new to MCS. So I don't know how many of these players have played a LAN before, but if they haven't, they look great.
Yeah, they look unbelievable for a team that has not played LAN before. For their first series on LAN, as their first one was a forfeit, and this is one of the teams that could potentially meet them in the finals. So this is a fantastic team to take down right now. I am going to be excited to see how not only the rest of this day plays out, but even like tomorrow. And as these matches get more and more intense, as more and more gets on the line, I think this Buffalo team will only get better. And they just took down one of the Titans that had been dominant all season long in 4.
Fully agree. We could be seeing this again on Sunday, but for now, Buffalo are going to be the ones taking it 3-1. What does this mean for Lumberjacks? So they're going to go into round 3. They are 1-1 now in their group. They have a decent game differential. Unsure about the goal differential, but they'll be playing a team not Buffalo next round and looking good for Sunday still. So wouldn't hang your head too low. Still looking good.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic shout. I mean, there they are, the players they get again. Just what an absolute performance from them. Shout out Rob as well for sitting behind them and just
hype man.
Such a hype man. You know, it's so valuable to have that on your team, and we're gonna start playing through the highlights here for you. Next up, we got a fantastic match of the Knights and the Buffalo, I believe, for Challenger. But we're not gonna get into that quite yet. We'll just keep yapping for a little bit here. But I mean, LAN is a different experience for so many of these players. We're seeing so many new faces. It has been an exciting time here, and I had a lot of fun, you know, casting my first series up here with you.
Same. I obviously haven't casted too much before, first on LAN as well, but this was a fun time. I will go back. We can talk Desi a little bit. I mean, he was cutting off everything. We were saying his name left and right, whether it was full boost, 0 boost. He's constantly getting touches in the midfield. If we're going to have a comparison for pros to rising star, there's a big gap there, sure, but I mean, man's looking like Monkey Moon out there. there. He's
Seriously.
just cutting everything off. Nothing gets past the midfield when Desi's on the field.
Yeah, and one thing to note is during, we crowned a MVP throughout the season. Well, we will be, but we're also going to be crowning a LAN MVP. And honestly, I would not be surprised if he's in this very lobby that we just watched for Rising Star. Honestly, I think there's multiple players for Buffalo that have a name in the hat for that. I think Desi has stepped up in an unbelievable way for his team. I think he was drafted 3rd round, and honestly, Jose might have had some ball knowledge by saying he's top 10.
Yeah, Desi was a great pickup. We talk draft stock constantly, and like what were good second rounders, what were good third rounders. Desi was an absolute steal this season. He will not be like that next season. People know about him now, but my goodness. Your major 2 champions go 2-0 in their group. Buffalo are looking good.
You know, the one difference between this and the major was at least they're dropping games now. You know, up until the grand finals and major, they didn't drop a game. So, you know, there is still some life for the rest of Rising Star. So, you know, on your screens, we have the schedule for the rest of the day. Looking pretty good as we got all of our matches, and we just finished up our Rising Star match here of round 2. Now we're moving on to Premier, not Premier, Challenger. And we got a banger ahead of us.
Yeah, we got Challenger action coming up, but we're going to take a break. We got Green Bay and Omaha Challenger, so you'll see Robbie, who's just behind his Rising Star team. He'll be on the stage now, coming up.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say, baby, before you walk away. No, I'm in no war, I'm in no race, chasing the time. I've been meaning to find a way to face that I'm not in a what just every day, trying to keep my head above the waves, staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive. I'm not saying you died, you go. But it's something you died, you know. Stay It's just something you got, you know. Now lately we popping at the age, and I kinda regret some things I said. I don't want you to leave, so stay instead, and I pay the price. In the morning we'll both be good and gone, and the world will continue moving on. But I swear that there ain't no other one, just staying alive. And I don't mean to be the guy that wanna push it to the side, and all the line and not the lie, you know. So when I leave your shit on red and you're running cycles in your head, baby, I'm just trying to stay ahead. Ooh, just stay alive.
All I hear is talking. You don't speak no truth. Ain't no word that's getting through. Try to start a fire like you always do. So I ain't got no love for you. When you say, yeah, 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 yeah. You think you know me, but yeah, 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 yeah. You think you know me, but you don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. You don't know me better. You don't know me better than me. Yeah, yeah. The whirlwind spins and loses control. Yeah, yeah. You took me for a ride and a roll. Yeah, yeah. You just thought you know me the most. Yeah, yeah. But you don't know me better than me. Two sides to the story. Flip a coin and play your luck. Take a risk, but you might bust. You still went ahead and broke that trust. You don't know anything about me. Why you tryna play the game for free? Putting nightmares in my dreams. Acting like you got the key. Wait, bound to lost, you never knew enough.
How about that? Oh, that's much better. All right. Welcome back to the MCS Season 11 LAN. Frey Cabbage alongside Cosmic here. Turns out those mute buttons are inverted, we find out. Out of the server, up here to cast with me. Welcome into the booth. Great series there, of course. Couldn't quite clean it up, but, you know, it was still a good one. We've traded places on screen. I'm Frey Cabbage, she's Cosmic, but, you know, that's what it is. This one, however, another series set to deliver the Green Bay Knights and the Omaha Buffalo, number 2 and 3 team in Challenger. I mean, we don't have a lot to go off of here besides just the numbers on the paper, but what do you get for kind of a first impression?
Well, honestly, these teams, they are the 3 and 2 seed for a reason, so I'm expecting to see some amazing Rocky League this series. And honestly, I'm just excited to watch this.
Yeah, and of course, they played each other not that long ago. It was week 8 of the regular season. Green Bay took that head-to-head 3-2. Both teams making it far in that Major 2 as well, but they would both fall to the Fargo Steelhawks. So, I mean, it's kind of what we expected. It's kind of what we saw. The Steelhawks are really the team to beat, but this one's really a battle for that number 1 spot in Group Number B. Both of these two teams 3-0 in their first series of the day. So you win this one, especially if you sweep it, you're in a great spot. If you just win it, still you're in a pretty good position because you're taking out that team that will likely be the number 2. So that is what that is. If you have a prediction here, do you have a favor on either side of this one, or is it kind of just a toss-up for you?
Well, honestly, with both teams riding off of so much momentum in their previous series, it's kind of hard to tell. But I'm going to go with the number 2 seed. They are the number 2 seed for a reason, so I'm going to be rooting for the Green Bay Knights.
Okay, rooting for the Knights. I'm going to stick with the Buffalo. I think that Bladat and his side can get it done here. I think they played very well throughout that Major number 2. You know, there's the argument about a little bit more LAN experience potentially, but I think it's just a team that's ready to go and a team that's looking good for this one. But of course, you know, it's a best of 5. There's a lot of kind of toss-ups in there. There's a lot of things that can go wrong, a lot of things that can go right, but, you know, just starting out strong, starting out on the right foot, and really going from there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, we have a couple more matches coming on today. We will highlight those as they come around, but 4 more matches on stream today as it is time to get into the server here. The Knights, they're going to be in blue. It's Barry, Nyrome, and Rees, and on the other side for the Buffalo, Blah, Rob, and Swish.
Yeah, I mean, holy demo here. 2 demos right away, not even 10 seconds in, as Barry, maybe with the early shot attempt, finds an early lead here in game number 1.
Yeah, and that one's the best way to start if you are on the side of the Knights. Just apply that early pressure off the sidewall. Rob trying to put it away, but just get it downfield. Can't get around Barry and buries it in the back of the net.
Yeah, both teams, they, like I said before, they are coming off a lot of momentum, but it looks like the Knights just have a little bit more of that. But time can only tell here as we're getting started here in game number 1. Is his name actually Squishy Muffins?
Yeah. Well, Swishy, yeah.
Oh, Swishy Muffins.
Swishy Muffins. Yeah, no, not Squishy. Don't worry.
My brain just kind of off here, but Blah trying to get something going here. 50 for his efforts as Nyrome tries to get it clear, but denied by Swishy Muffins. But Barry able to get the clear, but denied by Blah. Getting the clear towards the sidewall as Rob trying to get some sort of play going. Denied as we see a little bit of back and forth. Not a whole lot of shots. It just kind of seems to be getting 50'd in the midfield here, as we see Nyrome trying to get something going, but unable to get a pass back.
Yeah, and of course, Swishy making it even easier on us as well by using a blue and purple car on the orange team. So we really always do appreciate that up here from the casting booth. But, you know, it is what it is off the sidewall for Rees. The aggression early on here for the Knights. I want to see this high pace of play continue on as it's popped up here. Nyrome to Barry, but instead it's stolen away by Swishy. And it'll be chipped up towards the sidewall there. Block gets that stolen away by Rees off the top shelf once more. Just kind of pins it to the wall, slows it down for a moment, and trying to put a shot on frame here is Barry. However, can't get the follow-up there, and it's sent back to the midfield.
Yeah, Blah, I believe he's the one that got demoed there. Mistouch from Nyrome. Blah, not a whole lot of boost, kind of forced to get the clear, create some time for his team to get boost. Barry tries to send it downfield though, 50'd as we see a play here. Nyrome maybe getting the double tap, not quite on target, but the follow-up, not quite off the crossbar, and Rees able to seal the deal there.
Yeah, and you really have to be able to finish that. Nyrome, a great attempt at it, and then Rees just, it was dangerous, but able to put it in enough of a position there to finish it and give his team that 2-0 lead here. I feel like it's been a fast pace of play, but it's been kind of a slow-moving game, if that makes sense. It feels like it's been more than 2 minutes so far, but so far that's all we've had gone. So I think for the Buffalo, if you can start to stabilize here midway through game number 1, I think you can find your way back into this one. But if the Knights are able to keep putting their foot on the gas like this, it's going to be a tough series and a tough game 1.
Yeah, Buffalo, they certainly need to try to find something here. Pass from Barry, shot goes wide by Rees, but Nyrome trying to keep this pressure alive. Clear, denied by him as Blah tries to take it up the sidewall. Not a whole lot of boost as he tries to get a play going. Rob, a little bit awkward here, gets the touch mid, but no teammates to be found as we see a clear coming from Rees. A little bit of a cherry pick come from Barry. Rees already up and grabbed the protractor. That's such an amazing shot.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of starts the play himself. Barry gets a beautiful touch around the defender, and then Rees just enough pace to get up there. Blah, a little bit of a miss, and I mean, I can't really fault him. He had basically no boost left in the tank, just a tough spot. You have to go for it, but couldn't reach it in time, and the Knights, it's 3-0 now for them. I mean, really, like you said, both teams coming in with some momentum, but the Knights, it's just absolutely blistering pace right now.
Yeah, but as we see, shot attempt coming from Rob, trying to build some momentum of his own here. Barry, shot attempt not quite as powerful as you'd want it here. Cleared away by Swishy Muffins, who does get the dub off the sidewall. Tries to get the pressure alive. Blah, also trying to keep this pressure alive, gets cleared away to the sidewall as Barry shot or some sort of pass midfield, unable to find any teammate as Rees off the backboard goes for a double tap, but no, denied by Blah as we see Swishy Muffins trying to create a play of his own, and that's just an open net. No one is back. Swishy Muffins opening up the score gate for Buffalo.
Yeah, and the Knights getting a little bit too aggressive here. You saw all 3 players forward. Barry put in a tough spot on that sidewall, almost able to get in on it, but instead it's a nice play over the top by Swishy. He get his team on the board here, and I mean, 2 minutes, 2 goals, it's definitely doable. It's just really, can you hold the Knights and can you prevent them from scoring? Because that was another dangerous opportunity. They're not going to score them all, but a lot of great chances here. I mean, you see Rees, he's got 4 shots. It's multiple shots for almost every player on this Knights side, and the offense has just been flowing for them.
Yeah, certainly. You want to stop any sort of momentum for this Pittsburgh Knights to build here. Rees, not a whole lot of boost. Gets the chip off the sidewall, but Swishy Muffins meeting it off the backboard. Rob trying to get a pop-up going there. Shot attempt coming here from Nyrome, unable to get it on target as Rees keeping this pressure. That's an unfortunate whiff there, but no one from the Knights able to take advantage of that as Nyrome tries to get a touch mid. Finds a demo though, a little bit of open space. Shot going wide, but Rees trying to get something, unable to find it on target.
Yeah, I absolutely love to watch the cams of the Knights as well. They're or excuse me, actually, that's of the Buffalo. You see Swishy down there, just stone face during the game. Blah's got the focus face on. It's it's a good trio going on there. But the Buffalo need to find at least another goal quickly here. Have seen 0-second goals so far here in LAN, but of course need to find that one to bring it within that 1-goal gap. As Rob chips this one up, Nyrome is going to steal that one away. Barry, no shot put on, but more time taken off the clock, and that's really kind of the goal right now for the Knights is they don't need to score. They can just keep on playing around with it as this one might open up a shot for Rees, but instead kicked up and away, and Barry, he'll float it towards net.
Ball bouncing off the backboard as Rob fakes one, gets it over the other. Net open as Nyrome forced to take it towards his corner, gets the flick off, but Blah keeping this pressure, trying to find his teammate. Rob with a nice fake, opts to take it off the sidewall, maybe get the play a little bit slower here, just trying to get something going, but Nyrome the challenge off the sidewall. Barry, they got to find something here, but if it doesn't look like they're able to get anything as Blah clears it away.
Yeah, and it's still good pressure here. There's another play kind of forming there for the Knights. They were really looking comfortable, really looking like they've got that chemistry, that communication. Everything's just kind of going there. So I really like to see what we saw from them. And I mean, honestly, for the Buffalo, I feel like you need to find a way to generate more offense. I don't know if that's more midfield pressure, if it's maybe more of that physicality we saw early, or what it is. But I mean, shots were, it was almost 10-3 there in favor of the Knights, and it showed. I mean, they felt like they were on offense and much more comfortable with their offense for most of that game.
Yeah, honestly, on the Pittsburgh Knights, they have been super aggressive, but that aggression can be a double-edged sword. So if Buffalo can find a way to use that to their advantage, I think they have a solid chance here taking game number 2.
Yeah, and I mean, really, it's going to be interesting to see how these teams adapt because they've got only such a short amount of time to do it in. Of course, better than a best of 3, but still, you know, you've really only got 1, maybe 2 games to kind of really feel out your opponent, and you've got to get running. You got to get your feet on the ground. You got to get going here. And you know, the one goal that we did see was definitely a step in the right direction, but I feel like you're going to have a hard time slowing down this Knights team, and that's what you have in game 2. How do you do that, and how do you make it work?
Well, time will only tell to see if they have come up with some sort of plan here, but something needs to happen. You don't want Pittsburgh Knights to run away with a second game that will put you on match point as Swishy Muffins get in the clear. That's a great demo coming from Nyrom. Shots galore as Reese tries to get something, unable to find the touch, so that could be open, but Barry able to bail out his team there as we see a pinch off the sidewall. Nyrom trying to get a touch, but unfortunately he does get the whiff. Blah with the reset. We see something happen. No, denied by Reese.
Yeah, but again, it's a little bit of a better start here for the Buffalo. I feel like they're on offense more than we saw for almost all of last game as this one kicks out to an interesting spot. Reese gets that cut off from his teammate. I feel like he had the better opportunity there, but doesn't get a chance at it. Is this one now high off the backboard? 3 players up for it. Almost a triple commit here. The Knights, the offense was flowing. The defense, not so much. It's been a little bit of a disorganized defense, but as long as it works, as this one, Rob, off the backboard, Swishy puts it in the same spot. Nyrom there with the clear. Can't put it on frame, so this is going to be a chance to get back on defense for Omaha. And they'll take it off to the corner. I think Blosh should have a chance for the clear. Does win the 50, and it's out of their zone.
Yeah, honestly, a complete 180 from the Buffalo that we saw in game number 1. They've had a lot more opportunities and time applying pressure. Blah, full tank of boost, gets the reset, gets the early reset to get it over 1. Their backboard defender's a little awkward there, but that's a very unfortunate pop-up to his teammate. But Blah tries to keep this momentum alive as Barry tries to find a teammate mid, unable to find a touch. Shot goes towards the net, but unable to go in as we see Swishy Muffins trying to get some sort of backboard pressure going, and that is a very great pinch there coming from Knights.
And a couple of opportunities for some solo plays for both teams, but from what I've seen so far, it's just both sides maybe a bit of nerves still, or maybe just kind of adjusting the land stage, because we haven't really seen that exact, kind of that pop-off that we were expecting, and there's been a few chances for it, so we'll see if that kind of forms later on in this game. 2 minutes gone, no goals so far. Last time at this point, it was at least 3 on the board. As Blah goes up for the 50, Nyrom sidewall kicks this to himself. Rob cuts it off there, and Swishy trying to go back the other direction. Will get it past a few, but Reese should have the clear, and he does.
Pass towards mid, unable to find the teammate as Blah trying to beat this Pittsburgh Knight player. Nyrom sends it mid there, and Barry finds the pass, able to put it in the back of this Buffalo net here. Up by 1, Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, and I'm so sorry to do this.
Green Bay.
It's Green Bay.
Yep.
It's Green Bay.
I've been
it's
doing
Midwest.
that all day.
You know, I get it. You know, there's the Pittsburgh Knights. They are pretty famous, but I think our Knights are better than them, so I think you got to respect them on that front. But Green Bay, great start to this one again, and they're looking like they're in a great spot, and they'll find a second as well. Nyrom off the kickoff. Man.
Yeah, those kickoffs, they can be dangerous, especially if they don't go your way. It's really hard to try to play fast and adapt to that, especially when you have someone cheating. Applying that pressure here, Knights up to with a little bit over half of a gameplay demo coming out from Rob as Reese. Full tank of boost. Are we going to see something happen? Gets the reset, though. Maybe trying to find a musty, but unable to make connection. Nyrom cutting it off in the midfield as Blah gets a reset of his own as Barry clears it away.
And I've seen Buffalo, they're going for the demos. They're definitely getting some to connect, but I've yet to see really an impactful demo. You know, we've seen a couple off of the kickoff, but it's usually those both those first players. As I say that, they don't need one for this. Blah just bodies it low, finds the back of the net, and this time cutting it to 1 with just about 2 to go. So maybe, maybe we can see it in this game.
Yeah, Buffalo certainly have a chance there as Blah hitting the weight room, able to just kind of force it into the net there as we see Swishy Muffins with a favorable favorable kickoff. A little bit of a double commit there. This could be dangerous, leaving your third man there all alone. That's an awkward ball, but Swishy Muffins able to find the clear out as Nyrom. Not a whole lot of boost. Kind of forced to take the 50 there as Rob maybe finds a shot of his own. Unable. Ball bouncing slowly. Swishy Muffins trying to find something. Almost finds the double tap. Just a little bit too wide as Blah tries to get something going. He is there, but no. The miracle save coming from Nyrom.
Yeah, the Buffalo, I think they're going to be pretty upset about that one. I feel like they kind of got shorted so many opportunities there, but nothing finds its way onto the frame. Just a few chances that get blocked out front, but that's it. As Nyrom kicks this one to the far side, looking for Rees, but Blah cuts that one off. Barry carrying this back towards the midfield. He'll go for a solo play off the sidewall. There's a demo on the third. Barry inverted on that one. No, it's Swishy Muffins with the save away as we tick towards 70 to go now. Rob off the ceiling, kicking it down. Can he get anything useful out of it? No, it's just Rees shutting it down. Nyrom, actually, a shot comes off of that, but not much of it.
Yeah, the demo making this Knights team awkward. The unfortunate whiff, that could be an open net. Shot off the backboard. Do they have the follow-up? They do, but Nyrom again with the miracle save, denying that shot attempt there coming from Rob as he gets the clear towards his teammate. That's a good bounce as Barry. Shot maybe on target though, forcing Rob to get some sort of desperation clear. Ball does go towards Rob there, trying to maybe find his teammate, but denied by Rees.
Yeah, and I feel like for Blah on that last offensive possession might have been one where you see those two players miss, just let it float down. You don't need to go for the touch off the backboard because it kind of gives them time to react and gives them time to regroup there instead of just having it fall right down into a nice open spot for your team. As now this one gets dangerous once more. Rob able to kick it off to the corner, still dueling for it. Blah that up for this. Just 10 seconds to go now. Maybe a chance to break out here. Blah with no boost in the tank. Shot on frame, but Rees easily handles. Swishy up for it as well as it's kicked downfield the other direction. Barry's going to go for a shot, and that should see this expire unless the Buffalo have something miracle.
It's just going to float right in front of the net. Swishy Muffins able to keep it up. That is a really good bounce, though. Swishy Muffins, full tank of boost, tries to get something on target. Barry denying that, and we see Knights taking game number 2.
Yeah, I was waiting for the This Is Rocket League moment there. It had the right bounce to it, but unfortunately, player up to defend on that one. So the Knights a strong start in this one, 2-1. I mean, a lot quieter for them in that game, too. They had a lot more of the defensive side as they only put up, I think it was about 5 shots there, but still, they're able to find the win. And for the Buffalo, it was the opposite. I mean, we talked about how they changed from game 1 to game 2. I mean, the offense early on, we saw it. Tons and tons of offense, tons of that pressure, but just nothing besides the one strong 50 that we just saw, able to find the back of the net. And so for Buffalo, I think either keep up that offense but find a way to be a little bit more impactful. Maybe it's passes, maybe it is getting those demos actually in the offensive zone or in kind of a useful position, or it's something else. But you just need to find a way to score because I don't think you're going to slow down this Knights team to less than 2.
Yeah, match point. This is where you gotta come up with something. You gotta find that early goal there in game number 3. Build some sort of momentum. You just gotta just not give any opportunities here for your opponent here. But how do you think Buffalo will be able to find a way to take game number 3?
Really what I think is I think it needs to be a solo play. I feel like you need to get something started and it needs to be one of your players just stepping up, having that heroic moment. And I know that's so difficult to kind of ask for and kind of manufacture, but you gotta find something. And I just feel like you can go for those passing plays, you can go for something a little bit more calculated, but I feel like the Knights have really solid defense and they're going to be able to kind of hold on to that. So I think it's like a transition play into a solo play, and that's probably what it's got to be here for the Buffalo.
Yeah, kind of piggybacking off of that there. Having that heroic play is such a big morale boost too. Because Rocket League isn't just a game of mechanics. A lot of it can be mental too. So having that heroic play is certainly to boost the positivity here for this Buffalo team. As we see Knights applying this early pressure. Blah, not a whole lot of boost off the backboard. Gets the clear towards his teammate. As we see a nice touch down the field there. Blah trying to get something, but denied by Barry, who gets the pitch off of the sidewall. Swishy Muffins able to get a great touch, but he does get bumped off of it though. Demo coming over there on Barry as we see Pinch heading towards this Knights field.
And again, Buffalo, nice little pass out towards mid. Barry, that might be dangerous towards his own net. They're able to put it off to the corner once more. Blah recollects there. And I feel like for the Buffalo, you gotta if you get some offense going now, you'll feel like you actually had a chance at this series. But if it continues to be what we've seen in the first 2 games, is this one a great chance there? Nicely done, Swishy Muffins, and a Buffalo lead for the first time in this series.
Yeah, what a great play. Able to slow it down there, actually taking possession there, kind of forcing your opponents to make the mistakes as he catches Nyrom off the backboard. A little awkward here to get their first lead of the series.
And again, and you talked about it too, getting that first goal, getting that step in the right direction. That's exactly what the Buffalo do here. And it should hopefully enable them to try to get something here, make this a little bit more of a series. Because, I mean, of course, on stream, we've seen it's been 4 or more in all series. So this would be the first sweep we would see if it falls that direction. And Swishy going to try to set something up once more. Gets the boost stolen off him in the corner. So Rob's going to take over with the tank that he's got. Now, Blah, floater towards the backboard, but Rees, pretty easy handle on that one as it goes to the sidewall once more. Now Swishy trying to go inverted here. Nyrom up for it quick, and that one a pretty easy defense there.
Yeah, Knights just seem to be on the back burner here, and as I say that, great clear coming from, I believe that was Barry. Zero tank in the, oh my God, words, words. Zero boost in the tank as Nyrom unable to find the touch off the corner. This could be awkward as Rob finds the second goal here for Buffalo.
Yeah, and there we go. Nice pass around the corner there. Just sees that defender in kind of an awkward position, and Blah does well to keep it high on the wall. You roll that one straight down, and Barry's going to just boot this one to the ceiling, but instead hangs it over top of him. It's such an awkward spot to try to play defense from, so it really opens up an opportunity. The Buffalo see that one and just put the foot on the gas, find a way to put it in the back of the net, and that's another great sign for them there that maybe, you know, maybe we do see more. Maybe there is more to be said in this series than just those first 2 games.
Yeah, I love to see the signs of life here coming from Buffalo. You can kind of hear them get a little bit hype as we see Rob trying to find the 3rd goal for Buffalo. Blah keeping the ball on this Knights half as we see Reeves with not a whole lot of boost, a little bit awkward, and this entire Knights team not having any sort of full tank of boost as you see Reeves here. Ceiling double. He does get the reset though as Barry keeping this pressure, gets 50 off of the sidewall as Reeves gets a 50 of his own here. Water falls down. Is anyone from Buffalo able to take advantage of that? No, cleared away by Barry.
Yeah, but still another dangerous opportunity, and it's just it's such a change from what we've seen in the first 2 games that it feels like Buffalo is absolutely in control of this one. Swishy, another shot there. Blah's going to fake that one. Rob going low. Now Swishy, can he finish on that near post? There's a bump in there as well, and this is just clinical from Buffalo. This feels like a team that's ready to play.
Yeah, the post guys are certainly on Swishy's side there. If that was me, that would have gone in my own net off of their post. But, I mean, as we see a little bit of a script flip here, as Buffalo this time are up by 3. Their pressure just seems to just be too much for Knights here in game number 3. But a little bit of pressure on their own. Double tap opportunity there coming from Nyrom, cleared away by, I believe that was Rob. Swishy Muffins trying to get something going of his own. Reeves, not a whole lot of boost. Trying to get something off the ceiling. Unable to find the touch, though, but you have your teammate to follow up as you see some sort of pass off the backboard denied by Nyrom.
I got to say, too, I think the Buffalo understand kind of the gravity of the situation they're in, that they've got their back against the wall, because even after that 3rd goal, Rob was just immediately talking. Just it looked like a very serious conversation. It wasn't, you know, one of those high fives, smiles, everything. It was like right back to business, like, all right, we've got the 3-goal lead, but we need to protect it. We need to get ready for game number 4. We got to keep playing in this series because we give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. So for the Knights, it's just, you know, try to find your way back in, but for the Buffalo, finish off game number 3 and move on, because you've still got 2 more in the tank if you want to take the series.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed that Buffalo has kind of changed up in their play style is the use of cutting rotation. They're able to deny any sort of build-up in any play that this Knights team is trying to make there. Reeves finding the touch mid. Double commit, though, does come out from Buffalo. Cleared away by Blah. Not a whole lot of boost on this Buffalo side, but it doesn't really matter. 50 seconds left. If Knights want to take game number 3, they need to score now. Reeves hitting it off the sidewall. Full tank of boost. He opts to take possession, though. Gets the fake off Rob. Tries to get over one, but no, denied by Swishy.
Yeah, and again, good touch off the corner there for Bladat going on the offense now. They try to pinch it in there. Reeves is back. I think he would have had it in most cases, but still just more time off of the clock as Nyrom boots this one hard off the sidewall out towards mid. Barry kicks it up once more, but Swishy easily up there to defend. Nyrom might be able to put a shot on frame. Does, but it's saved by Rob once more. And Bladat with the transition. It should be done and dusted for Buffalo here. Do they find one more for the road? Kicked out towards mid. Swishy, soft little floater. Not going to go towards the back of the net, but still, the Buffalo, I think, just fine with the result in this one as they take a 3-0 win in game number 3 to keep the series alive. And I mean, if we see more of that Buffalo team in game 4, I feel like this series is definitely in the balance still. I feel like it's not, you know, just that kind of blip on the radar. It's not just that little opposite result that all of a sudden then, the Knights rush back in game 4 and win it. I feel like the Buffalo look good.
Yeah, Buffalo, they've certainly figured out a plan to kind of deal with that Knights pressure. As we see here, Rob getting that amazing goal. As we see just pressure after pressure, shot after shot, they're there for each other. They're able to kind of sort of clean up off of the solo plays that they try to get, and I love that. They're able to steal any sort of momentum that this Knights team is building.
Yeah, and it was kind of the game plan we wanted from them, where it started off with that solo play and transitioned into more of the team play. And it was really, it's great to see, because it's kind of you see these teams adapting. It's always a little bit easier for us to kind of, have that whole picture of the field. We see the boost totals. We see the kind of everything that's going on throughout it. So we have a little bit of a privileged view, but seeing the players on the field adapting like that, I guess I don't know if they've got the coach. They do have a coach behind them, so maybe that's helping out somewhat here too. But just able to see them do that is Rees. He's going to get past 2. And that's a great 50 to start off game 4.
Not something you want to see there if you're a Buffaloes fan, but there is a whole lot of time, so maybe they're able to get their own quick goal just to kind of even things out. But Knights do end up finding a lead here, and I was just going to say, Buffalo, they are one step closer for their reverse sweep attempt, and that's a very unfortunate double commit. Are Knights able to take advantage of that? Doomsy dish attempt coming from Nyrome, denied by, I believe that was Rob. Another double commit, though, coming from Buffalo. They need to simmer down. They need to calm down. They need to just find their zen, and they just got to reel it back, all right? Those double commits are going to do you in, and against a team like Knights, who just have so much pressure, that's just not going to be good for you. As we see a touch off the sidewall. Rees trying to get something, though. Nyrome is there to find the second goal for Knights.
Yeah, and again, kind of a miss off the sidewall here in this case, as I thought Rees was going for the dish to himself, but was not going for the, I couldn't quite tell. Maybe going for the touch or something, but it works out well. Nyrome able to read that one low, and Rob, trying to rally the troops there for the side of the Buffalo. I mean, the good news is that you've taken one in the series. It's something that's going to be okay, regardless of what happens here. Is now a bump attempt there. That's a great play off the kickoff, a little delay, and then going from there, the interference on the goaltender, and that gives you a shot back in your direction.
Yeah, Buffalo, they said they are still in this series here. They want to get that reverse sweep, and taking this 4th game, we'll put it on match point for both. We'll see game number 5, but they have to find an equalizer. But Knights, game number 4, they seem to have the pressure. They seem to kind of be able to adapt to this new playstyle as Buffalo, as Barry pass mid. Unable to find a teammate. That's a whiff, unfortunate whiff, though, coming from Swishy. Blah with not a whole lot of boost. He finds the boost now. Gets a good chip as Swishy. This Buffalo team are kind of struggling to get this ball out of their half.
Yeah, as now Rees going to take possession for a moment. Nyrome, nice 50 in the midfield there. Rob might go for this one, but a double commit out of the Knights, maybe opening some space for Vlada. Instead, it's stolen away by Barry. A demo on the offensive, actually, excuse me, that's a defensive side, I believe. Rees is the one getting demoed there, the one that pops up. It's always a little confusing. It's backwards because you think it's them getting the demo, but instead it's them getting taken out. As a shot from range here, that one almost. But Nyrome able to dive across the frame, get a wheel in front of it, and settles it down here. Now a nice pinch attempt with Barry. Just trying to find their way to get another goal, stretch that lead back to 2 if they can. But some awkward midfield defense here, and I feel like we see the Knights a couple of times here just ending up intercepting it at the midline, but not getting much of a kind of a valuable touch out of it. It feels like they kind of just intercept it there, and it kind of just sits there. So I feel like for them, if they really want to close this one out, try to get some opportunities where they just, have a little bit more direction with those touches, a little bit more purpose, I should say.
Yeah, and as we see here, it looks like the Derecho have 3-1 the Maulers there. Good job on them here, but the Buffalo, trying to get a play of their own, maybe try to get a series win of their own, as Swishy Muffins, a little awkward there, kind of forced to retreat. Barry finding that infield pass, does find Rees, but it just goes straight into Blah, who has a full tank of boost, trying to get something off the ceiling. Does kind of get it past one, but shot. Rees is there, but unable to turn in time to get the goal.
Almost a chance off the ceiling. That would have been quite a play out of Rees, but instead, Vladat able to take it away, as now a couple players up for it. Nyrome able to get the 50, and again, keep that pressure going forward for the Buffalo side. They just need to find a way to break out. It has been so much defense in this series in this game, but also in this series. As Barry, that one might be an open net. It's going to go post and in, and the Knights back to that 2-goal lead. 2 minutes to go. I think it might be too late for Omaha.
Yeah, a little bit of a stalemate there. Does get ended there by Barry, upping their lead by 2. Buffalo, you have a little over 2 minutes. That means just to at least tie and give you hopes of a match point, you need to score a goal every minute there. Shot opportunity coming from Blah, unable to find the back of the net though. Swishy Muffin gets the touch though, still kind of goes towards his own net there. Forced to get a pinch off of his backboard as Nyrom gets the touch off the sidewall. A little bit dangerous here as Reeves trying to find a shot of his own. Not quite on target, rings off the post here as I believe that was Blah getting the clear.
Yeah, but again, it's just offense continuing for the Knights. They know they have this Buffalo side on the ropes, and they're going to keep on pushing this pace as Rees off a soft touch to himself in the corner. Instead, Blah a booming clear the opposite direction. Swishy chasing this one down. Barry's back in time, though, and to go for the shot off the sidewall there. That's on frame. Blah jumps in front of it, but it's another double commit. Now 2 players commit there, and that one's going to be an open net the other way. Actually, as weird as that is, the double commit works for the side of the Buffalo as they're able just to clean it up there.
Yeah, you have your other teammate with you off of the double commit, so he's able to clean it up there. And Buffalo do find that first goal in their first minute. They have an extra 13 seconds to work with to find the equalizer here, but I'm sure the Knights don't want that to happen. Reeves bumping his teammate out, trying to get something going. Rob takes it pretty slow off the corner. Swishy Muffins touch off of his backboard. Barry unable to find a pass towards his teammate as Reeves intercepts that clear. Bangs it towards the corner. Nairo also getting it off the corner. It's just a back and forth in this corner, but Barry full tank of boost. Can we see something happen here as he was unable to get the reset off of the ceiling, unable to find that pass mid, and Swishy Muffins is able to, not get the clear, actually, denied by Nairo.
Yeah, and again, it was just missing that corner boost that opens it up, and now Barry a shot on the front post. What a save there. That one somehow stays out and gives the Buffalo a second chance at this one. Still a opportunity to get into the game here. Nyrome up for this one. Barry still on top of it as well. Swishy with the save. Can someone get it clear? As it will get flicked forward there by Swishy. Rees, however, just stalling this one in the air. We'll go for the reset, just trying to kill some time off the clock. Blah up for this one. Swishy challenging forward as well as it goes to the corner. Now off of the sidewall out towards mid. Rob drops that one on frame, but Barry, another big save. He's been all over the place on both ends of the field this game. A pinch towards the sidewall. That one drops down. Do you have anything in the final moments for the Omaha Buffalo? No, it's denied there by Barry, and it will fall. That one a 3-1 win in the series, 3-2 in game number 4 for the Knights, and they take that one. Probably the logical conclusion after those first 2, but still a hard-fought series, all things considered.
Yeah, there was signs of life there for Buffalo. They fought hard, but unfortunately, Knights were able to prove as to why they are the number 2 seed.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the result we saw during the regular season, at least during that regular season game. Of course, in the playoffs, it was the opposite. It was the Buffalo getting the upper hand there, but it's always going to be a little bit different. However, that will mean the Knights almost certainly through to tomorrow. I believe it is mathematically guaranteed based on the fact that there was 2 teams at 0-1 and 2 teams at 1-0, and these were the 1-0 teams, but we'll have to see. I believe they'll be through to tomorrow, especially with how they're playing. They should take care of their final match of the evening as well. On the side of the Buffalo, they will sit at 1-1. They'll have a +1 game differential still. So, still in a decent spot for themselves. And looking to qualify there, as next game coming up will be round 2 of the Premier group stage, as well as the Green Bay Knights against the Kansas City Outlaws on the schedule here. I got to ask, from this past series that we saw, we're going to talk about MVPs of the entire tournament, MVPs of the season. Who was the most valuable player in that series in your eyes?
Honestly, all 3 players on each team, they played their role. They were there for each other, but I would probably have to go Nairo.
Okay.
I saw his name a lot, not for like the scoring aspect, but for his 50s and his passes. He was able to create plays that benefited his team a lot that series.
Okay, interesting, because I was actually going to go for the same team, just different player. I was going to go for Barry there. I felt like a lot of setup on offense and some really nice plays on defense. We saw a couple of heroic saves there late in that game 4 as well, just to close out the series, just put the foot down and say, we're done. We're not going to go to the game 5. We're not going to chance it here. We're just going to finish this thing off and get ourselves into that next little bit of waiting time until we get into that final series of the day. But either way, I mean, the Knights, a solid solid team, like you said. There's a reason they're the number 2 coming into the postseason, and they're showing it now. The real question comes tomorrow when one of these teams will match up against the Steelhawks, if not both of them matching up against the Steelhawks, depending on the final standings. But that is really the juggernaut to beat in the Challenger League. And I think that we are good to go. So we're going to send it to another break here. Thanks for joining us here. The Knights take out the Buffalo 3-1. We'll take a short break and then premiere Group Stage Round 2 on the way.
We stand and watch the world go up in flames. We fight for love until we die in vain. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world is falling down, will you be my solid ground? When the world is falling down, will you be my solid ground? Be my solid ground. We look off the edge till the waves come crashing in, and we say our goodbyes to the tides that might have been. When the sky is getting dark and we're broken in our hearts, when we build our own demise, from the ashes we will rise. When the world
Hello, hello. We're live with some more MCS LAN action. We're back up for Prem, and I'm back up on the stage, joined with my good friend here. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Wasn't expecting to be up here, but that's how LAN goes. Yeah, we got it right. What are you talking about? Come on, we have elite production here. Do not question my man Stewie over here. But like you said, we are back for Prem. Had fun casting the first premiere match of the day, so it looks like I'm casting the second premiere match of the day. Question is, are we going to see that one go to 5? Last one went to 4. I wanted to see 5, but hopefully this one will go 5 because we are actually doing pretty dang good as far as being on schedule, and we're going to have a good match here between the Outlaws and the Knights here.
Should be an absolute banger as we get into things. I mean, these two teams have been, they've had very consistent seasons so far. Obviously they made LAN, but these are two teams that we know have more, and it might be on LAN where we find that. So as you see on the schedule on your screens, we're about halfway done with today, but that does not mean it's going to get any worse. Or it just Rocket League is going to get better and better and better as we get throughout the day. But we might be at the part of the day where people are starting to get a little bit tired.
Yeah, honestly, that's one of the biggest things. That's why I literally am telling people, get the cookie buff, get some sugar in your system. There's cookies, there's donuts. Please eat them. They are there for everyone. I know definitely some people don't want to go home with them, but no, kind of going back to it. No, this is where it starts to take a turn, because make sure you get some lunch, make sure you're hydrated, make sure you're staying active, because playing 3 best-of-5s, or for some people 6 if you're ludicrous, but regardless, that's a lot of Rocket League to play during a day here, and making sure that you are in peak form is can be a little tricky, especially for these long LAN days.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting once we see them get up onto stage. I think this is the first time we've seen them on stage, I believe, for these 6 players. But it's not a first-time LAN in general. These players have lots of experience, and I'll be interested to see if that plays a part into this. I mean, it always does. No one can play as good on LAN as on online, but some players play up to that level, if not matching. So we're gonna have to find out who those players are as we get into this series and see who can bring their best level. On your screens here, we got our premier MVP nominees. We'll be crowning one. There's some good names up here. Gray is playing.
Yeah, we do have one of those players. Like I say, Gray is playing, and one of those players who has had some MVP seasons in the past is Nightfang. I know he's definitely one of the crowd favorites out there. Still, obviously, got Mogi, got some of the other guys going here, but yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Again, we talk about it every single time, but in front of the LAN, in front of the stage, we got Gray here. Can he continue his MVP performance? Unk needs 2 hours of warm-up. I feel that I am in the same boat. I think he's probably the only single player here that is older than me at this point, so definitely appreciate the Unk status getting represented here on stage.
Yeah, we'll see if that affects him out on stage. Honestly, I've never seen a more calm person in my entire life. I think he's going to be chilling. We got Nightfang on our screens. Oh my, what a beauty. These guys, there's just some absolute bangers, some really crazy, capable players, and once we see them get on the field, it's going to be some insane Rocket League, as it always is with Premier, but as we get closer and closer to match time, we got Crimsix on our screen now, has played 1,500 6-man series. Okay.
That's about 1,500 more than I have, so good on him for that. But no, that is honestly ridiculous. Man is a grinder, and we can obviously see it is paying off here as it has landed them in the top 8 teams, making it for LAN. For Premier, there's no way he could jump to the next echelon besides winning it here in front of the crowd. Obviously, jumping now over to the other team here, we've got 3 brand new players, at least up on stage for the season. Just waiting for the name cards to pull up here. But no, it's going to be definitely interesting to see kind of, as things ebb and flow, if our predictions are going to be correct. I know the crowd's going to have their predictions as well, but anyone particular thinking that is going to be taking this one here?
Man, I said before, I think these two teams are very, very close. But I can't not predict with the MVP. I love my boy Gray. I love my boy Nightfang. And honestly, they're a new addition to their team. Has been unbelievable. Messiah has filled a role that they've needed filled for the entire season, and they got him really late, and he has been cold. Yeah. Give me the Outlaws.
No, he's been their savior for sure this season. So definitely got to rely on the Messiah being the savior. But regardless, jumping over the other side here, it's going to be tough with Knights. I know I've had a lot of experience over the years playing with and against Trash, and he is obviously going to be one of the the most mechanical players on the field. Obviously, super aerial based, but it's also hard to go against the potential MVP. But yeah, I'm gonna take that from you, and I am gonna be going with Knights on this one. We'll see if these predictions are correct. I'm currently 0-1 on the day. We'll see if I can flip that one around. But it's gonna be interesting. So now that you've got your prediction, do I even have to say it? But I'm gonna assume that you think Gray is gonna be the one of the biggest reasons why Outlaws are gonna be taking this one for your prediction.
Honestly, of course. I think Gray has such upside potential. He's such a dominant player when he's on. But Nightfang has been here before multiple seasons now. Ever since he joined the season 9, he has been an absolute menace on LAN. I think he's gotten second twice, which is unfortunately he got second twice, but he's gotten there, which means he's good on LAN. So honestly, I think LAN will make Nightfang and his playstyle just being dirty, low 50s. It's such a solid playstyle for LAN, and I think he's going to shine in this series.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We haven't really talked about it, we haven't mentioned, but yeah, Crim6, Trash, and Tricky are making up the Knights here. So we'll have to take a quick look and see, how these round 1 went for these boys. But getting into round 2, obviously this is going to be a make or break. If you did end up losing your first round, getting to that 1-1 on the day, or if you did win the first round, getting 2-0 and guaranteeing your spot in tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, already getting started here. Nightfang looking to take this one high. In fact, I just lied. He's going low. Well. It's an average Nightfang. Looking to take possession here. It's Trash making his way up the field. He gets one over. Messiah's going to have a clear out to the side, but just barely going to take a 50-50 with Crim6. Now turning the other way. Gray getting behind this ball, shaking off a bump, looking for a flick. Can't quite get it as Tricky booms that one the other way.
I can confirm the Knights and Outlaws both ended up winning their first matches respectively against Buffalo and Mahler. So Knights ended up winning 3-0 and Outlaws 3-1. So the winner of this match will guarantee their spot in tomorrow's gameplay. And we're going to see if Outlaws are going to be taking the first goal or if Knights will take it as well. But again, this is going to be the best of the best here in terms of Group B for our Premier League. We're going to see a lot of high-flying action, a lot of demos, a lot of bumps, a lot of aggression, hopefully some pretty dang good clips.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, knowing Nightfang, he is so unbelievably grounded. I won't be surprised if he gravitates the whole lobby there. But sometimes those wings are going to spread, looking to bring this to the corner. It's going to be hard to get this out from here. Nightfang clearing it down, chasing down with full boots. Crim6 trying to turn this on the dime, but it's just going to end up in Messiah's hand. Big flick over. Trash is all but left. He does have a nice clear, but a shot comes through. Crim6 with no boost makes the save over to the corner. Tricky trying his best to get it out, but it's met by another offender. Messiah to the backboard, looking for the double, just leaves it for Gray, who shoots in the middle of the goal. Crim6 has the save.
Yeah, you see Trash and Crim6 both on 0 boosts, both sitting in the middle of the net. They're only covering about 10% of the goal, but unfortunately, that is exactly where the shot from the Outlaws came. So we'll see if they're going to be regretting that one. But I will say they've had a lot of offensive pressure in the first 2 minutes of this game, just waiting for their first goal to fall as the time keeps ticking down. Now 2:55 left on the clock here. Tricky is up very early. Actually ended up double committing, which is a little surprising with Trash. Again, both super aerial-based players here. So we see Nightfang, a little bit of a solo play. Going to probably try to go for a bump over one. Does end up with 0 on the board here. Gray now getting this mid. Should be a good, decent clear. Nightfang, though, off the backboard. Is anyone up high? This might be a free redirect. Can Tricky get the touch? He cannot. And the shot again, directly in the middle of the net, and the follow by the touch. We would have had the save coming out from the Knights, but at the last second, the potential MVP here getting the first goal.
Ends up right in the middle of the goal. If you just parked in the middle, you might have had it. But listen, it's a great goal line redirect, and that is exactly what we were expecting to see from the Outlaws. Great, fantastic play. Makes it 1, and man, I'm just wondering, so far the shooting has looked a little nervous on the side of the Outlaws. They have an insane pressure holding down the Knights to little boost, even little ball touches. I mean, they bang it out a little, and then they get the possession right back. It has been so difficult for the Knights to break out of their third.
Yeah, but I will say, if your opponents are shooting directly in the middle of the net, it definitely makes your life a hell of a lot easier in this situation. But like I said, as we are now finding ourselves just over halfway here, we might see a second goal here, but only one whiffy, not two whifties here, as we are seeing a lack of boost again on the Knights. We've talked about it already, but it seems the Outlaws, they are doing such a good job of boost starving with resources. And again, Crim6 forced to make a 0 boost touch again. Trash now on 30, not able to pick up the mid boost here. Tries to go for a fake on 1. Nightfang not falling for this one. Messiah is up early. Crim6 has to get one straight up and straight down. Nightfang not going for a shot again off the corner, and Outlaws still just so much pressure. Knights just can't seem to get the ball out of their own half.
Man, they're struggling not only to get the ball out of their own half, but even secure their corner boost. I mean, the pressure has been absurd. This is maybe a chance to get out, but it's right back the other way, and Gray has the solo play. This might be the MVP.
Continuing to shoot in the direct middle of the net is working this time. It does go in here as Outlaws are now going to be doubling up their lead here. And hey, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I will say we've now seen 4 shots directly in the middle of the net on the ground, and Outlaws still able to convert 2 of those. And again, I'm looking at Knights. A lot of times we are seeing double commits defensively, which again is because specifically there's just no boost on the field. As we see now going the other way, Tricky just again not a lot of resources to follow this one. Trash unfortunately getting a miss there. Tries to go for a back pass here. We see crimsix a little bit too far back. Tricky, he's forced to turn, but again, they just doesn't have the resources to follow up to keep that forward pressure.
Maybe a chance to continue some pressure. This is the first real possession play we've seen from the Knights in almost all game. Finally holding down, but it's just not very solid. And once I feel like we see a player start pushing, but once again we see here they run out of boost before they can even get started. Midfield pass comes through, shot bottom right corner. Finally, a continued pressure play results as a goal for the Knights. Finally get on the board here in game 1.
Yeah, you see Trash with a great pass mid. You can see Nightfang just a little bit too far caught out. Gray again caught going boost, and the last man Messiah ended up getting bumped. So again, just parting the seas there. Knights with 52 seconds left ended up cutting the lead in half, but still, that really has been the best opportunity for the Knights, and I do need to see more offensive pressure if I need to have a little bit of faith in them to come back here in regulation.
Yeah, about 40 seconds left here on the clock. Nightfang in the corner. Maybe not the touch he was looking for. As crimsix going to get a shot from this. Nothing Nightfang can't save. And if you continue on with some boost, it's a big clear. Man, Trash is the only one left here. Looking to get a clear out from the corner. One dives. Gray is the last left here. He has to stall A here. It's a fantastic challenge. And crimsix wanting to center this ball, but with not much boost, he can only take a 50. Tricky back into the corner. Once again, low boost. Looking to maybe take a 50-50, but this one gets out. Nightfang also has the follow-up. crimsix looking to challenge this ball, but it's just too awkward to fly up to. And now it's in your corner. So awkward. Big miss comes through. Gray looking to take a shot towards goal, but Tricky knows to cover the center.
Yeah, I thought for a second that we were going to see an own goal here as Trash now streaking down the sidelines. Does get a demo. crimsix again doesn't have any boost. Has to throw it to Trash, but Gray, it's already up so early. Tricky, 0 boost. Can let it drop, but crimsix again, there's just no boost on the side of the Knights as this ball just needs to hit the ground here as we're going to see a chance here. Trash now going up early, trying to go for a silly pinch. It does go high. Messiah is up early and actually opts not to slam it down. Goes for the slow touch and somehow opting to keep it up as Tricky. This is potential. Trash now trying to find the reset. It's round 1. Is that going to be a 0-second goal? And it is! Trash somehow out of absolutely nothing finds it, and you have to go back to Messiah's touch. He opted not to hit it on the ground, and this might absolutely bite them if Knights can find this goal in overtime.
0-second madness that always happens at the most unexpected times. Now it's game 1 overtime in a game that should have never been. Messiah just bumped off the kickoff, and Tricky's going to get the first touch. He's just going to find his way over to Gray. crimsix in the corner trying to take possession here. That's a heavy touch. Gray, it's actually over the top of him. Messiah's like he's struggling to get back, and oh my goodness, that's a pitch towards net. Nightfang has the read, and this is an awkward ball. I mean, 20 seconds into this overtime, and I mean, Outlaws don't even want to be here.
Outlaws don't want to be here. Honestly, they shouldn't have been here. Again, if the Knights can take this, this would be one of the massive stolen games of this LAN so far. Knights, again, they are gifted an golden opportunity. The question is, can they capitalize? As we see fakes galore happening here, that is going to be a double commit out of Trash and crimsix here. Gray now does pop it up wide. Tricky should have a free solo play. Does pop it downfield. Messiah does buy a little bit of time. Gray now going for a 50, going for a solo play. Trash trying to get up 1. Does bump the defender, and that is such a good play to just bump to make sure there's no follow-up on that solo play. Knights still in a tough situation here. Is Nightfang going to be forcing this one back here. Opting a little slow play, and I will say this overtime has been a little more calm, cool, collected than I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean, in regulation, oh my goodness, that might be it. Gray almost bulldozed through 3, but just barely gets held out of the gate. crimsix, big clear now, but met by Nightfang quickly, looking to take control here. Has to burn about 100 boosts just to get a soft touch towards goal. Tricky clears that one out. Now Trash gets a chance to go towards that. It's a big miss. Gray on the goal line has the save.
Chance here, crimsix now hitting a 50. I think he still actually has his flip, opting not to even risk using that one here as Gray now throws this one downfield. Nightfang, we see Messiah going for bumps and demos. Tricky again on 0 boost here. Knights now in a tough situation. Shot on target. crimsix does a great job saving it. Messiah is waiting in the wing here with 100 boost here. Nightfang now going up early again, trying to get a good job with a 50 here. crimsix shot on target, but Gray again. They've been so consistent. Outlaws with their rotations, but in the end, Trash, who scored the 0-second goal, is again going to come up clutch in overtime.
There's just no way. How did this go through? Just barely between the two defenders. Outlaws in shambles after game one.
I will say that has got to be one of the most tilting losses you can possibly live through as a Rocket League player, especially on stage in front of LAN. And you have to kind of go back to it. If they were online, would we see this type of mistakes happening? Because again, I don't know if it's going to show it in the replay, but the option to keep the ball up on 0 seconds, I think, cost Outlaws that game.
Yeah, I don't think there's a chance online that ball would have stayed up. I think he would have been aware enough, heard the comm, and slammed it into the ground, or just not touched it. I mean, that is a costly mistake that might cost you the whole series, and mentally now you have to play through that, and that is so rough. Like, if you got through this game with a win, you would have shook it off, you know, it's not a big deal. But now that you actually ended up dropping that game, man, mentally it's going to be hard to come back on that. But listen, we've seen crazier things. I would not be surprised if he just picks himself back up. I mean, he has a great team around him. I mean, Gray and Nightfang are maybe the two people you want around you if you do something like that. They're just nice, wholesome people. So hopefully they're able to get pushed past that.
Nightfang, talking about him, see if we can get some solo plays here. Down to Gray, trying to get a 50 through here. Crimsix again on 0 boost. And again, going back to this, Knights ended up surviving that and taking that game somehow when they were still boost starred for, it seemed like, majority of the game. Outlaws were dominating the resource game, but in the end, it didn't matter. They did give up a couple of poor goals there, I will say, but in the end, Outlaws, I think, boost management has been fantastic compared to the Knights.
Looking to continue this play, just barely missed out. Nightfang looking to take a shot top left, and right as I start talking, Nightfang starts scoring. Fantastic placement on that shot, and I mean, he got one chance here. Crimsix, one single mistake. It was just a slight miss, and it's because he was starved for so long. Outlaws take advantage and snipe that top bins.
Yeah, when that ball went in, the Knights had a combined 17 boosts between all three of them, which is going to be a little difficult to save the ball in that situation here. But Outlaws, again, they started off game one with the lead. They're starting off game two with the lead as well. We'll see if they can get something going here. We're seeing this one might actually, by the way, Messiah now trying to get a ridiculous 50 here. Nightfang going to be taking his time, probably going to go for a solo play. Ops just to boom this one downfield, and we see Crimsix again waiting in the wing, now passing to Tricky. Gray, though, doing a good job. Again, they're just not doing themselves any favors for Knights. Instead of like taking some maybe slow plays, I'm expecting maybe going for a flick or two. But right now, they're just booming the ball downfield, and Outlaws are booming it right back into your net.
I mean, that is just perfect placement again. This is Nightfang that I was talking about in the pre-show. I'm telling you, this guy on LAN is built different. He doesn't miss his shots, and that's another one. Top bins. First time it was top left, now it's top right. I mean, all last game, if they were playing darts, they would have been doing pretty good. This game, they're playing Rocket League, and they're playing it well.
Yeah, playing it well indeed, as now Outlaws again up 2-0. What a save coming out here. I thought we were going to see Knights finally getting another one on the board, but again, this is a scoreline the Knights are familiar with, right? This is exactly what we saw in game one. Outlaws go up 2, and they gave up 2 poor goals, and again, the 0-second goal from the Knights allowed them to then steal game 1 in overtime, as we are now 2 minutes into game 2 here. Outlaws still with the lead here. A little bit of a dangerous pass mid here. Again, does cause a double commit. Gray has absolutely 0 boost. Chance here. Can he go for a solo play? Trash trying to go for a pinch on the ground, but again, all 3 defenders back are Outlaws are going to say not going to happen.
Yeah, maybe overcommitting a little bit, though, on defense, and a little bit of boost is getting drawn out. Now, Outlaws are trying to push the play. Messiah doesn't manage to get 100, but Crimsix, big touch off the ceiling, looking to follow it. Messiah, nice challenge, giving Nightfang a free chance in the air. Just pops one towards goal, and that's another double commit. More and more resources are being drawn up from the Knights right now. If Outlaws get a 3-goal lead, that's new territory, and they're looking to press forward. That's a heavy touch from Crimsix, quickly met by Messiah, looking for the sidewall read. Does get a nice touch, and Gray following after. But Tricky, fantastic challenges, just rips it down the entire length of the field. But another booming clear, and all that work that they had to, you know, they double committed and finally got a good challenge out, and it just booms right back into your half. I mean, what do you do right now for the Knights?
Well, what's interesting is even we're saying, oh, you know, the Knights are kind of struggling, blah, blah, blah. They're still winning the series. That's the thing that, again, we forget. They stole game 1. Outlaws are in the exact same position they were last time. We'll see if they can actually survive and close out what they could not do in game 1 as Crimsix getting good save in the corner. Trash now up high. Should have a decent amount of boost here. Maybe trying to find a touch to Tricky here. Nightfang, 0 boost to work with. You can see now Outlaws forced to play a little bit on the back foot. Grace throws this one downfield, a little bit too far for Messiah to go for. Trash now opting to take the 50 in the corner. I actually like that for them to slow down the play a little bit instead of forcing the boomer ball, which we've seen for the first half of game 2.
It's a big touch out mid. It should just go in. It's off the post. It's a follow-up. Good, it is. Tricky slots it from the corner. That's a fantastic shot, and I mean, this is looking really
I was
similar
just
to
gonna
game
say,
one.
I think I've seen this
and
before.
I swear we gave them the second script for game 2.
Yeah, I think they did. I think we accidentally pressed Control C, Control V in this situation. So we could actually skip forward the next minute 30, wait for the next 0-second goal to happen here. But Knifing again using the. I was going to say, is that going to go in? Hello? Great. Oh, what a save actually coming out. I thought for sure Gray was going to tap that one in. Again, just somehow hectic defense from the Knights, and somehow it is working. How are they getting away with this?
Man, I mean, it was like the most moseying goal ever, just walking down the field, and it somehow went in. Gray had it. Oh, an excellent save on the goal. I don't know who that was. I'm sorry I can't credit you, but looking to continue this game. You're still not out of the mud yet. You still need one. Messiah on the sidewall, taking things slow a little bit, but Tricky just going to run down the space. And Nightfang has a fantastic beat out on Crimsix. Gray now following this play. Just, I thought he was going to lead that one, but he rips it to the backboard. Now Tricky's awkward with no boost. Looking to maybe leave this one for Trash. He's with full boost. Gray full dives. Crimsix behind the ball now. Chips it over. Nightfang 1 to B. Can he get it? But Messiah early chows and gets that one passed back into the corner. Maybe a chance to make it 2, but can't quite put the home. And Gray just misses the shot. That's not the Gray I'm used to seeing.
Again, the 0 boost is making it so difficult with 30 seconds left. Again, this doesn't matter. We already know what's going to happen in 0 seconds here, as Trash now is going to take a small touch here, trying to go for reset. Can't get it around 1. Knifang is waiting here in the wing. 45 boost to work with. Tricky in such a tough spot. Here's that one's going to pinch downfield. Shot's going to be going off the backboard. Should be a free read, but again, Messiah with a little bit of a side flip here. Tricky is going to find it, and again, it wasn't on 0, but with 9 seconds left, the Knights are on point with these comeback goals.
Man, mentally for the Outlaws, it just has to be so taxing. We said it hurt last game. You're in the same exact situation now. Not quite yet in overtime. Maybe you got a chance to make a splash. You were 9 seconds left. Maybe it is the same script. They just messed up last game. We're about to find out.
It might be.
Oh,
we'll
my
see
goodness.
Here. Knifing, though, just trying to get this ball to the ground. I can tell you right now, Outlaws do not want to touch this ball in 0 seconds. He is not wanting to keep the one up this time. Knights, again, they could steal this game and force Outlaws to have to reverse sweep for them to get out of this one. There is no way the Knights should be winning in this series, let alone in game 2, but somehow we might find them up 2-0 in the series. Outlaws, though, it doesn't matter how poorly they've played. If they get this overtime goal, it is a tied series. Doesn't matter. Reset. As we see, though, Gray now the MVP performance. Is this his time? We saw him miss a couple chances in regulation. Is OT where we see this man shine?
Yeah, we're going to need him to step up. It's been all Nightfang this series, and that is Gray right on cue.
We asked and we received here as we see Gray getting a pop over 1, and we see the defender. He's in no man's land. I mean, there's realistically nothing you can do here, so you cannot blame the defender. But regardless, Outlaws, again, even though they've thrown 2 games in regulation, they do find themselves in OT winner here. So regardless, 1-1, now it's a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Outlaws here, I still think, although they have got to be kicking themselves over and over and over again, this series could be match point right now for them. Honestly, at least they aren't down 2-0. You know,
yeah, they look better. We both, I think, are in agreement that the Outlaws have looked like the better team.
Oh, not even close.
It's not close, but somehow, again, the fact that the Knights were 1 goal away from putting them on match point is just ludicrous. But that's Rocket League for you, right? It doesn't matter what we think, how we feel. At the end of the day, it is what happens on the field.
Because, I mean, Rocket League is just a game of moments, and right now the Knights have been taking those few moments, and even though they've only been looking better in those few moments, it's been the important ones, when you got to shoot, when you got to find the top corner, or just maybe make a break in the defense, and they have been doing that very well. Outlaws, I would say, have been more controlled. They've been continuing the pressure. They've been boost stealing, and despite all of that, Knights have held on and now gotten to 2 overtimes, and this series is all tied up. I mean, I don't know which direction it's going in.
I mean, all I know is that we're stuttering a little bit, and I think that's kind of how the offense of the Outlaws has been. It's just stuttering just a little bit to try to figure out, hey, we're up 2-0. Maybe we shouldn't throw 2 goals, but we'll have to see what happens here in Game 3. Knights, honestly, I think I'd be pretty happy with their performance right now, the fact that this is a tied game, because realistically, they probably should have been down 2-0. But again, I'm looking at the Trash and Tricky combo. We have seen so many double commits now, leaving Crimsex back. What does this man do on defense? And again, more double commits. That one, no, it's fine. It's on the goal line. But again, the Knights need to figure out these double commits.
Yeah, they got to figure it out quick. 30 seconds into Game 3 here, and it's been a pretty good stalemate. It's going to tap over, but Crimson's going to keep this one in play. Into the corner, but with no boost to advance the play. Nightfang has to expand a lot of his resources to get that one out. Tricky midfield pass to Trash. Trash just rips it over. Gray getting some control in the corner here. Tricky does challenge, but it kind of goes nowhere. That's a shot towards goal. Messiah's better to it. Have to burn a lot of boost to get the follow-up here, and Tricky still gets a touch either way. Trash looking for the shot, but nothing Gray can't keep out.
Nothing he can't keep out. Indeed. He might be getting a goal on the other end. Here is this one. Maybe free for a split second here. A little bit of a team bump coming in here as Messiah now pops it over one. Can he get over the second one? Trash doing a very smart job going for a I would say solo play, but Night Thing, again, Outlaws have been so consistent of not allowing Knights to even set up these solo opportunities.
I mean, right now the pressure that Outlaws have been building has just been so impressive, but once again, maybe finding a way to break out here through the sidewall. Trash just rips it, but with no boost, and Tricky also following no boost. I mean, right now, Knights have a combined maybe 40 boost, looking to get some pads here. Gray setting up a solo play, can't quite put that one past. 30 seconds. I mean, we'll see if they can get this one center, but I mean, now that the Knights have boost, they have to convert this into an offensive play. I mean, man, it has just been so tough for them to dig their heels in the ground and start moving.
Again, we're seeing double commits between Trash and Tricky, and we're leaving Crimsix in such an awkward third man. That man is going through hell back there trying to survive, but at the end of the day, it is still 0-0. It is still a literally tied series down to the wire here. So we're going to see now Gray. Chance doesn't have a lot of boost to work with here. Going to be throwing this one mid. Crimsex, again, 0 boost, trying to drop it to Tricky. Can he get maybe a double tap mid out of this one? Does get the double tap, but Messiah doing a good job to get a 50 as this one does pop very high. It is tantalizing, but Crimsex just doesn't have the resources again to go to it. It really seems to be a copy and paste repeat, as we might see a goal going down the other end of the Outlaws again, knocking on the door, but still cannot find that opening goal.
A crazy chance, but does not find the back of the net, looking to press forward. Night Fang full boost on the goal line here, looking to take control, but Trash just cuts in quickly to get it. Stop the play before it even starts on the backboard. Messiah has to get it clear, just chips it out. Now Tricky gets a chance off the sidewall, can't quite find it. Night Fang clears this down to Messiah, who's pre-jumping, but Crimsix shuts this play down. Gray, last back, has the challenge, and Trash gets up to it 50-50 that one to this corner here. Tricky looking to center this ball, but no one is there for the shot as the defender goes back flipping.
Again, it's one of those things you can't predict the defender is going to do that in the situation, and you just want to kick yourself saying, oh, why didn't I go? Well, you at this rank, you really should not predict the defender to miss that one, but I will say you can probably predict that Gray there's a good chance he's going to be getting the opening goal here in Game 3 as Night Fang up so early on this one. Tricky going to have to wait for the shot here from his teammate Gray, doing a good job on defense, and again, we have not seen the Knights with more than 100 boost total, it seems like, for so long. They use it and they use it and lose it within 2 seconds every single time.
Maybe a chance here to start some offense for the Knights. It's a high ball, but Messiah just cuts them before they can even get going. Looking for the flip reset, doesn't get it, but almost finds a low play into the hands of Night Fang, who's flying high. Big touch over the defender. The follow-up is there. Looking for the sidewall, but Messiah is keeping this pressure. It's like a Talon's claw. The grip is too strong. They got to find their way out here, but Night Fang's dying in already. Looking to throw this one back center. Gray can't get the piece he wanted. Now Tricky looking to start some offense, but it's just a loose ball to the sidewall.
Loose ball to the sidewall. Messiah should have plenty of time, opting to keep this one close. Actually, leave this one for Night Fang. That is so smart not to waste too much boost, and also just rotationally not to make sure that they are out of position in the situation here, as we are now seeing this is uncharted territory that it's been 0-0 for this long with the 45 seconds left here in regulation. This ball is continuing to pop high. Crimsix now throwing this might be free off the backboard. Messiah gets a little bit of awkward touch, might be an open follow here, but Night Fang doing a good job to waste time, popping this one high. Crimsix again, weak touch again, lack of boost every single time.
Maybe a plague starting here. Gray looking for the flip reset, barely shut down by Trash. Now Tricky chasing after it, but that's a double commit now. Crimsix has to do some cleanup work, does well. Gray flying after last back, gets a nice touch to the corner. It's going to be awkward for Tricky to advance this play, but he gets a really nice touch towards mid. Gray using every little bit of boost he has to get nothing, but Night Fang has the read. Messiah chasing after, ripping this one towards the corner. Crimsix ripping this one to the wall, and now only 8 seconds left of regulation, and we are looking at a 0-0 overtime unless we see some more Knights madness, which is near 0 seconds. We won't. It's overtime.
Oh, overtime again. This is almost ridiculous that we've gotten now 2 out of 3 overtimes here. The Knights ended up winning the last overtime here, stealing that one away from the Outlaws. Question is, can they find this one again? It's Tricky. It's going for the solo play, trying to find the reset over one. Could not get the bump on Night Fang again. I thought he might have passed it down to Crimsix, but again, all 3 players of the Knights barreling down.
Wait
Free shot might be on target, and it it is, and the Knights 15 seconds in find themselves on match point.
This is completely unbelievable. Knights are having the series of their life on LAN right now, just turning on a dime and getting it done before it can start that crazy pressure that they had all of regulation. I mean, they were the ones stealing boost. They're the ones, throwing up chances. I would love to see the shots. I think I missed it, but man, it must be one-sided. Here we are. I mean, it's closer. What? Knights have way more shots. It doesn't feel like that.
This series does not make any sense. Again, the Knights are just biding their time, and they're making it a little bit awkward here and there. But at the end of the day, it does not matter how they've played before. What matters is right now that they are one game from closing out this series. I will say though that obviously, as we've maybe heard it maybe once in your life, the last game is the hardest to win. I know, brand news, it is crazy. But the Outlaws again, they need to find one more to go on to Game 5. And again, with their offense and how they look, I expect them to do that one, but the Knights, they might come out and just rob them. And at the end of the day, if you win it again, I mean, okay, never mind. Gray's green, we're done with this. All right, 5 seconds in. Yeah. Let's just go Game 5.
5 seconds in, doing what they couldn't do all of Game 3, and they score. I mean, we didn't see them even come close to a chance like that. They immediately get it 5 seconds in. The storyline for this series so far has been so off track, so unbelievable. I'm having a hard time following the script myself. I lost my pages. I don't know where it's going.
I'm with you. Definitely a little hard to follow this one. But at the end of the day, all that matters is that there's a good chance we're going to be going 5. I will say, though, we've had now 3 series in a row that have gone to Game 4. We started out back-to-back on Game 5. We've dropped a couple out of Game 4. And at this point, I think we're going back to Game 5, which I appreciate on stream that we haven't seen any sweeps.
We might be getting a pause.
I don't know what's happening here.
I don't know what
looks
is
like
going on.
people
Looks
are
like
doing
we're getting a little tech pause on the side of I don't know who, but either way, I mean, this has been a fantastic series either way. Something was bound to happen for us, so here we are. I mean, it's just too good to be true sometimes. So we get a little pause. Just bear with us as we figure out what's going on stage. But, I mean, this series has been nothing but we expected. I mean, it has been, I feel like on average, I would love to see the average boost of this Outlaws team, genuinely. The Knights team. This Knights team, I feel like on average, maybe have 100 boosts altogether, all 3.
I don't know what you're talking about. I absolutely had full faith in the Knights, and I backed them the entire time. This is exactly what I expected when it came to this one again. One of us will be right, one of us will be wrong, but I can guarantee you, not in the way that we expected.
Yeah, no, this series has been absolutely wonderful for all of us to see, at least as a viewer. So, I'm having a fantastic time watching just some crazy Rocket League go down, and I mean, it's all going to be decided. I wonder if when that DC happened, I want to know if they're going to get 1 or 2 goals, or if any, because it could change the path of this whole series.
That's very true. I mean, yeah, going 20 seconds in and you're down 2-0 potentially, looks like we would have maybe a little bit of controller issues, which we'll get that one fixed. The question is, will it be 0-0, 1-0, 2-0? We will figure that out. Hopefully you can flip a coin and figure it out yourselves. But at the end of the day, again, the fact that we are seeing the Knights are on path to get a ridiculous win if they can take this game. But again, Knights, it's such a weird one to cast, honestly.
Yeah.
You're trying to tell a story and everything, and every time you build a team up, the Knights say, we're actually going to take this one in overtime. I know you didn't see it coming, but we're going to do it now twice. Both of their wins have been in overtime.
Yeah, so, I mean, the first one they got on 0 seconds. Then they got it on 9. And then we had another overtime. I mean, there has been so many crazy twists and turns this series. I won't be surprised if we see this go 5. And who knows what's going to happen in 5. I mean, I know it's crazy that we're already saying 5. We've already seen this Outlaws team lose a 2-goal lead, so saying that is insane. But
oh God, it's going to happen again, isn't it?
It could.
It's going to happen.
It could happen again. But only time will tell.
Yeah, only time will tell. Like I said, I appreciate you guys' patience as we were working out these technical difficulties. Again, I will say, knock on wood, we've been doing pretty well so far. I know some lands are a little bit better than others, worse than others. Like, I know the famous one is always, the Eminem concert in Fortnite, which killed Rocket League servers for 4 hours, which that was fun. Which fun fact, we were hosting a LAN during that, and to buy time, we ended up playing Connect 4 on stream. The problem is our viewership went up. Oh, that was a little frustrating, but regardless, we ended up making it through, so hopefully we won't have any of those issues here as far as to my knowledge. But like I said, we are working as fast as we can to get back on track. And I'm kind of curious then, as we kind of get back into the game, is there anyone that you're surprised their performance may be better or worse than you were expecting?
I mean, I always knew. I mean, I was the guy predicting Nightfang. I was predicting him to play up, but honestly, he has he either looks like the best player on the field with his play style or the worst. I want to see more of that because when he is looking his best, it is just so dominant. He is shooting so well, but he's just not getting the ball in those positions very often. But when he is striking with precision.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm looking, and like I said, I don't have a lot of experience with a ton of these players, but I am looking for some more mechanical plays. I'm looking like specifically for the Knights. We know how good Tricky and Trash can be on offense, but too many times we're seeing them on zero boost, both going for the ball. If they can just clean that up and go for some of those solo plays, go for some passing plays. We really haven't seen a ton of passing plays here, so I think just offensively in the Knights, I was expecting a little bit more considering that they were so dominant, both of these teams, in their first series. But again, even though we are talking maybe down on one of these teams, the Knights are still winning. And that's one thing that I have to keep reminding myself is the Outlaws are down. They're the ones that have their back against us. Your prediction's right. They have to win this game to force a Game 5.
You're shocked that your own prediction is right. He has no faith in you, boys. I got faith in you, Outlaws. Come on. Get out there. And, I mean, either way, I think we're just looking to see some good games, some good Rocky League. And so far, they are absolutely I mean, that's what they're giving us. They're giving us some fantastic, some Rocky League and some good fun. I think they're just about ready to get going. So,
question is, what is the score going to be? We will find out. But, again, it wasn't that bad of a tech pause. We're going to be getting back into this one. It looks like it is, in fact, going to be 1-0. That last goal will not count due to a controller DC. But regardless, Outlaws, they're still up 1-0 with 30 seconds into the game. I think they're pretty happy with that.
Arguably better than being up 2-0 for them.
That's true. Actually, they throw a 2-0 lead, so their best case, I think, don't score again.
Yeah, honestly, they would love to just cruise throughout this game the next 4 minutes to see you in Game 5. I mean, 2-0 is a little bit scary, but Nightfang looking to hold it down here on this corner, maybe take a 50-50. This one is going to get past him. Messiah, very awkward in goal, is going to get a heavy touch out. Trash behind it, looking to maybe get this one centered to a teammate, maybe just take a 50-50 with Nightfang. This one's flying towards the other way. Big demo on the back line. In fact, another one's bump shot is there, but no good. Grace keeps out of the box, but Nightfang keeping in, looking for the backboard. Double tap, looking for the top bits. Triple tap, it's out.
Oh, I thought that was going to happen here. Nightfang again going for the triple trap. I thought he had the reset here. We might see a counterattack going the other way. Nightfang actually gets a miss on that one, and Messiah, what a touch. Still might be not in the woods yet, but Trash with an open shot and couldn't find the back of the net. Again, the chances for the Knights, these are golden opportunities that are coming out of the woodwork, but they can't convert. And honestly, the reason is because they're only down by 1.
Yeah, they gotta let themselves get scored on once, in my opinion. Honestly, they should just start playing for the other team. I would not be surprised if we start seeing Nightfang and Gray and Messiah start defending the blue goal. Anyways, continuing on, Messiah chasing after her, takes a 50-50. This one's gonna end up in Trash's hand, taking a shot towards the open net, but Gray just barely scrapes back with no boost. This is a dangerous play, but Nightfang, with all the boost, is taking possession. Solid 50 to the corner, giving his team a little bit of time. Messiah looking to close the space, but it's just Trash pressuring in the corner. That's a massive clear down to give Outlaws space to breathe.
Chance here now as this one's going to go up high. Nightfang now trying to go off the ceiling here. Does drop down. Crimson should have a pretty decent clear, which he does. Tricky now opting to take his time here. Nightfang going for a little pop back. He doesn't have a lot of boost to work with here. Trash going for a crazy pre-jump. Messiah, can he read the backboard? He cannot. What a touch. Again, the Outlaws are just barely hanging on, somehow not finding the back of the net here, as we're seeing now double commits here, team bumps, everything. This is just absolute chaos here. There's no boost again on the side of the Knights, but that is something that we have seen every single time. And again, it doesn't matter. Tricky and Trash, the wombo combo, and again, the bumps plowing through.
Absolutely no way. 1 bump and 2. See ya later. The net has been cleared.
Oh, love to see that. And Knights, again, we have not seen a tied game with this much time in a very, very long time. The Outlaws, they did not find their second goal, but the Knights coming out with some bumps and demos, and that's something that we haven't seen a ton of, but it doesn't matter because Nightfang is going to score 20 seconds later.
Just no way. This series has been back and forth. It's impossible to predict, but what is easy to predict is the result of one of the B-stage matches, Victory versus Rhythm. Victory come out on top in 5. Well, we're looking to bring this one to 5.
I was going to say, we might see, oh, no way. We're going to see back-to-back kickoff goals. That has to be so tilting for the Knights. And again, and that's just right. It's just a kickoff goal. That's all it comes down to. Everyone knows it happens. It's volatile. But at the end of the day, Knights are down by 2. So I think they're actually pretty happy. I think they actually listened to us and threw the 2 goals on the kickoff and say, whoa, we can't be tied, boys. We have to be down by 2.
Kickoff goal in quotations. I think they just own goal. gold. That might be a tactical play as we see this game continue on. Crimsix looking to break out of his hat, but shut down by Messiah. Looking to take control here, but Tricky gets shut down quickly. Bump out. Oh my goodness, just near miss and a slight double commit on the goal. Looking to clear this one out now. It's just a heavy touch towards Tricky, but it does get shut down. Crimsix looking to now take a shot. It's a nice one, but oh my goodness, I swear someone had a hand on it, but somehow that hand gets deflected. It is still in the back of your net.
I thought for sure one of the three players was going to get back to that between Knifeng, Messiah, and Gray. All three of them had a good opportunity for this one. At the end of the day, again, it goes in. And because, what is it? Because they were down by 2. I will keep harping on that scoreline. It is ridiculous that now the Knights, they found some offensive pressure. This game specifically with the bumps, with the demos, with just so much pressure, they have figured out how they need to work this one. And again, they are only one single goal down. If they win this one, they will have won in game 4. They don't even need to go to 5.
I mean, honestly, setting it up, and it's on the goal line. What is happening in this corner? It just seems like the Outlaws are crumbling all of a sudden, and it's just one heavy touch over. Trash has a tap in.
Looking at the boots here of the Outlaws, again, only 25 for the Outlaws. And again, somehow, every single time the Knights go down by 2, they figure out how to come back here. And again, there's a minute 40 time. We have not seen this. This is uncharted territory for them to be tied with this much time left in regulation.
Still a chance here. Trash chasing it in the corner. Looking to maybe get this one out, but Messiah's awkward. Nice cut in. Looking to rip this one down the field, but with not much boost. He's got the 100 now. Ship it into the corner. Tricky does a nice defensive stance, but it's another awkward touch. Shot on target, not quite, and Gray has no follow. Now running down the other end is Tricky to the sidewall. Trash bringing this up. Reset off the ceiling. Missed touch, and he gets past the ball.
Yeah, just a little bit too heavy, but first touch there. Good touch from Crimsix. Are we going to see a Gray with a double tap trying to work through the bump? It did not matter. This man is built different. Shot on target. Trash should have a pretty good clear to the sidewall here. Tricky now forcing some bumps and demos. A lot of zero boost. This is, again, just chaos. Right now, the Outlaws are just trying to survive here. Again, still not a lot of boost on their side with 56 seconds left. If I'm the Knights, you're actually looking pretty clean right now. You've had all the offensive pressure, and they're going to find themselves going up again, 4-3 with 50 seconds left.
Knights are about to take this game, and we're not even going to 5. Outlaws need a response now.
I am so bewildered by this game. This has been one of the weirdest situations we have ever seen. The Knights waiting to game 4. And again, I've mentioned it before, their offense in game 4, they have stepped it up. They've looked so good in game 4. Passes, pressure, the boost management. This is the first time that they're boost starving Outlaws.
Yeah, I mean, Outlaws are looking very, very shaky right now, but maybe now getting a chance at the other end. Looking for maybe one more. Crimsix gets past, it's rolling into the open net, but a save on the goal line from Messiah. Keeping it from 1. 30 seconds left here. Trash pressuring into the corner. Knifeng has to shut this down now. Looking to maybe get themselves a chance, put themselves back in the series. A big miss comes through Flick, but it's shut down again.
20 seconds left here. Knights now just trying to hang on. This is something they're not used to. We might see some more 0-second shenanigans here. As we see Messiah trying to get a flick over 1. He does, gets demoed for his effort. That demo is so massive from Trash. In a dangerous spot, though. Opting to buy some time here is Gray. Opted to go backwards. Now 2 seconds left. The ball is up. All Knights need to do is just bang this one to the ground. Gray now trying to go for a solo play. Gets around 1, gets around 2, but that is going to drop to the corner. Messiah has to keep this one up. Knifeng just desperately cannot get back. Is that ball going to hit the ground? And it is. And the Knights in a crazy series end up taking it in 4.
I guess you know, ball. That's on me. I just can't believe what we just witnessed. Knights take down the Outlaws in 4. They didn't even need game 5. The way this series was headed, I thought for sure the Outlaws would be comfortably taking this game, but they get shut down at the door again and again. It doesn't matter how many times you run into it, it's a closed door. Man, Knights really impressed me, and with how they got better and better throughout the series.
Well, and one thing that's interesting too, it was a 4-3, but also 2 of the Outlaws' goals were literally back-to-back kickoff goals. So if you take that away, they really didn't have a ton of offense. And the Knights, again, games 1 through 3, it looked rough. Game 4, they looked very, very good. They just need to repeat that part, which is that's kind of the tricky part.
Yeah, honestly, Knights, game 4, this was the best Rocket League we've seen from them, which is sometimes what we expect a team to get better and better, but in this series, it was honestly the last thing I was expecting in this series. But, I mean, well played for the Knights. They go up 2-0, and I think they're
they're now guaranteed tomorrow. Depending, we'll have to do some math and see if they're guaranteed the first seed, but at least guaranteed top 2, which is going to be massive.
They're definitely very close. There's only one team that could honestly, I think it's still this team that can still mess with them.
Yeah, we'll have to figure out math, but like I said, we've now gotten 4 matches in a row, 3-1, and I definitely like to see that, as now we're going to be having Rising Star again. They'll get to their matches, Rising Star versus the Deratios. That's going to be a fun match as well, but regardless, Premier, again, we've had some banger matches. Again, we've had 5-5, 4-4, 4-4-4. I love to see the content again. It's so different to see how teams are able to bounce back, especially going back to this Premier match. Again, we did have a little bit of a tech issue, right? And we saw them struggle. We saw OTs go back and forth, and at the end of the day, it did not matter how the beginning of the series went. It's how you close it out.
I couldn't have said it better. I mean, this was a series that the Knights looked like they were struggling in, but just got better and better, and they got more and more polished. I'll be excited to see them as we continue throughout the day and into tomorrow. I mean, this is definitely the part where Outlaws need to step up. They looked fantastic for the majority of that series, but it was just a few important moments where they let the ball slip, and I'll be looking forward to see more of these teams in further days.
Yeah, and it is kind of interesting. Again, looking at the trash tricky combo, we saw a lot of craziness. Crimsex, I will say, that man on defense is insane because he was left alone as that third man so many times. And Gray, as we saw, and it was an interesting performance of him because obviously you could see he had so many attempts, but it was just a lot of posts, a lot of crossbars. If he had 5 more boosts in like 7 different opportunities, he scored all those, and that's a totally different game. But again, the Outlaws, you have to look at them and be disappointed and saying, guys, we threw a 2-goal lead 4 separate times.
Yeah, it definitely has to sting. I think Outlaws are good enough to pick themselves up for this next series, but you can't let the ball drop. You are, I think, still technically in elimination contention, so you can't relax. You can't relax yet. You got to keep playing perfect Rocket League. And honestly, looking at that series, I would just be passing the ball to Nightfang right now, at least for shooting. His shooting in the midfield was really, really good, but he just didn't have many chances, I feel like. All the chances he get was a 50 or a boom, or he went for a mechanical play, and I'm sorry, but when you have Nightfang, you want him shooting.
Yeah, and I will say, kind of talking about Messiah a little bit, I think the biggest thing for him was the fact that he was willing to slow it down, go for some slower plays. We saw a lot of flicks out of him, and honestly, it was Gray just mouth-watering, waiting for the flick up, and he'd go for the solo play. Yeah. But again, it was so close, and at the end of the day, I think they are going to be kicking themselves. But at the end of the day, one of us was right, one of us wrong, and so I'm now sitting 1-1 predictions, which I love to see. Coming up next, though, we are going to have Rising Stars. We've got Outlaws versus Deratio, and what is going to be interesting is Deratios, again, they've lost now 2 games in 5. We'll see if they can close it out, or we'll see if their season ends here. We'll be right back with some more MCS.
to the streets, that renegade execution, and we ain't got no time to sleep. Come on and shatter the hourglass, and throw a fistful of sand. Ain't no time like the present, so make a move, make a stand. This is how it goes down. Got that vision, got that know-how. So take a look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. We got high expectations, never settle for less. Every day a revelation, I keep on guessing what's next. We're standing on the edge, not afraid to fall. Sky's the limit, build it bigger, now we take it all. It's unstoppable, never impossible. Just take a look around, the future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. Look around, look around. The future's right now. The future's right now. So take a look around. This is how it goes down. Got that vision, got that know-how. So look around, yeah. The future's right now. You know it's right now. The future's right now. Look around, yeah. The future's right now. We know it's right The future's right now. Look around. The future's right now. The future's right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for some more MCS action here. We've now at season 11. We've been here a little bit a while, and I know you've been here a little while, Mr. in charge of all things esports in the world, that is River Falls. How you enjoying the show so far?
And I love it. I feel like we get a little bit better each time when we do this, and it's been the best Saturday so far, I think, for an MCS championship LAN. We've had a lot of Game 5s, a lot of exciting comebacks and turnarounds, so I hope that we continue to see that with this upcoming series, because one of these teams is no stranger to Game 5s today.
Yeah, no stranger to Game 5, and I'm curious, are you a stranger to casting Rocket League? When's the last time you've been on the mic up here?
Probably the last MCS LAN.
Which was also with me, so there you go. All right, good to know. Glad the duo was able to come back.
A little
here.
rusty, but not completely out of the game. And as you can see here on the schedule, we're making our way right through here. So we're at the 3:30 Rising Star match coming up, round 3, and this is Derecho and Outlaws.
Yeah, this should be interesting here. Like we said, we've now had 4 matches in a row that have been 3-1. 3 in a row going to the team on the left, so potentially Rising Star is going to be winning this one 3-1. But I will say Rising Star, it's been an interesting one. Some of the teams that we expected, to maybe go 2-0, potentially 3-0, and punch their ticket to tomorrow. They've been, I don't want to say they've been struggling a little bit, but it has been definitely interesting here. Looking at the schedule right now, the Outlaws ended up going 2-0 on the series, beating Inferno and the Steelhawks, and Derecho have lost back-to-back Game 5s here. So definitely looking to get some redemption here. We'll have to do a bunch of math in terms of who wins what, if they'll actually end up making it for tomorrow. But right now, I can tell you right now that Derecho, they have their back against the wall, and they need to win this game 3-0 if they want to have any chance of making it till tomorrow.
Well, and I've been doing this long enough with all of you that I've seen many of these faces over the past couple of years on repeat coming to these events. They've got a lot of experience in this venue, on this equipment. So I think, more than anything, we're going to see that sort of fight or flight take place, right? Everything is on the line today. This could determine whether or not your season goes on to see tomorrow. So right now we have to see Derecho step up and see, when everything is on the line, can they come through?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happened again. This team, Derecho's, they ended up getting second in the major, in Major 2, and then, again, not going the best so far for them. We'll have to see if their season does continue till tomorrow. But I will say it's going to be a super, super fun match versus the Outlaws. Again, they've come in here, they've taken care of business, going up 2-0 on the day, looking to sweep the bracket and have the #1 seed, or #2 potentially, going into playoffs tomorrow. So.
Yeah, there's not more that you could have asked from Outlaws this entire time. I think that they've been in a great position to put themselves as a favorite for all of Rising Stars going into tomorrow. But, once again, we have to see if they're going to play with their food here, maybe get spoiled a little bit, or if they're going to take care of business.
I don't know. I can tell you right now, I'm looking at predictions right here, and I'm definitely torn here because I have been known to be one of the biggest caster curses in the world, and I'm sitting here very familiar with one of these teams. No, absolutely no one on the other here. However, using my brain, they're sitting 2-0 on the day, and I do think that the Outlaws are going to sweep this one and go 3-0 on the Derecho. It's been a fun season, but hopefully for your own mental sake, you don't go 3 in a row losing Game 5.
Yeah, see, on the other hand, I kind of think the Wounded Animal is the most dangerous one in this scenario. That's why I'm going with Derecho. I think they're going to clutch up, and with a game score of 4-6, only a -2, they are in a great position where if they have a good series here, everything changes.
That does. 3-0, and you can be moving on to tomorrow. But again, it's going to all depend to how the other game goes in their bracket. And of course, you have a whole other bracket again. There's a bunch of math. A lot of people smarter than me are going to be working on that. But again, we will make sure to keep you guys updated on the scores as they do come through. And I can say, though, that we're going to be getting this game going in just a second here, as I am super, super excited to have our last Rising Star match of the day. And we will be able to see who is going to be moving through to tomorrow as the top seeds and who is going to be bowing out here.
So as you see here, things seem to be going smooth right out the gate. No tech issues, no rubber banding, and no cheeky kickoff. So really just in the middle of it right now, heading full blast. And what do we see going on here? Some staunch defense from the Outlaws as, Derecho early on with some aggression.
Yeah, one thing I do have to keep a lookout is for that man, Blasky. He is the only player, to my knowledge, that is playing in both Rising Star and Challenger. So this is his 5th best of 5 today, and he's got a match match again right after this. So my man is going to be playing a lot of Rocket League. We'll see if he's in love with or hates the game by the end of the day. But I can tell you right now, again, this is the team that he's looking to get some wins with right now. But again, going on the other side, Divine, Shrax, and Windy. Again, 2-0 on the day right now, looking to close it out. 3-0, they can go to bed, go get some food, and feeling very, very good about their chances for tomorrow.
And, you know, pointing out Blasky there, I'm really interested to see. He's someone who hasn't had the opportunity to get iced out, get cold. He's coming in feeling pretty hot with himself, bringing the first score of the game here. A beautiful, soft double touch to bring it all the way across the pitch.
I love to see that. You could see, again, popping up, getting the dunk on one. Blasky with 0 boost, just throwing the car wide, and Deratios, that is huge for their mental to get that first goal. Again, I know this team, both these teams on LAN love to pop off, to have some fun in the cams. The question is, when it comes to this, again, life on the line, there is no second round, right? There is no, oh, hey, we'll get him next time. You need to win or it is bye-bye. Have fun on the long drive home.
And as we see here, you know, we're trying to see if there's going to be some sort of knockout blow early on from the Outlaws. And here, a quick response from Divine. Are they going to exert their pressure here and kind of put their stamp on the series, or are they going to drag this out and let Derecho breathe some life into their land there?
That is a ridiculous read on the backboard, and you can see Swamp Donkey in the cams wincing a little bit because he knew he probably should have had that. Outlaws, it did not take them long to tie up this game here in game number 1 here. And again, I'm looking at that man, Divine specifically. In my opinion, he has been the best on this team. And as I say, the second Slayer going to be doubling it up here again. This is basically a kickoff goal, as it does just get mid, but you can see Blasky, Whirl, and Swamp Donkey. No one really covering the net. You can see Whirl gets caught out going to the corner. He had 0 on the board, but again, that is going to hurt the Deratios mentally to give up a lead so quickly.
I mean, Shraxel just quick to center that ball, and Divine knew exactly where to be. You think there's some sort of telepathic connection between the two of them.
Oh, this is awkward here. Can Swamp Donkey get there? He cannot. Blasky with the shot. He's not going to be able to get that one either, as Whirl now in the corner. He's going to be whiffing. We just have all 3 players whiffing on the ratios real quick. Shraxel now working down the other way of the field. Windy now forced to be going back here. Swamp Donkey is lurking, looking to get a demo on 1. He doesn't get the demo on 1. We see demos again from Shraxel. A lot of explosions on the field, but again, the scoreline still stays the same.
And now we see Blasky getting the boost, pushing up the field. Does he have? Okay, Swamp Donkey right there. And, oh, Blasky not in, and Whirl whiffing. Unfortunate, but here we go. Swamp Donkey turning in, making another attempt. Not able to get a clean hit, but Blasky, there we go. Oh, off the top of the crossbar.
Blasky with the whiff, Whirl with the whiff. We see Shraxel taking to the sidewall. Swamp Donkey going to be on the back wall, going for an early touch as that one does pinch all the way downfield. Windy should take his time here. He does take a time, and I thought Whirl was going to get an open net there. Swamp Donkey dropping this one down. Divine, again, doing so good on defense. He has been so consistent on the field so far. Windy now forced to go back here as Shraxel is going to take this one high, trying to get a second touch here. Blasky pops it up high. A little bit of awkward rotation to get this one back fit as Swamp Donkey is awkward, and again, some just whiffs coming out here. Divine now is just lurking, going for the boost, going for the demos to Swamp Donkey. He is known for going for the solo plays. Is that going to find the back of the net? It is not, as Blasky going to be turning early on this one. Whirl doesn't have the boost. Again, it's going to be missing that one. We see an open net potentially. Windy just a little too far back, but Divine, again, he's done such a good job of creating so much offense.
Whirl has been absolutely boost starved. He needs to get himself some boost, maybe go back for the corner. Unfortunately, though, we're not going to have a whole lot of time here. There he is. Comes in. Nice challenge. I mean, if I'm Derecho, I want to see them take every 50. You know, I want to see them challenge every hit. They need to keep the ball on Outlaw's side of the pitch.
Yeah, Whirl is still, he finally got a mid-boost on his way back. There he goes, but like you mentioned, he was sitting at 0 for a very, very long time here as Shraxel going to be booming this one down to Divine. Whirl is up early. Divine trying to find maybe a double tap. Can he find it? Shraxel cannot either. Now Swamp Donkey, 1v1 opportunity here. Trying to go for the mid-boost here quickly. Did not get the touch he wanted. He wanted to cut that more mid, but Whirl still with the shot. Divine up early, and Blasky now trying to buy some time. The ratios, again, they scored a goal early, but after that, they just can't seem to find resources or a shot on net.
Okay, but have a lot of boosts on the side of Outlaw, so maybe this is a good opportunity for, you know, Derecho to clear this, maybe get a nice bang out. Okay, Swamp Donkey with an awesome save. Can we get something here? They're not really able to convert. Divine is just a menace.
Yeah, Divine has been, I think, the biggest outlier, I think, of this game 1 here, as we see about 45 seconds left on game 1 here. Whirl, little awkward, throws it to the back wall. Actually, a great little 1-2 passing play from the Deratios to try to relieve a little bit of pressure as this ball does pop high. World now again on 0 boost. Swamp Donkey and Blasky turning early. Swamp Donkey going to be forced to go early again. Divine, that man has been a menace, like you said, on this field. Shot coming in, Traxel now. Swamp Donkey throws one downfield. Again, 24 seconds left. He can't get a sidewall read. Blasky does. Is that going to be an open net? Is it going to go wide? And it does sneak in with 20 seconds left. It seems like a freebie, and you got to wonder, Outlaws, why were you so aggressive with so little time left?
I think it really is that mental edge, though. They had a lot of great looks, just barely weren't able to convert. Swamp Donkey with some awesome saves, and eventually, Blasky was able to just eke right through, and no one was back.
Traxel up early, good pre-jump from Whirl. Windy up early, trying to go for a solo play. Doesn't have the resources to get this one. Is going to drop this one mid, though. Good extra effort from him. 8 seconds left. Swamp Donkey, not a lot of resources, trying to go for a reset. Can he find it? It's going over one. It's off the corner. It's Blasky there for the shot, and it's saved! What a touch from the defender. I thought for sure that was going to be some 0-second shenanigans, but Divine again on the goal line. This man is trying to carry his team to a Game 1 victory.
Hey, Swamp Donkey did everything you could ask for there. He gets the ball right off the side. He brings it to the middle, sets his teammate up. Unfortunate, though. Traxel in overtime is able to just keep that onslaught of pressure and convert.
Oh, I love to see that. Divine again off the back wall. Swamp Donkey and Blasky, you got to throw a hand up. You cannot blame them. But Outlaws, again, they looked so good. And this is kind of reminiscent to what we saw last game, where one team seemed to be so dominant and the other team kind of through just a weird mishmash, ends up coming back. But in the end, overtime, Outlaws coming out. I think rightfully so in Game 1. I do think the Outlaws look better, yet looking at the shots, the ratios, you got 15 shots. You got to find the back of the net more.
Yeah, I think a combination of some unfortunate touches, maybe a little bit of boost management issues, right? Like probably Outlaws doing a great job of keeping track of the pads, getting the big boost on a routine basis, and kind of leaving Derecho not with enough to get it in when it mattered.
So, as we see Game 1 coming to an end here, yeah, looking at the cams here, that's going to be, again, frustrating as the ratios, again. They've lost 2 Game 5s in a row versus the Outlaws. They've been kind of cruising throughout the day, and especially getting a Game 1 win, they're thinking, oh yeah, this is just rinse and repeat from the last 2 series. And it's kind of hard to argue with how the results have been so far and with how much more pressure and better boost management the Outlaws have had.
Yeah, they're really making sure that even on their side of the pitch, the Derecho is not getting any of their own corner boosts. And here, can he clear it? No, not really. It's going to be set up straight to Traxel. It's going to miss. Divine's going to get a touch off. Windy with another touch, and Traxel turning in. Unfortunately, not able to make anything happen there, and a good clear by Blasky.
Swamp Donkey trying to barrel through everyone, which he does. Blasky hits this one up to Divine, who's just waiting for that one as Blasky goes early in that one. World trying to take his time. Goes for a little bit of a back pass here. Swamp Donkey in an awkward spot. Windy should have a free shot here, but not very good power. Again, golden opportunity on the counter back, but not able to land this one, as this one might actually find the top corner. A little more dangerous than I think the Derechos were expecting. Here's Divine looking for a double tap. He is going to lead this one, but Swamp Donkey misses that one. And again, the backboard of Derechos is their biggest weakness right now.
I think the beautiful thing about watching Outlaws in this series, and this is something that's been consistent all day, right, is when there's one attack on the goal, it's a simultaneous front, right? You're getting, an errant shot maybe off the crossbar, maybe off the backboard, but immediately Divine or Traxel coming in through the air, ready with the follow-up, playing a very aggressive but confident second man.
Yeah, we'll see. Swamp Donkey should get this first touch of the corner here. Can he get this one mid? We see the defender in the goalie just waiting. He's like, I don't need to pressure this one. I'm going to stay in my net. My net is the safe spot. So we see Blasky now trying to get it around one. Divine again. He's got plenty of boost to work with here, trying to go for a shot. A little bit too weak, but again, Swamp Donkey, a little bit of an awkward touch in the corner here. 1-0 scoreline is all that is going to be needed for Outlaws. Derechos again trying to find some offensive pressure. Divine is up so early. This one does pop down. Traxel, can he beat him out? Blasky doing a good job. Good speed in the air. Whirl again on 0, but it just kind of seems to be for a given moment that Whirl will always be on 0.
Well, he's got some boost to his name right now, so can he make anything with it? He's turning in, but it really is a Swamp Donkey play, and we're going to have to see if Whirl can get it in the corner there. He does get the demo off, which is nice, but I don't think they're going to be able to take advantage of the man up.
Swamp Donkey now going for a solo play. Can he go for a reset? He's got another one. Is that going to go in? And it is Swamp Donkey with the mechs. The demo's coming through, and Derecho is feeling good about getting that one.
Okay, Donkey. I mean, hey, man, you do it enough. Well, it's eventually going to go in. We've seen him make a few of these solo plays so far this series, and finally he gets a nice, pretty one to go in right between a couple of defenders on the side of Outlaws.
As we see now, halfway through game 2, the ratios, again, they do find their first goal. It's looked a little sketchy. I'm still looking to get Whirl involved in the series. A lot of it has been through Blaski, through Swamp Donkey, and Whirl, like I said, has been struggling a little bit with the boost as he is, again, on 0 right now. But I think especially for him, he's got to get going early in this series. He cannot win with just a 2v3.
Hey, that was a big save by Whirl, though. Maybe this is going to be a moment for him. He's attacking there, bumping Shraxel, not able to get anything with it. But Swamp Donkey setting Blaski up perfectly there. And there you kind of saw the pieces come together, right? We called out Whirl. We said he needed to see something from him. He gets a save. He brings it up the pitch, and then boom, his other 2 teammates able to come in and execute.
Yeah, look at these these little gooby goobers in the cans. You're having fun with this one, which, again, this team I think is very vibes-based, but it does come down to you got to get everyone involved. Yes, Swamp Donkey and Blaski have been pretty much the entire offense, as we've seen a lot of demos that is copy and paste, but again, Whirl sitting on 0 boost again. He's got to get involved in this series.
All right, Swamp Donkey with another great solo play to try and get it out of the corner, but unfortunately not able to get a nice center there from Blaski, but they're still trying. Ooh, a good center from Whirl, but no one's there. And now we're in a dangerous position for Derecho. They're not sending anyone back. They're not full rotating. They're going to continue to attack, and they're one errant, bang or clear from Outlaws from maybe having an open net, but we're going to have to see here if Blaski can continue this onslaught as
can he get the redirect? Oh, it's such a good shot on target from Windy. I love to see the power there. We might see a follow-up from Windy, and he says, I will not be denied.
And there you go, man. They were so aggressive on offense that they didn't leave themselves much room for error in defense. Whirl just wasn't able to challenge that once again. 0 boost there, probably not enough. And it's Outlaws tying the game up 2-2, but this is still very close, which is not what you would expect on paper if you're just looking at the bracket, seeing how the game's played out today, and maybe disrespecting what Derecho can do here.
Well, I'm expecting Derecho to go to 5. Don't get me wrong. I am expecting to have a little bit more of a fire between them, but again, I think it goes back to, can they get the team involved? Can they get Whirl involved? This man can he get some mech. He's got some speed on the field, but he's just got to make sure he's got the resources. As right now we see Swamp Donkey again. He is super in love with his flicks. Is that one almost going to be caught on target here? As Shraxel now throwing this one downfield. Actually gets one extra touch, making Windy a little bit awkward here, but Divine does that matter, gets a read on one, but Swamp Donkey again with the save, and somehow they keep it out, and Blaski and Derecho is trying to survive with 50 seconds left on the clock, and again, overtime is looming, which as we already saw, Outlaws did win last time.
Swamp Donkey is going to make me have a heart attack, dude. Every time there is just him in the net, and they are seconds away from losing another goal, he makes the save time and time again. He's been incredibly clutch, and he's been probably the star of Derecho this entire game too.
Oh, Blaski trying to drop this one down. He actually gets the defender of Outlaws to do it for him. 20 seconds left. Divine throwing this down to Shraxel. This has been the connection now. Blaski throws this one to the sidewall. Is going to get a follow-up. He does, but doesn't have the resources to go for this one. Swamp Donkey opts to leave this one for Whirl, who does come in. Divine now throws this one downfield. The clock keeps ticking down. I can tell you right now, Derechos just want to kill the clock. Blaski going to throw this one downfield, and that is going to be overtime in game 2. Back-to-back overtimes. Question is, can Derechos get a win, or are they going to find themselves down on match point?
I think if you're Derecho, you have to win this overtime. I don't know if there's a way you can come back from this series down 0-2 off back-to-back overtime losses.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. We'll see if more bumps are going to be happening here as Whirl trying to pinch this one mid. Unfortunately, ends up going the wrong way here. Blaski getting bumped himself, trying to flip into it. Just a little bit awkward in the corner here. Swamp Donkey tosses this one mid. Blaski going for bumps in the middle. Oh, Whirl now as that third man. Getting a little dangerous there going for that one. Swamp Donkey, again, the bounce is not what he's wanted as Windy throws this one. It is going to go high. Divine trying to get this one back. It is still a dangerous position. Swamp Donkey does throw this one to the corner. Derechos have had their back against the wall all of overtime so far, but does not matter until the overtime will end.
Swamp Donkey dribbling it out. No boost, though, and can Whirl turn in? No. Gets past him. Does it get back to Blaski? No, with an incredible save. And you see here Derecho playing an onslaught of offense and just making clutch save after save. It's like 90-10 Derecho on offense, but all it takes is one moment of Outlaws slipping by with their very concrete and clear plan of attack to blow this game open.
So we see more demos galore happening here. Swamp Donkey gets beat out by 1. Traxel trying to get it around 2. Trying to pop it up high. It does go high. Does anyone have resources on Rachel's to go for this one? That's actually a free touch. Windy not able to find that one. And Divine, and somehow it's a cluster. This might be a 1v1 going the other way. Blasky taking this one away from World. Doesn't have any boost. Blasky trying to go quickly. The net is over for a split second. Anyone just has to put it in for Deratios, but no one was there to commit.
I think Swamp Donkey was looking for some boost, man.
Oh, it's got to be a killer. Again, the lack of resources when your team needs it the most. Now we see Outlaws struggling a bit on boost. For the first time, the Ratios are the ones starving out the opponent, as this one is going to bounce high. Divine again, that man is so scary on the ball. As we see pass to Windy again. Good deflection here from the Ratios, but still not out of the woods yet. Blasky to Swamp Donkey, sorry, World to Swamp Donkey. Can't see what's happening. Net might be open. Is anyone there? Going the other way. Blasky has to get back. Divine can't get the touch, and that might be almost an overload for a split second. World at the last second had to get it around 1. And just before we know it, we are now 2 minutes into this overtime.
And Swamp Donkey, Blasky, and Whirl are completely boost-starved pads. There's one in the corner. Can one of them take the time to even go get it while continuing to play stellar defense?
Chance going up high. You can see no one has the boost. Divine does get a reset, not able to really use it effectively. Ball does go high. Blasky forced to use this one. Swamp Donkey opts to take it low, but we see Whirl double commits. Now Blasky trying to go for some bumps. Swamp Donkey, it's out the backboard. The free touch. Is anyone there? Whirl has no boost to go for it again. This is killing me. He's got good rotations. He's just got no resources.
And Swamp Donkey did a great job of, passing off the ball while continuing to make Outlaws awkward there, getting off a great bump, and unfortunately, just not able to be there and finish the play. And you see the same thing from both teams right now. It is like on the edge of their seat, 3 minutes in overtime. This one could continue to go on another 3 minutes at this rate.
Oh, this is an awkward touch. Swamp Donkey is there. What a save from Divine. Again, this man has been the MVP for me so far. Whirl trying to get a low 50. That one is going to go all the way into the corner. Blasky should have time to get boost. Question is, who is going to be up for the Outlaws early? Blasky with an awkward touch going backwards. We'll see. Is that going to be it? And Windy gets the goal off of a mistake from the Deratios.
It was a little scary there to clear it into the air that high. I think with the way that Outlaws has been attacking Deratios' goal from the air, you probably wanted to try and get that one out the side as quickly as possible instead of trying to center it through the air. But unfortunately for Derecho, incredibly close series, but they see themselves staring down the barrel of an 0-2 and a potential sweep.
Yeah, that one's going to hurt. I'm not going to lie. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Deratios, you got to find some boosts. That's all it comes down to, right? We've seen Swamp Donkey, I think, has played exceptionally well. He and Blasky working in tandem. But again, going back to it, I sound like a broken record. You got to get Whirl involved. He's yet to score. I think he's the only one yet to score in this series so far, and I think it's definitely shown.
And when you look at the demos, it seems like consistently Windy is the one eating the demos for the sides of Outlaw. If I'm Derecho, I'm probably looking to get a demo on Traxel or Divine while playing offense here to see if that will create more open nets and potentially give yourself a little bit more grace.
We'll see here as we do find ourselves in Game 3. Again, this is where it's interesting. Deratios, your season is now on the line, excuse me. Again, they got top 2 in the major, but they were potentially favorites to at least get out of groups, you would think. You wouldn't expect them to go down 3-0 here. But again, Outlaws, they're playing well, but sometimes they're going to be making mistakes as well, as Blasky going to be getting the first goal of Game 3.
And this has been a pretty consistent note this series, right? Of Derecho being able to make a strong opening impact in the first minute of the game. Blasky in particular seeming to stand out in those moments. But can they keep it up? Because Outlaws has been quick to respond in kind every single time.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do expect Outlaws to score in about the next 20 seconds. But that does seem to be how this game goes here as Whirl trying to get his corner boost. He does get the corner boost. He does bounce right backside. And Divine, that's actually going to be a double commit. The net might be open on the other side, but Blasky gets bumped. That is an excellent bump in rotation to not allow the open net counterattack.
Nice little play there from Swamp Donkey. If I'm Derecho, I'm trying to keep it low. I'm trying to play fast. When you get caught up in the air, it just seems like the airplay from Outlaws is objectively better at this point. So can we see Derecho try to exploit them on the ground?
Chance here, Windy now off the corner. Oh, I thought Schraxel was going to have this one. Divine is up early. That is going to be going off the crossbar, and no one expected it to drop. I think that slow. Blasky now trying to find the second touch. He does get the sidewall read to the corner, though. Schraxel getting beat out, and that's just pure speed from Swamp Donkey.
Okay, here we go. Windy misses a beautiful shot on the other end, and then on this side, Swamp Donkey out of the corner. Just the right touch at the right time, man. I mean, what can you say? Divine didn't have a chance there.
I'm still looking at World to get involved again. This man's got some skill, but he's got to get involved. Blasky and Swamp Donkey, I think, have played exceptionally well. Blasky now trying to put this one to the sidewall. World's got boost. Someone's got a challenge early. He's not able to find the read off the back wall. Windy almost with a great touch. Schraxel now making it incredibly awkward for Swamp Donkey, who, even on zero, does an excellent job of relieving pressure for the team.
Okay, we get the mid boost there on Swamp Donkey. Blasky sending it up ahead, but gets popped into the air by Schraxel, it looks like. And then now we're back on defense for the side of Derecho, but Blasky trying to control the ball, clearing it up ahead to the center. Swamp Donkey, can he beat Windy? He can't. Windy holds solid in the net.
Oh, this might be open for a split second, but Swamp Donkey does get back in time. Schraxel throws this one downfield. Whirl is there again on zero boost, as what we expect. That's just kind of how it works for this man at this point. But
that's his comfort zone.
That is his comfort zone, is to be on zero. Swamp Donkey also on zero. Divine, though, he scares me. That man has been ridiculous in offense, as this ball is going to be going the other way. Blasky going to be able to miss that one, not getting the resources he's looking for. Whirl again on zero. It's just what we come to expect at this point in time. Swamp Donkey 83 boost, going to go for a fake on one, probably trying to get it around one. Gets a ridiculous flick up high. Blasky, opportunity for a solo play, just going to force that one to the corner. Again, Derecho, they're up 2-0 right now. They don't need to force a ton of offense right now, but if they do give up a goal, I need it to be earned, but they don't care. They're going to find their third, and again, off of Whirl, again, getting an assist is Schraxel. He just missed the ball.
And Whirl there, I mean, they were in a dangerous position. Swamp Donkey had just gotten demoed, and instead of full rotating back, trying to sit in net, prevent Outlaws from starting to eke their way back into this game, they put their foot on the gas and they said, no, we got another shot here, and he just centers it perfectly for Blasky.
I'm kind of wondering right now, where has this offense been for the Derechos? I will say I'm expecting them to give up a couple here in regulation, but hopefully they can close it out as far as the content goes, because we've yet to see a sweep on the stream today, and hopefully that does continue as Swamp Donkey going to be looking for a free backboard. That is going to be a great touch, and again, Whirl could not find the touch. That was Blasky, actually, but again, that should have been number 4, as that was a great demo and follow-up shot here. Gracious, though, a minute 30 left. They might be giving up one right here, and Schraxel with the ludicrous shot just under the bar.
And that's just so unfortunate as Whirl challenges there in the corner. They think they maybe get away with it. Swamp Donkey gets the boost, goes for the save, and just not there by a millisecond.
Yeah, that's just great speed from Schraxel. Like I said, the passing plays from the Outlaws have been so good. And again, I'm looking at Divine again. He's had such a good performance. Can he keep it up when his team needs it? As we see Windy going for the solo plays. Can he find a bump on one? That actually opened for a split second. How is this in?
I think Swamp Donkey thought his teammates had his back if he goes for this challenge. It's kind of an unforced error on their part.
Yeah, I would kind of have to agree. I think Swamp Donkey expected, hey, I can buy a lot of time, my teammates will get back. Unfortunately, they were not. And unfortunately, the Derechos had a 3-goal lead, and it is down to 1. The question is, can they hold on? Otherwise, Outlaws, you score 1 goal, and suddenly you are right back into sweeping this series.
You're right back in the overtime as well, which is going to be a very painful way to go out, because you're going to feel like you were right there the entire time. A good save there by Whirl. Can he get back down in time?
No, oh my gosh. Okay, Schraxel, you could see in the cams, he got very scared that he missed one of the most open nets you could ever get, but the Rocket League gods smiled upon him here, throwing even a nice shot on the goal explosion. And again, Derechos, you've now thrown a 3-goal lead with a minute left, still with a minute in regulation. We've now seen 2 games go back-to-back in overtime with Outlaws winning both of them. So right now, I mean, I think their Outlaws are pretty happy with where they're sitting.
I mean, the Outlaws offense, fast, deadly, precise, coordinated, right? Whereas Derecho, it's just continuing to labor. It's going to beat you down. They're going to continue to try and land blow after blow. They're not going to connect very much. If you shoot 20 times and you make, 10% of them, that's still 2 goals, right? So they're going with death by 1,000 cuts.
Oh, what a rip off the shot. Can Trax will get a good touch? That's so difficult to get good power on that one. Swamp Donkey on 0 has to have flip in that situation. Blasky trying to buy some time. We see Whirl in net, still again on 0 boost. Divine now taking a slow play here. I love to see a 50 like that from him. It's so smart to buy time. Windy going up early, trying to get it just back mid. Blasky going to be taking his time. We actually see triple whiffs. Divine with the shot. This is getting dangerous. Is that going to go in? No way. What a save. Is anyone there for the follow-up? And what a save again from Swamp Donkey. With 1 second left, we might see our 3rd overtime.
Blasky's not done yet.
Is that going to bounce up? And it does not. Outlaws somehow did not find a goal at 0 there, as we are now finding ourselves in the 3rd overtime in a row. If the Outlaws win 3-0 with 3 overtimes in a whirl, oh man, they're going to do it right there. Is anyone there for the follow-up? And Windy is. And just like that, Outlaws back-to-back-to-back overtimes is going to secure their spot and say bye-bye to Duration. Shows.
You hate to see it, but if you watch the series, you know it couldn't have been closer between these two games, between these two teams. Like, you know, you'll look at the bracket afterwards and you'll think, wow, just another blowout, you know. Outlaws, the top seed in the group, Derecho, the bottom seed in the group, as expected, right? But no, this was a grind mill of a game. They were continuing. The Outlaws
15-5.
Traxel showing up huge, continuing to put shots on goals, and unfortunately for Derecho, close but no cigar.
Close but no cigar, indeed. Sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles. And like I said, Derecho, you had a good fought season, but in the end, we will be saying goodbye to them. But again, massive congrats to the Outlaws. Again, in such an awkward situation, they fought back. Again, even in Game 3, they were down 3-0. With a minute 30 left, they fought back, got it to overtime, and again, the ice in overtime to go back-to-back-to-back to finish off group stage as the top team.
And that's just crazy to see how coordinated these guys are when the chips are down, right? You know, Straxel always making sure to be there in center. Windy following up as much as he can and never putting themselves in a position where they're unable to rotate back on an errant shot, which unfortunately ended up being the hallmark of Derecho this series, right? Continuing to have this onslaught of people attacking the ball, attacking the goal, and the moment that Outlaws were able to get a good clear, maybe a good bang, you know, Derecho just couldn't get back in time to reset, get their defense going, and it was really up to Swamp Donkey and Whirl in particular to make some incredible saves on basically 0 boost.
Yeah, again, you got to look at it, and it's such a tough series. I mean, I've been in a situation, I know we all have, where you just can't seem to get going in a series. You just can't seem to figure out where can I be. I can't get the boost. I just can't figure out what these rotations are. But again, Outlaws, they had their plan. Divine, I think, MVP performance. He was everywhere on the field. But in terms of the shooting, the shots, the passing, they were consistent with Traxel and Windy. They did not miss their opportunities, where Durations, unfortunately, we saw a lot of them just pass by.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what Outlaws does tomorrow. I mean, they've had an incredible Saturday. Can they follow it up with an equally incredible and unforgettable Sunday and try to walk away with that Rising Stars championship?
Yeah, we'll have to see. They're definitely going to be one of the favorites, especially after this one. And like I said, Divine specifically, he was very, very impressive in this game. But again, going back to it, Traxel Windy, exceptional performance. And at the end of the day, you get the dub 3-0 to end off your day. And hey, it's only 3:55. And you can say, all right, I can head out and go down. I have an early night and prep and get some rest for tomorrow, which for these boys, hopefully is going to be a pretty long day.
Or you stay, you wait for some of the other games to clear out. Maybe you get a couple extra games.
I wouldn't mind it. I don't know exactly when we're going to necessarily get kicked out of this building, but yeah, obviously we got 2 more matches to go after this one. We'll just have to see when you get kicked out. But yes, these players, I love to see that they're getting some grind, especially because a lot of them aren't getting a ton of warm-up, but it doesn't matter on LAN, on the main stage in front of the crowd, they were able to ice it up.
And looking at Derecho, once again, you pointed out they had their ups and downs this season, but I think they should be proud of the way they went out here in a blaze of glory. That, to me, I saw what I wanted to see out of them, which is them fighting tooth and nail, 3 overtimes in a row. That second overtime in particular, though, I've coached Rocket League for 7 years now. I've seen it time and time again. It is brutal to lose those 3, 4, 5-minute overtimes and try to reset mentally for the next game in the series, especially when you were already down.
Well, especially when you lose, like the first overtime was maybe 30 seconds. The second one, like you said, was like 3.5 minutes. And then after that, losing in like 8 minutes or whatever, or 8 seconds, whatever it is, ludicrous. But regardless, we have more matches to go. We are going to be jumping to Challenger. That is going to be it for Rising Star on the day. But do not go anywhere. We got 2 more matches to end it out. We'll be right back with some more MCS action.
Breathing underwater. Can't let you go now. Making it so hard. You got to know now. Ooh, taking it too far. Nothing to hold now. I'm falling apart. Out in the cold now. Breathing underwater. Breathing underwater now. I can't let go.
Back, all you beautiful people, to MCS LAN Season 11. I'm Carl's Nuts, back for another cast with my teammate J-Bay here. How are we doing today, buddy?
I am doing phenomenal, Carl. It's so great to be casting alongside you today. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. This is J-Bay's first LAN cast. Everybody get loud for him. This is going to be super, super
Yes,
fun.
sir.
We're about to witness a very, very entertaining challenger match between the St. Paul Senators and the Fargo Steelhawks. Both of those teams are currently the top two teams in their group, so neither of them will be eliminated, but they are both playing for that one seed, which, as we all know, gets a bye tomorrow, which is super, super huge if you can secure that.
Right on.
So, I mean, do you got any early thoughts on this team? I know we got like Stewie on the St. Paul team. He was the #1 overall pick and challenger on St. Paul. He's had a pretty phenomenal season.
I mean, obviously, yeah, I'm going to expect Stewie to show up here on the main stage. He's a first overall pick and challenger. He's got two great teammates beside him, and I just think, yeah, this team is going to shine. It's going to be a lot of fun.
This is my earlier today. I casted Rochester versus Fargo. So this is my second Fargo series. So I've gotten to see them play a little bit. We know how good of a player Mates, Nate, Dicey, and DJ all are. So it'll be really interesting to see. They lost in 5 actually to Rochester, so it'll be really interesting to see if they are able to take down St. Paul. Rochester and St. Paul both having a top player and LAN on their team. Rochester with Busy and St. Paul with Stewie. So, like I said, both these teams fighting for that #1 spot, but can't be eliminated. As we see, Carl's Nuts has been mentioned on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
Challenger saves? Yo, I forgot about that. Let's go. But yeah, as we see Stu here, just over 2 saves a game. I mean, that's the kind of anchor you want on a challenger team.
That man is everywhere on the field. He's scoring goals for his team, and according to this, he's back saving them too.
Seriously. I mean, yeah, and Bloom and Grant, no slouch either. Those guys are great players and great compliments, as you mentioned, to Stewie.
Absolutely.
So excited to see this one get going. I think the guys are all on the stage getting their warm-ups in. Love to see that. We just have one more series after this one today, finishing out an action-packed Friday, but we will obviously be seeing everybody again tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Only, let's see, 6 of the 8 teams will, in each division obviously, will be moving on to tomorrow. So that's still a healthy amount of players. This should be a busy venue once again tomorrow. We had a great turnout today. Here's a little look at the action we've had today. Obviously on the bottom we see Fargo versus St. Paul, and then following this, Premier Duluth versus Brainerd.
What I'm seeing here is I'm not seeing enough Game 5s.
You know what? That's a brilliant call out, Jay. But we started the day with 2 Game 5s, and we've been 5 straight with no Game 5s. I think we're due.
I think we're certainly due.
I think there's never been anything that's been more due ever than a Game 5 in this series. Again, the top 2 players in their group right now, or the top 2 teams in their group right now, so it should be a pretty even match. Looking forward to some high scoring. Hopefully every game is like overtime, 5-4, super exciting. I guess, do you want to talk about our day a little bit, how we're doing?
Yeah, so Carlo and I play on the Burnsville Rising Star team, and went 1-2. Ooh, we're getting right into it, actually.
Yeah, I guess who cares what we think about our team? Let's focus on the Steelhawks and the Senators as we get kicking here in Game 1. Grant, early scoring potential. Bloom may be following that up, but unfortunately neither of them can put that one away. Dicey Moon now has some boost in the ball, is going to fake out one, is going to get that second touch, but Stu on the back line, as we know he has been all season, carrying this one down, gets the reset. What can he do? As we have started most of this game in the blue half. Grant maybe following up a shot. Does he have a double tap? He does, but it's just off target as Bloom puts that one back mid for nobody. DJ now going to probably have to take a 50 instead. All right, cool. Looks like we are pausing. Not too sure why.
Well,
or do you want to play a game of rock, paper, scissors or something?
Sure.
All right, I'll shoot.
Yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors,
shoot.
Shoot.
Rock,
paper. Okay, hold on.
Reset.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Ah, okay. J-Bay's a better human being than I am. Gosh, that sucks.
I get the bragging rights.
You
I will
get the
never
bragging
forget
rights.
this.
Yeah, I don't know. Not a ton to talk about after that first 20 seconds of gameplay.
It just looked like the other teams were just feeling each other out. That's how all game ones are usually.
Yep. Game 1s can't be taken too seriously in a series because of that, likely these teams haven't seen each other in a while. They're getting used to the players and how they're all working. But by now, you'd think, we're later in the day. The LAN environment shouldn't be too unique for these guys. Like, you'd think there wouldn't be a ton of nerves like there would be in the morning. They're used to the PCs, the speed, the environment, everything like that. So as far as quality of gameplay goes, this should be as good as we see in the Challenger division.
Absolutely. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the last time these teams faced was in a Major 2 in the bracket, or in Swiss, I believe.
Sure.
And Fargo was actually, I think, swept by the St. Paul Senators.
Okay.
Which I'm obviously hoping that's not the case today.
Yeah, we want Game 5 OT. We want Game 5 OT.
We do want Game 5 OT.
Production is not behind enough for us to not want Game 5 OT. Let's get some exciting stuff. But that is interesting. Yeah. That's not how I would have expected this series to go. I mean,
I agree.
As we mentioned, these teams are pretty evenly matched. I wonder if maybe Stewie just took control of that series and just didn't give Fargo a chance. But I'm sure Fargo's looking for revenge. They don't want to get swept again, especially now that they're on stage. Looking at some Challenger point standings throughout the season, Fargo finishing in the #1 spot due to major success in the major. They weren't in the top 2 or 3 spot a majority of the season, but doing well in the majors is super, super huge, especially Major 2. And then St. Paul having a great record at 11-4 by finishing in that 5 spot. So these are 2 very, very high-quality teams. I'm excited to see them continue. I assume we're probably going to restart Game 1, but I'm not super certain.
I am assuming so as well. We did see, we saw some offensive electricity from St. Paul there quite early.
Yeah, we were on, they pressure early for them in the first 30 seconds. Let's see, what else do you want to talk about? We could talk about the political and economic state of the world right now.
Looks like we do not have time for that.
Okay, good. I didn't want to talk about that. We are just going to, far. It looked like we were just going to get started at that 425 mark instead of restarting, maybe because a goal had been scored, correct? Before we.
DJ scored, but nobody was moving.
True. So they might actually be restarting, and that's why we are not seeing gameplay yet.
Yeah.
Good group of Challenger teams that made this. Obviously, some good teams that didn't quite make the cut. Our Burnsville Challenger team included was really hoping that we could compete this weekend, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
Back next season, hopefully I just make Challenger next year, and then I'll be on the team the whole season.
Exactly.
Okay, maybe we do have time to talk about the political and economic state of the world right now, JB.
We could talk about how clutch this update has been that allows you to pause games and use
that is
admin.
true. That updated like a month or 2 ago.
It was less than that.
And it's huge that we have the ability to do this, and even on other state like C and D stages when there's not an admin or something, you can just do it, which is super, super nice. We are going to get started with the 425 mark. That goal obviously taken away due to the pause. But we're back in action now. Still in the blue half of Dicey Moon, going to get us out of here. Maybe another touch from him, except Bloom cuts that one off. Made it Nate goes missing, but it's fine. DJ's there to cover him. Stewie with some boost. Does he get the reset? Not quite, but he gets the pop. Made it Nate reading that well, though. Bloom trying to cause some chaos in that blue corner. He's still trying to cause some chaos, bumping Made it Nate down the field. Dicey Moon gonna just leave this one. Maybe he has a chance to continue. Stewie's gonna go for a risky touch in front of his net. But, JB, no scores yet. We're down to 345.
Yeah, no scores yet. Looks like the playing field is kind of evened out a little bit as we're seeing some offensive plays from both teams now. As Stewie up in the air, pre-jump by Mason, past him. Has a flip. Can he get it? Not quite. Huge save from DJ there as Bloom looking to bring it back. Gets a good touch mid. Dicey clearing it out. Stewie bringing it back. DJ. Fargo low on boost now as they're trying to make an offensive counterattack. Grant is up. Dicey pre-jumping that as Stewie looking like some boomer ball across both halves here. As just a bunch of pre-jumps happening left and right.
It's looking like a Rising Star game with all this ping pong going on. You'd think so the players of this caliber would maybe, as Stewie maybe heard us and was trying to take control a little bit, but just lost it right away. Mages Nate, that's a good touch, but awkwardly hit out by one of the Senator defenders. That's an interesting pitch. Dicey has no boost, but he's going to be able to flick this one off to the side. Grant following it up. Can he put a shot on? He goes underneath. DJ with a great save, and no one's there. Stewie just driving past it, unable to get that shot in from the follow-up. DJ now going to continue. Stewie with the 50. Great 50 from him. Grant now has some control with this. How many more can he get? Give me 5.
Double
That's gonna be a
mid.
double tap. Bang!
Are you kidding me?
Grant, an unbelievable double tap. Look at the angle on this one, folks. What a shot. No one's even there to defend it, but if they were, I mean, if I'm a defender there, I'm not predicting a shot. Like, that's from that angle, I would not be expecting a shot whatsoever.
As Senators making their mark early in game 1, or excuse me, man, early in the series. As, Stewie looking for some 50s. Low on boost, can't do much. Takes up the wall. 50 out by DJ. Matus Nate is up, gets the clear out. Grant and Dicey are going to meet. Dicey gets the beat. Bloom is back, looking to clear it out. Out mid as Grant. Ooh, interesting touch to net as Dicey didn't look like he was quite ready for that. Gets the touch backward, back pass to Bloom. As Bloom opted to take some control here as DJ beats him out. Stewie low on boost again. 50's out Matus Nate. Can't do much after that though, and Dicey has some control. Grant off the pre-jump. Grant might have some more to the corner. Can he get it past mid? Not quite. And Senators still unrelenting as trying to get an insurance goal here as that is very much needed.
Doing everything they can to hold on this defensive line and maintain that 1-goal lead. DJ now with a potential attack, but Stewie should have a free ball. Is demoed for his troubles, however. Dicey now going to get another banging touch back, but we have all 3 Senator defenders just literally chilling back, waiting. They probably should play some offense, but it's not like they need to. Like, I'm sure they're fine winning this game 1-0. A win's a win. But yeah, like you said, an insurance goal is huge. A shot going on, but a great save from Grant. Matus Nate floating in the air. Can't do anything about this one as DJ puts it on. It's a little bit awkward, but Grant and Bloom combined for a dual save. Matus Nate trying to keep this one back in. He has no more touches, but do they know that? DJ goes missing. He might have had a chance. And we're still in the Senators' half. Dicey with a shot, and that is a slot top left from Dicey off the sidewall. Yeah, we're gonna be looking at this one again. Oh my goodness, what a touch. There's nothing Grant can do, and he was still pretty close. What a counter from the Steelhawks to tie this game at 1.
Yeah, Fargo had unrelenting pressure the last 20 seconds on their half. It was almost certainly gonna lead to a goal at some point. And Dicey just with a massive redirect back into their net as to equalize it in the series with under a minute left as we're starting to creep into overtime territory here as Dicey finds the net. Can't quite.
What a save! Can it be saved again? He can! Sorry. I don't know what happened to me right there.
Oh my goodness. No, that reaction's valid.
Is that a slot? Oh, what a shot. I mean, we're seeing high-level shots all around the board here from both teams and even higher-level saves to defend those high-level shots. We've got 15 seconds left. We are in the Senators' half, but Stewie says no way and sends that one back down. Can DJ get a good touch? He can, but I don't know how many more he can get. Gets a solid touch for the situation he was in. Stewie gonna go for this one. Has another touch. Can he get 2? No, he cannot. Dicey Moon hitting that to the left side, maybe going for another touch. Pops up by Nate. He's actually gonna let that one sit down for better or for worse. We have overtime in game 1. This is shaping up to be the series we wanted. We said we wanted game 5s, we wanted overtimes, and so far we got one. 1-1, a lower scoring game maybe than the audience would like, but a lot of impressive saves coming out, which is also fun to see.
I just see a defensive masterclass. I expect nothing less than in overtime at 1-1. Just quality saves all around from each team as teams are looking to wrap up game 1 here as Matus Nate is up, beats out Bloom. It's on net. It might
That's
just be
literally in. Oh my goodness, where are the defenders?
Matus Nate just finds an open net, beats out Bloom, and just nobody's back. And the Steelhawks.
Corner and Grant was 0. Unlucky.
Steelhawks take game 1.
GG's to them. An unfortunate open net mishap for the Senators to finish out that overtime, but on the flip side, good job on Nate understanding that he had some time to just put it on net because there was nobody else there. I mean, you take what the defense gives you, and if the defense isn't giving you, I mean, what a double from Grant. It's unfortunate that that couldn't lead to a game victory because that was definitely the goal of the match. I mean, this is a great another shot from Dicey's. I mean, we've seen, this has been a high-level game. We saw some great shots, great saves, and we saw an overtime. If every game was like this one, I would be super, super happy.
I would be thrilled too. Now, if you're the Senators, how would you adjust going into game 2?
That's tough. I mean, it felt like there were some moments that they were low on boosts that it just like, obviously boost is super variable throughout the games, but maybe that's one thing you focus on going forward is making sure that, like in that situation, maybe Grant's able to make a save if he has a couple pads to his name and he can kind of shadow the ball coming back to his net, but unfortunately he had nothing. There were a couple other times I just noticed 0 boosts across the board for the team. So maybe controlling the boost pads, maybe stealing some more boost pads, and just making sure you're not wasting the boost that you have could be a step for them.
Yeah.
As Dicey already sending this one back into the orange half to start game 2. A great infield pass to Nate, but Bloom was able to sniff that one out as DJ going to try and cause some chaos in his own corner. Grant's already up. Dicey awkward, but Grant couldn't get another touch. Stewie can. That's going to go back out. Is the third player there? He's just a little bit far away, but I honestly don't blame him. That was a little bit of a tricky spot in that corner, not wanting to overcommit. Stewie trying to go again, gets a touch, but not the best one as Nate now has a flick, and that one is going to find its way into the net. An impressive solo play from Nate. It's Nate. We're going to need to see this dribble one more time. Great first touch, great flip, and then he is just right into the net, JB.
Yeah, that's a great play by Matus Nate. Just 2 really solid flicks. And yeah, Steelhawks starting off game 2 strong, keeping up that momentum, which is crucial in a best-of-5 series. Because these series go by quicker than you would think. They're not quite the length of best-of-7s. As Senators looking to respond to a Grant up in the air, met by DJ. Still on the Senators' half as Stewie going to clear out, gets demoed for his efforts. Matus Nate with the ball again. Can he get another? It's
what a save! Oh my goodness, it barely goes in. There was a Steelhawk. I think it was Dicey looking for a demo here. Couldn't get one. He just kind of flipped away. But 2 players, Bloom and Grant, trying to combine for that save. And unfortunately, Mate just sits right in front of it and does not allow them to clear. I mean, the Steelhawks right now are playing like they got swept by this team the last time they played.
I completely agree. They know what kind of team they're facing against. They know what kind of adjustments they have to make. They know what they have to do to win.
And they want revenge. Exactly. They are playing like they are mad that they got swept in Major 2, which rightfully so. They're playing with a chip on their shoulder. They know they can beat this team because they just did it in game 1. And I'm sure they know that sweep was a fluke. Maybe they had subs. Maybe, we don't know the full story, obviously. But they were probably upset about that one and playing like they are upset. Grant with a touch, made his name with an awkward save, and that one's just going to find a way into the net. I'm not sure if this is the touch that May was wanting. I'm guessing not, because it just kind of sat right in front of the net, and Dicey with no boost, able to help his teammate out. DJ also with no boost. Boost seeming to be a problem on defense for both of these teams throughout the first 2 games. But more scoring the last game. We've already got 3 goals in just about a minute and a half of this one. Bloom trying to continue into the Steelhawk half. Can he get one off the ceiling for a teammate? He can. Is anyone there? Everyone's there. And hopefully Bloom is spawning on the left side pretty soon, because that's where the ball is heading. DJ going to go for one more. Can he get 2? I know he can, but it's not the best, as now Dicey Moon is able to maybe just take a shot. Surely this is a goal. Stewie with a mistouch, but Bloom is there to save him. One more. Can he get another? It's down mid. DJ with a shot, and Grant saving that one away. Some back and forth action as we now have Dicey Moon. Shot on net. Stewie can get there even with no boost. A lot of goal line heroics so far, JB.
Yeah, this pressure has been suffocating from the Steelhawks. This begs the question of how long the Senators can take it before they get a solid clear. As Steelhawks still unrelenting pressure. As starting to run a little bit low on boost. Actually, I'm mistaken. I just saw Matus Nate pick up a full. As yeah, Steelhawks still looking to get some offense here. As Dicey gets a clear out right to Bloom. However, it's going to be an awkward mid. DJ's there for the clear. Stewie, huge demo onto Matus Nate. That's going to create some pressure for the Senators. But ball back on their half as really trying to find something here as Dicey 50 at the goal line. DJ up. Dicey finish. Dicey Moon with the insurance goal, the much needed insurance goal.
I mean, this was due. We've been on the Senators' defensive half for probably a minute and a half out of the last 2 minutes, it feels like, with just shot after shot, blocked clear after blocked clear. They got out for about 20 seconds, but then they brought it right back into the orange half, and it was only a matter of time before that third goal would be scored. The Senators now have a little bit of a hole to dig themselves out of. Down 2 with 2 minutes, definitely possible. As Grant gonna rip a shot to the back post, and that one's gonna find a way in. Excellent placement from him as the defender looked to just be a little bit awkward. I'm not sure maybe if they were no boost. He's going to throw that one to the right side. Yeah, Mate that's just a perfectly placed shot. Mate's,
Absolutely.
He has to play toward the middle of the net as he's the last defender and only hope, and that's just a well-placed shot by Grant. Much needed shot by Grant, as now 1 goal in 2 minutes is a lot easier than 2 goals in 2 minutes, especially when you're playing against a team with pressure like the Steelhawks. You don't expect to get many opportunities when you're on your half the whole time, so you need to take advantage of the ones that you have. Stewie trying to do so now, but Dicey Moon blocks it away and might have some more touches. Unfortunately not. Now Grant having the ball and a little bit of boost going over to a teammate, but Stewie just a little bit too far pushed up on that one. Bloom now trying to read it off the wall, but it's a little bit awkward for him as Stewie trying to push the agenda. Bloom is up. That's going to be a shot on net, wide open net, and unfortunately goes missing. Stewie with the follow-up. It's just high, and that was a wide open net miss from Bloom. You hate to see it, but it does happen in this game. Even the best players in the world sometimes can make those mistakes. I'm sure it's when he wants back, but it's not over yet. We got still over a minute left, and we are seeing some more pressure from the Senators here.
Yeah, right. I know, Senators definitely want that one back, and here's the Steelhawks have an open net, but they can't quite. Low on boost, made its name with the finish. Clutch out of him with no boost, as their insurance goal comes back with about a minute left in game 2.
I was about to make a comment about how both these teams are building houses with the amount of bricks they have, but Nate shut me up before I could make that snide remark and put one in the goal to make it a 4-2 game. The hole that the Senators had before is back, and they have half the time to overcome it, which is not how you want the last minute to go if you're them. Still some pressure here from the Steelhawks onto the Senators' half. Grant taking this one sky high into the air. One more touch to Bloom. Bloom has the shot. Almost a perfect slot, but just off. Stewie gets that reset, but doesn't have any more to make another touch. Dicey Moon. I mean, if it's on the orange half, the Fargo Steelhawks are safe for the rest of this game, so that's what they're going to try and do. And they've been doing it all game with their absolutely stifling pressure. We're still over there. Stewie just with no boost, trying to get anything to go upfield. Same with his 2 teammates. DJ now in the midfield. Nate taking the ball away from him. Could be a double tap just off. Is this an opportunity for Stewie? I mean, he just has to go for a corner boost because he has nothing, and he goes by that one. 13 seconds left, and you'd think, unless a goal happens in the next about 2 to 3 seconds, that this game is probably over. It has to be right now, and Nate will clear that one away. We will be seeing the Steelhawks take a 2-0 lead in this series. Not how I expected to go, but definitely the revenge that they were looking for.
Right on, I completely agree. Steelhawks showing up this series so far. What's impressed me the most about them is their offensive rotations. Just unrelenting pressure on the Senator half. It just seems like everyone is on the ball.
Look at the shots. 13 shots for the Steelhawks compared to, I think it was like 7 or 8 for the Senators. It's not a massive difference, but if you're putting up 13 to 15 shots per game, you're going to win a lot of games in Rocket League. Yeah. You're going to like the results on that one for sure. And like you said, the rotations looking really, really excellent. There's just never a moment where someone is not ready to challenge a clear from the Senators. There's always somebody turning, somebody cutting, and when there's not, they know exactly. I mean, even if the rotation is not textbook, they know where they are. Yeah. They know where each other is, and that's how rotations work in this game. As long as you know where your teammates are, you can succeed. And they've been doing an excellent job keeping pressure throughout these first 2 games. I mean, yeah, if you're the Senators, I don't really know.
I think the Senators, I want to see more team plays out of them when the opportunity allows. I also want to see him get way more physical, because that's the most disrupting way to disrupt a rotation.
I didn't look at the numbers for demos last game, but I feel like we haven't been seeing a ton in this series from either team. Obviously, that's working out in the Steelhawks' favor. That one's going to careen toward the net, but taken away easily. This one could be an open shot. A bump coming in from Stewie, but unfortunately just missed. And that shot was an opportunity, but does not go in the favor of the Senators. We are still keeping some pressure, but Dicey's likely going to boom this one away. It does stay in the half, so maybe an opportunity for a shot, but just nobody's there in the midfield. Everyone's either way up or way back, and I think that's maybe one thing that the Senators need to do to control that pressure is to control the midfield. You can't if you get them on their half, you need to be able to keep them there for at least 30 to 45 seconds to generate a quality attack. Obviously, if you're there all game, that's even better, but Bloom as last back has to just shadow defend this. Dicey Moon gonna play some awkward touches in the corner, works out Stewie with the obligatory 2-loss car change, as hopefully the Fennec is the reason that they will win this game, and the Octane is the reason why they were losing. A minute down, we see 0-0. We've had about equal pressure in both halves. Nothing super threatening on either net, as both teams maybe not trying to, overcommit and do something stupid to allow that first goal.
Yeah, we need to track stats on a card change or post card change Stewie, especially if they start doing well.
Yeah, if he scores the first goal too, especially, like, we'll know something's up. Well, no, I mean, that could have been after a game one thing. If he's a demon post card change, just wasn't feeling the octane. Grant banging that one downfield, but DJ cutting that one off, taking the mid boost as well. Back to controlling that midfield. Fargo's been doing a much better job of that throughout this series, which is why they've had all that pressure. It just doesn't seem like the Senators have had any lengthy pressure for more than 30 to 45 seconds at any point in this series. If they get a couple opportunities, but then the Steelhawks find a way to just bring it back or bang it out or keep it on the orange half right after. Grant now with a bang up. That looks like it is in, and Grant, that's an excellent job on him recognizing the open net and putting that on.
Yeah, he made its name with no boost as last man, just saw the open net and took it, and Senators, first of many for an ideal reverse sweep for them.
I did say you have to control the midfield, but Nate, you do also have to watch your net. You do also have to guard the net. Midfield doesn't mean anything if you're not guarding the net. Unfortunate for them, but that's exactly the start the Senators needed. I feel like they almost had to score the first goal in this series, or in this game. I mean, if they're down 0-2 and they go down in the game, I feel like maybe the mental's a bit too chalked at that point, but scoring first here, huge for them. They're gonna look to try to get some insurance goals and take us on to a game 4.
And just like that, we're already approaching the halfway point of this game, so Fargo needs to solidify something, and that was the opportunity. Bloom with the save, and the Senators with a clear out, and no, the Steelhawks want that one back. As, Senators not done. They're looking for some opportunities to score here as DJ gets a clear out. And Stewie on the ball, trying to fake out DJ. DJ does not fall for it. Dicey bang up, and this is another round of Fargo pressure for them. As DJ's up, he's trying to find a teammate, can't quite. Bloom gonna clear it out, take some control here. 50'd out by Dicey, and Grit in the corner trying to get one mid for a teammate. Not powerful enough, unfortunately, for them, but it's Senators looking pretty solid on offense now. It looks like they're starting to figure things out this game 3. As Steelhawks looking like they're caught on their back foot for the first time, at least ever since game 1.
I mean, yeah, just like that. They were on offense for about 20 seconds. I guess they're back on offense now, but I feel like the Steelhawks have just been doing a much better job of continuing that. A great shot, but a great save. Stewie going to be able to follow that up. Probably just off. That one needed to probably go in just for insurance and for reassurance for the Senators. That one's another shot. DJ hitting that up to the wall for Nate, who can't go. Is anyone back for this? Dicey Moon is, and Stewie's going to hit it right into him. He takes control. He's probably going to get a flick over one. A good 50 from him and Bloom for the Steelhawks, as this one potentially has some offensive opportunity. And like I said, the Senators were on offense for about, 20, 30 seconds, and then it broke out. They didn't score, it broke out, and then the Fargo Steelhawks got another chance. They just need more lengthy pressure and need to control that midline for a little bit longer. DJ now trying to force some action downfield. That's going to be a good shot from Nate as they finally get the goal, the game-tying goal. Took him about 4 minutes to do so, but we knew he had it in him. Great team play from him and DJ.
Yeah, DJ creating the illusion that he's still on the ball. Other team does not recognize that, and Nate just comes out of nowhere and slots the game-tying goal here. With 51 seconds left, we are creeping back into overtime territory, which honestly I am hoping that's how this game ends up.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that at all. I mean, 40 seconds, it's totally possible that neither of these teams are able to put a goal or the ball in the goal. Made it's Nate taking this one to the skies, gets over Bloom. DJ's there for the shot, almost a perfect slot. Dicey's there for the follow-up, just off to the side. A couple opportunities there for Fargo. Neither of them are able to cash it in. Bloom now gets an interesting touch that will probably work in their favor. Dicey Moon now actually able to take that one off. DJ takes it into the air. He's maybe has one more, but is going to end up leaving this. Stewie cutting that one off. Is he going to go again? Yes, he is, but he's going to go just past the ball. That's a decent shot, but DJ is actually there to take it away from the backboard. Any more chances here for the Senators? We're on their half. Stewie it's in, but DJ, with the last boost in his tank, is able to save that one away. Any last opportunities before we go into overtime in game 3? This one's maybe going to just drop, and we do have overtime. Again, a 1-to-1 overtime, just like we saw in game 1. And if game 1 happens like this, we're going to see a Steelhawks win.
Yeah. I know Fargo's definitely loving the reset here. They were caught on their back foot the last 10 seconds. Oh, almost from the Steelhawks there. They're not done yet. Dicey with a huge pass mid up above the defender is looking like some more pressure from the Steelhawks early here as Double commit from the centers. This might be dangerous. Mason with control in the air. Flip reset. Does he have it? And DJ opting to take it. Dicey with the finish.
Oh, what a save.
That's all three of the Steelhawks. Grant slowing it down a little bit because he's low on boost as well. DJ up, getting a 50 off Stewie. Bloom his last back against Made. It's Nate. Trying to get a bump, can't quite. As DJ low on boost, trying to get the other team's boost here. Does not. As Mason Nate still trying to keep the pressure up. Does not have a flip off the ceiling. Dicey!
And he's able to follow it up. Unbelievable pass and play from Matus Nate, and Dicey gets that touch, didn't get a reset, but did all he needed to do. And Grant, I guess, with just a mistouch. Unfortunate for him, as he was maybe able to clear that one off to the left side, but just didn't get his car on it. And we are going to see a Steelhawk sweep against the St. Paul Senators, which is the opposite of what we saw in the major. Huge for the Steelhawks, giving them a ton of confidence going into Championship Sunday that they can take down even the best team in their group, supposedly, in a sweep fashion. GG's to them.
Yeah, very well-deserved sweep from the Steelhawks here. Very well played. Not super high-scoring games. I like the defensive masterclass from both teams. But yeah, just Steelhawks finding goals, just teammates providing opportunities. I think that's what helped them prevail here.
And I think with that sweep, I think the Steelhawks just got the #1 seed. I believe I think it had to be a sweep. I'm pretty sure their goal diff or the game diff was it was 2 or 3. So I think they either took it or they're tied, and then head-to-head will be that tiebreaker. So I'm pretty sure the Steelhawks just got the #1 seed for tomorrow. Don't quote me on that or kill me if it's wrong. But I believe that is what happened. So unfortunate. I think maybe St. Paul just needed to win 1 to avoid losing that 1 seed. And if that's true, unfortunate. But and we get to see these two beautiful faces back, back in action. This was the second to last series today. It was a great series. We would have loved to see maybe a game 5, just some more action. But we'll take a sweep. Sweeps are always fun.
Oh, yeah.
It really shows you who might show up tomorrow, and now all the momentum is in Fargo Steelhawks' favor. So I'm looking for them to make a difference tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe I'll be able to cast them again. But just one more series today. It's going to be a premier series against Duluth and Brainerd. That should be a really, really fun one. That's 2 excellent teams, 2 teams that have been solid all season. So looking to see who prevails there. I think Brainerd might be 2-0 today.
Yeah, they've been impressing me today. They've been doing quite well. I'm not sure what their seeding was coming into this tournament, but they have been very impressive.
Yeah, the Whitlock Legacy series earlier on, a couple of us got to watch that, so that was super cool. But yeah, excellent. I mean, it's been a super, super fun day of matches. From what I can tell, every series has had some excitement. I mean, this is high-level Rocket League. Even if it's just Rising Star, that's still pretty high level. We now see the last match of the day obviously showing up on your screen here, and the action that we've had. Yeah, haven't had a game 5 in like 6 games. So surely the next one is due for a game 5.
I think we're even more due now.
I thought we couldn't have been more due before. We're double due now, and so everybody in the audience will get to hopefully enjoy a banger of a series coming up next. That'll be super exciting. Looking at production, are we good to go? Okay, sweet, yeah. Everybody stay in your seats, or maybe take a drink of water, but we'll be back with some premier action very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
it takes is a moment. Is it fate that you came this far unbroken? If it's destiny, you wrote it. Focus, but you gotta be focused. Make or break, it's the last goodbye they remember you for. They're calling your name, go and take what's yours. Here, now, it's everything you've been dreaming about. There's a reason why you were chosen. This is lost time. Gotta rent a car, gonna stay a while. If I don't move ahead, then I get stuck behind. I'm at a friend's place, gonna stick around. The puzzle pieces fit for now. The things you said replay loud. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. All I want is you. All I want is you. There are people outside living their lives. Thousands of stories move through times. Only one face on my mind. A century long ago, I traded in my halo. Whoever it is that you think I am, I'm still figuring it out. I'm jealous of the people outside, just living their lives. Millions of secrets get lost in the light. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I won't rest until you know the truth. All I want is you. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, show me a sign. I'm surrounded by memories of you and I. Tell me how to reach you, throw me a light.
Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Don't pause, press play. Press play. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
Welcome back, everybody, to some more MCS. I'm Clash, joined by Power, and we just had some exciting challenge matches that, unfortunately for my team, resulted in some very interesting standings. We had a three-way tie going on there, and My team got the short end of the stick there, but that's okay. It was fun while it lasted, but we still have some teams in right now. We have the Victory versus the Superiors coming up. Superiors need this win. They are currently 0-2.
Yes, Brainerd Victory are in a much better position. They are 2-0 on the day. We saw them earlier today, actually. They were facing St. Cloud Flyers at 11:30, and they won that one in 4. They went 3-1 against them. They looked really, really solid in those middle games. The beginning and the end were a little bit shakier for them, but they pulled it out.
Yeah, and if we have a Superiors victory, by the way, we are guaranteed to have some more tiebreakers. So it'll be a little bit exciting no matter what happens here. But yeah, talking about what we went through so far today, there's been so many great matches, but it's all leading up to this one right here. Superiors playing the Victory, and we got some. I love these graphics, Stewie. Thank you again for these. They are awesome looking. The roster for the Superiors, in my opinion, before today happened, obviously they're 0-2 right now, but they were my favorites to win the whole thing. I don't know about you.
That is quite impressive words for them, because I didn't.
Really?
I did not think that they were that level. Don't get me wrong, I didn't see them as an 0-2 team, but you know, it's one of those things where it can be throw up either way. Now here we have introduced Brainerd Victory. We saw them earlier today, Whitlock, Wubik, Katamak. The series was completely defined by double taps. Whitlock and Katamak popping off, hitting 2 insane clips, and just really showing their mechanical presence on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are just 2 high-flying powerhouses right there. We talk about Whitlock. He's gonna, if he watches this back, he'll be a little annoyed that we call him a net stacker. But this season, absolutely not. He's on the top list for goal scoring this game. I don't think he's on one for the saves. I don't think he's gotten that many saves this time, because they just have such a high-flying offense. They keep things forward. They keep the ball pressing into the other team's side, and they're doing a really good job at it. But I love these the fun facts too. Best basketball player here. Do you think that's true?
I have no idea. I have not seen Sean's ball game. I have no idea how he would be on the court. I know here on the field he is an absolute monster. Definitely someone to look out for in the series. But as far as shooting them threes and
for sure, he's better than me. He's better than me. I don't know that.
I don't doubt that.
Oh no.
Here we have 4s, not a toe.
Not a toe.
a slight important difference.
Close enough though.
Yeah.
Oh man, but yeah, Talks rounding out the team. And again, he actually came from the Bloomington Mars. I really respect his game. There's a reason I drafted him, but he made the move. And I just really like this squad here. I'm really surprised that they are 0-2 right now. Again, like I said, they were my favorites coming into this one. But as we move over to the Victory, again, they have put it together a day for themselves.
Yes, they have. They have been playing cohesively as a unit, as a team, and they have looked really, really good. They won both of their series. They're looking to get the 3-0, get a comfortable first seed going into Sunday. Meanwhile, Duluth Superiors, they had both of their games losses. They did take them to Game 5, so it wasn't completely fruitless in that sense, but they still didn't get the win.
Yeah. I have a feeling we've kind of spoiled a little bit where we're leaning right now as far as predictions go, but Power, what are you thinking? How far are you thinking this one's going? Who do you have taking it?
I'm going to be honest, I see another Game 5. I feel like Duluth Superiors, despite the losses, they still have that drive, they still have that desire to win, but I do not have them winning the series. I have Brainerd Victory.
Yeah, like I said, I'm considering right now, just because of how the day's going, but I'm going with the Superiors here. I think they're just such a solid team. They just haven't found the rhythm. They did play them earlier and lost, but I don't know. I feel like the Superiors can take it down. I think they have what it takes to bring it back, and if that happens, we will have some tiebreakers going on. So it'll be very interesting.
Yes, the tiebreaker scenarios today have been absolutely crazy. I know Clash is not exactly happy about them, but we have had a series literally, or a group literally go down to series game, game differential, and just some absolute insane scenarios. But here we go. Game number 1 getting underway. Kickoff going somewhat neutral. Now Duluth Superior's looking to connect early on a passing play. Sean with a shot, saved away by Katamak. Good job from the victory to save that away.
Talk's going to have to meet this one early. Whitlock almost makes its way through. Fours just barely gets that cleared away. Cato on 0 boost, gets a piece of it. Is Wubik going to get their first? No, now it's going to be a chance for Superiors. Not quite on target, though. Fours is going to be able to put that on target, and it's in. Superiors take the first goal of the game.
Yes, just an awkward challenge from Wubik. Leaves Whitlock back alone. Tox with a simple beat over him. Fours there to finish. Incredible cohesion out of Superiors, capitalizing on that victory mistake. Now we go into kickoff. Pretty even play. Sean waiting there on the wall, tries for the air dribble, demoed off of it very quickly by Whitlock. Katamak called in to the corner to Whitlock. Tox able to turn that one out.
Wubik going to take control of this one. Taking it up in the air, that's one thing that you're going to see a lot from this victory squad. You mentioned it earlier. They're going to be a high-flying offense. They're going to be taking it up in the air. They will be flying up in the air, but they have some good competition, some solid mechanics on the other side too. Both, I would say, I think Tox is the person that comes to mind when I think of the mechanics on this Superiors team. He's going to be up in the air challenging him quickly, but is it going to be enough? Because they really have 3 players that all have that high flying ability on victory.
And I do think the difference here between these two teams will be that cohesion. How well can you set up your teammate? All of these players are incredibly individually talented. The difference is stuff like that. Rubik, able to support his teammate, able to support this 50 out of Whitlock, just being in a great position to challenge. Even Katamak forcing the play out of Sean. Very good job out of the victory.
It was a great first fake on that back line, but he just did not expect that last person to go ahead and dive there. That was a really dangerous attack, but it worked out for the victory. Again, that's just kind of the name of their game. They play fast and aggressive on offense, getting those shots on target as much as humanly possible, and they've gotten series win out of them. Both of these teams have gone most games. I think there was 1 game 4 between them. I think the other 2, I think there was 3 game 5s between them and 1 game 4. So these teams no long series, and it's probably going to happen. I don't think I said how many it's going to go. Did you say how many games there would be?
I don't think so. I think I forgot. But Rubik wants to end it early. He wants it a sweep. I don't know if it will be. I have
you did
5.
You did say 5. You did say 5. I don't think I said how many it would be, and I think it's going 5. Like I mentioned, they've gone the distance 3 out of 4 times between these 2 teams. So it's going to be a really tight one here, but Victory taking the lead here, and you cannot let that continue if you're the Spears.
Yep, and here Victory knocking on the door once again. Sean does a great job holding down that backboard. Demo on the play. Wubik out. Now more bump pressure. Yep. Beautiful play out of Sean and his teammate. Just putting that third man in a box, putting them in such a corner. Fours just harassing, playing upfield. Katamak, little chance to save that one.
Yeah, there's only so much you could do when there's that much space between you and the ball and you have someone just right on you. Great bump there from Tox, giving his team possession. Now, maybe that's the play for the Superiors team, getting Victory off the ball, getting those bumps and demos on, whether it be on offense or just controlling it on defense. I've always been a fan of them. That almost finds its way through. Tox still trying to find one. Not quite going to be able to get that as 4s. Sean is the only one with boost on the field right now. Whitlock trying to get a challenge on. Yeah, that's off the backboard, not quite on target. Cato doesn't quite make contact. Wubik off the backboard. Gonna probably go for a flip reset here. No, leaves it for Whitlock. Into the corner now. Victory trying to keep the pressure going, and they're now on the offensive end, but a quick counterattack maybe. No, Whitlock stops it in the midfield.
Yes, that cutout so crucial. Now here trying to get the infield, actually fakes it. Whitlock with an incredible fake, shows the little hint that he's playing it infield, and then changes up entirely based off of what he sees. He saw Tox jump, knows the low 50s is the better option there. Incredibly smart play out of Whitlock. We've seen this before last series that he was on stream. He had many chances when he had a 1v1, made the right choice, and it ended up being a goal.
Yeah, that really worked as 2 fakes. The one first fake pass to the infield and then faking it right on the goal line. It's so hard to read that as defense, but that really comes down to having that person in the midfield ready, because if he did pass it, and they weren't ready, it was going to be a goal. So having that position there at all times is so important. And Victory do that so well. They're always looking for that attack, and they're trying to get this one back on offense. Whitlock taking so much control right now.
The miss out of Duluth Superiors mean they're pushed back a little bit, at least into the midfield. Fours no boost here, tries to get it up to Sean. Sean does a great job playing that into ceiling, unable to get the second touch. Now Whitlock tested here, talks with a great 50, goes toward net. Wubik turns it away, now has low boost on the wall, doesn't show that. Able to play it around one, unable to get the dunk though. Now Sean up toward the backboard, plays it down, drops it down, but not quite in the net.
I feel like Whitlock has been the most improved player throughout this season. He has really stepped up his game. He obviously he came from Challenger the season before, and now they finally were through talks here, but I'm going to finish that thought real quick. I think Whitlock really has found his form in Premier right now.
Yes, he has stepped up when it has mattered. Even if they lose this series, they have still secured, I think, the top 1 seed. If not, at least in the tiebreaker, they still easily make day 2, and that is what the players care about. They want to be here to make day 2, they want to make grand finals, and they want to win.
Absolutely. Cato not going to quite make contact with that one. Talks trying to get this one forward into an almost open net, but well cleared out by the Victor. Here's Sean. Going to be first to this one, not quite. Big clear coming out for the Victory. Cato going to leave this for Whitlock. Whitlock trying to get it past Talks. Great clear again. Good control coming out from Talks. That's so important in that corner, making sure that you keep that close to your car.
And both teams here are doing a really good job answering back. One team might go up 1 goal, but then the other answers right back. And here Whitlock leaves it for Wubik. Very good fake out of him. Once again, just putting the defense on ice skates. They just don't know what he's doing. They don't know if he's shooting or leaving it. And here Wubik comes in for the finish, clinically placed. It feels like it's impossible when Victory are on their game.
That was disgusting. Whitlock, great play from him. He had so many options, and once again, it's because his teammates were there in a great position to capitalize on it that it worked so well. Whitlock leaving that and now taking the lead, but Superiors have to find something here, and Victory have all the control, and that one hits the ground. Victory take game 1.
Yeah, and I thought that one was able to be kept up by a Duluth Superiors player. It was a possible 0-second opportunity, but it's one of those things where it's just so hard to get it on an online game, yet alone LAN. There is so much more stakes, there's so much more riding on you keeping that ball a pixel off the ground that it just puts so much pressure on, and one mistake and the ball's down.
Yeah, Victory, they put on a pretty good game there, but Superiors absolutely were in that the whole time. This one still could absolutely go either way. I will not be surprised if we are both right and goes to 5. One of us will be wrong in the winner, but it could absolutely still go to 5 here. Superiors showed that they can put things into the net here, but Victory, they just got that one extra.
Yeah, and I do feel like Duluth Superiors, while they had some goals, their offensive strategy and overall structure was slightly less threatening.
Yeah.
I believe they still had a good defensive presence. They just fell apart in the parts where the team of the Brainerd Victory really did a good job playing off each other.
Yeah, and absolutely. And it's always interesting in this LAN environment. You're playing right next to your opponents, especially on this main stage where you're side by side. It's not a big gap between the two teams. So you're playing right alongside them. You're kind of seeing their emotions. You can kind of play into that. There's some teams that are going to be really into that. I'm not sure if either of these two are. If one is, I got to say it's Victory.
I'm not so certain about that aspect. But I do know there is definitely a difference between sitting next to your teammates or even like the opponent. There's a different degree of this really matters. Like there's a tangible, I have to beat you.
Yeah.
And now we get into game number 2. So far the game has been fairly even. That pinch is very scary, and another goal line save out of Wubik means that Brainerd Victory get away with murder almost. Now a pinch attempted. K-Mac back alone, kind of low, gets a really awkward touch, tries to follow it. The shot is so close, Wubik on the goal line, able to turn it away.
Cato to Whitlock, almost finding its way through. That was a chance there, but Demo relieves a little bit of pressure for the Victory now. Wubik off the backboard here, trying to take some control, just kind of going for a little bounce dribble. That's all he really needs to do. Still beats one, even on 0 boost. Sean now with control off his backboard, trying to take this one over one. Great pass, Fours. This could be a chance. It is going to be on target. Wonderful play for the Superiors.
Yes, Fours doing a great job to finish what Sean started. Sean just outplaying one, getting that second touch, and an awkward flip from Katomac. Tries to get back in time, has to shadow there, cannot jump early because of how quick Fours is up on that ball. And in the first minute, we see Duluth Superiors take an early lead. They're trying to double up on it now. Victory have something to say about that. Katomac trying to go to the backboard. Now Tox to play it around one. Rubik in field. Sean does a great job cutting that out. Here he is on the solo play. 50-50, 2 players committing. Shot coming in off the backboard. Rubik takes control. Ball played out toward Whitlock. Whitlock not able to get there because of the Duluth presence. Now midfield play starting.
I love the fakes that Victor are throwing out. It seems so unexpected from our perspective, and we're watching the fake happen. I just don't see it coming ever. How can the defense, I mean, Victory, they faked multiple times in the last game. They've already faked a couple times in this game. It's so hard to read this offense. Whitlock not going to make contact with that one, though. Rubik just going to play it into the corner, and a little bit of control coming out now for the Victory.
Yes, just taking a little bit of a breather, no longer quite being tested by the Superiors as they were before. Now they're a bit more on the offensive side here. Katomac playing up to the corner, opting to take a little bit more time. Fakes it for Whitlock. Whitlock not able to make contact. Now, I do really like these fakes out of Victory, but one problem that it has is if they continue to do it, it becomes readable.
Absolutely. But then at that point, you just start not faking and just shooting it right away. I don't know. There's so much creativity that can happen when you throw in those fakes, even fairly frequently. But Cato trying to get this one out. Whitlock kind of double committing with him. That's a little bit awkward on the defensive end. Kind of scrambling here. Okay, Whitlock, big clear. Forrest goes missing. This could be a shot. It is. That's a big miss coming out on the defensive end for Superiors.
And a great job for Rubik to stay in this play. Grabs the midfield boost, is ready for that outfield pass, ready for that miss. Clinical finish out of him. That is an easy one to mess up on the shot, where the last man in the Duluth Superiors could get a save to the corner and completely buy them an entire, just a ticket completely out of that pressure.
Sean trying to take this one middle. Tox first to it. Rubik gonna have to control this one. Does his best to, but it's a little bit too hard of a touch. Superiors gonna try to press here, but Cato able to get a big 50 out. Good Superiors now back on their line. So Fours starting a counterattack. Here we go. Flick coming, but Rubik, big clear coming out. A lot of space given. I'm surprised that there's no one on this ball yet for the Victory.
Yes, and now the ball sitting in the corner. One of the places where the defense is kind of happy with it there. They do not want the ball out mid. Now Katomac trying to play it out mid, gets a flip reset, challenge early by Tox. Tox does a great job to play that in a place where Sean can follow. Now a very threatening ball. Ball not quite in the place that Sean was expecting. Now, waiting, 50-50. I mean, a little bit of questionable gameplay, but it works.
Yeah, there's a lot of mind games going on right now, and I'm not sure how to read them. What a save coming out from Cato there. Tox going to try to find his way through. Well cleared by Cato again. Into the middle, though. That one might not have been the best touch. Fours trying to get one on target. Ubik able to get a save. There's still a chance for the Superiors here. That one finds its way on target. Great save coming out from Whitlock. Rubik just trying to clear the line, but they are struggling for boost right now. Only Cato has any to his name. Sean going up for a solo play. Bump attempt coming up from Tox. Doesn't find his way through. Great save again from Cato. He is everywhere on this back line.
Yes, and this is starting to look very much so like game number one. Oh my goodness, where the teams are looking so even. One goal was scored and the equalizer scored quickly after. Now it's a matter of who has that best look at the end of the game. Whether it's in overtime or whether it's here, time is ticking down.
Team starting to trade blows right now. Sean able to beat one, and that one does find its way through. I'm surprised the defender didn't make contact, but that's all that Tox needed to find its way through.
Yup, and Duluth Superiors looking to basically be the Brainerd Victory of game two, take that last goal, waste that last a small amount of time, keep the lead, just play safe, play patient. All they need is a good kickoff here, a little bit of midfield play, maybe 2 50s, and that time is gone.
Kato gonna try to get it past Sean, but Sean, so much patience on it, so much boost to his name, just holding on to it. Tox to Sean, maybe going for a little bit of a double. Tox doesn't quite make contact though. Four's gonna have to buy some time for his team to get boost, and that's all they really need right now is that time, and that's gonna fall to the ground. Superiors equalize this series 1-1.
Yes, and like I said, it is so hard to keep that ball up on 0. I mean, there was a chance there. There was definitely
so much control though. So difficult.
It's just so difficult to get that extra touch and get that final go-ahead touch up, or even just a place where you can follow it.
The worst part was the Superiors had that control too. They were taking it really slow off the backboard. They were forcing the victory to come to them, and they did such a good job at it. They had to waste so much boost, the victory did, trying to keep it up, and it's just an impossible task if Superiors has such strong control, which they did.
Yes, and I do wonder which way the pendulum will swing for game number 3, because both of these teams looking so good, looking like they can definitely make that last move and go ahead.
Yeah, in a 1-1 series, besides game 5, if we get there, I mean, this is the most important game of the series most of the time. It really gets that momentum going. Being on match point is such a big deal, and both of these teams absolutely want to get there right now. Sean gonna try to get this one out. Only as far as Kato, great early challenge from him. He might have a flip here. That might find its way through. If that had a little bit more power on it, might have found its way through. You are mentioned in that one. Whitlock tries to pop that one over Tox, but Tox able to take control out of his corner.
And a demo coming through. Whitlock goes up high, plays it down low off of the corner, tries for the flip touch afterward. Katomac with a really strong Prince George backboard. Luckily, Tox is there for Duluth Superiors. Now Whitlock to the sidewall, unable to follow it quite yet, but jumps up, miss coming out, ball just rolling by the net. Very confusing from both teams there, as the touch just didn't come out.
Yeah, both these teams thriving on that chaos right now, but both teams absolutely, oh my goodness, it almost finds its way through. Tox, oh my goodness, there's so much pressure coming out from both teams right now. Both sides are having so many opportunities that just aren't quite finding their way through. Wubik, great save coming out from him. He might be able to follow this too. No, Sean gonna take control, leaving it for his teammate. I didn't see who shot that, but man, it was a good one. Whitlock gonna try to take it off the corner. On target, Wubik has to get there. He does. Back pass to Sean. That one almost finds its way through, just a little bit wide. And this one might just be an open net going the other way. It will be. Kato capitalizes on an overcommit from the Superiors. That looked like a guaranteed Superiors goal.
And what's crazy here is if you pay attention to the boost meters, all 3 of Brainerd Victory were starved for the past 30 seconds. They just saved insane shots. Wubik off of that corner, then follow-ups coming out, and they managed to get those saves, make Duluth Superiors overcommit, thinking they were on the back line. As I say that happens, but Duluth Superiors punished for it last time. Now they send the house, get the goal, and tie it up.
Right off the kickoff, Sean getting a little bit of speed coming up. Wubik has to play a demo attempt, maybe a flick attempt. They went for the flick, and Wubik just didn't quite get the power on the clear that he was hoping for. It was such a tough situation because he was met with so many different options as possibilities. Wubik, though, trying to get this one back middle. They want this one right in now. Kato couldn't quite beat that midfield of Sean. He's been all over this field.
Yes, and Whitlock tries for the air dribble in the midfield. Katomac not able to get up quickly. Now Sean up toward the backboard. This is a dangerous play. Wubik unable to get the touch. Sean finishes beautifully.
Yeah, Wubik just jumping there, hoping that maybe it'll freak out Sean. Maybe he won't play the miss, but he absolutely does here. Puts it away. He makes it look easy. I have hit probably 2 double taps in my life, so I am jealous of that talent. And man, Sean, he's been really all over this field, as I mentioned, so far this series. I would say on the other side, though, we have seen a lot of Kato. I think those top players, the expected top 2 from these 2 rosters really are showing out right now.
Yes, and I think the biggest difference earlier in the day, why Brainerd Victory were able to win in pretty dominant fashion against St. Cloud Flyers was because of Whitlock and Wubik's presence. They were both supporting Katomac really, really well. Katomac always playing well, but it's when Wubik and Whitlock step up that they become such a threatening three-speared offense.
Yeah, and Kato on the ball again. That's who you want on the ball, really. If you can feed the ball to Kato as the victory and just hold that back line whenever Superiors are attacking, that's going to be a recipe for success right now. But a few goals making their way through now leave the victory behind in this one. And they, again, you really don't want to drop this game. Wubik's going to try to get this one middle, and that is the equalizer, 2-2 with 2:07 left.
And it feels like every single time one team looks like they have the edge, looks like they're going to go up and take the game, the other team just is invited back in. It's a small mistake or whatever it is, the capitalization of missed positions, it just lets the other team back in.
Yeah, both teams, they're really trading opportunities here. No team seems like they have an edge play style-wise right now. It is neck and neck. And one team could step up and take it, but as of right now, it really doesn't feel like it's any one team's game right now. They're both giving such good opportunities. Sean just going to go for a little flip reset solo play there, but doesn't quite get past one. Early challenge coming out from Victory, was able to get it clear.
And I'm not sure entirely about the scenarios, but I do believe that just because Brainerd Victory got this game, that they will be the 1 seed, regardless of other results. They have really good game differential, and Superiors are going to need a victory here. I think they needed a sweep, but it's still possible. They definitely need to win the series, though.
I believe that the other 2 teams in their group, I'm forgetting who, it was Rhythm and someone
St. Cloud Flyers.
They're both going to be 1-1 right now. So one of them is going to end up 2-1, one of them will end up 1-2. So there will be tiebreakers, again, like I mentioned, if the Superiors end up winning this one. But if they don't, then it'll just be set. Whoever wins that one will be in the 2nd seed, and whoever loses will be 3rd, with the Superiors being out. But they don't want to be out right now. They want to get this thing going. That one almost finds its way through. Talks, great save coming out from him. Sean trying to keep the pressure forward.
Yep, every game mattering here. Kato Mac now with the air dribble, has the flip reset, unable to get it off in time before Tox is challenged. Now Wubik in the corner. Forrest tries to just play that immediately onto net. Wubik with a good read. Kato Mac tries to follow, ends up being bumped off the play. Now Sean up toward the backboard, tries for the corner double. Awkward bounce means that he does not get the touch that he wants. Now Kato Mac meets Tox to the ball. Tox almost with the double, but even without hitting it, Sean was there in the midfield to support, and Duluth Superior scored with 19 seconds left. We've seen this before. Last few seconds of the gameplay, one team goes up. One crucial mistake that makes the difference between a game win and loss. Now Victory have to break that streak. They have to answer back.
They have to answer back right now. Whitlock going to try to get it going right away. Almost able to follow that one. Sean, though, falling on it. Wubik does read it, but not quite as cleanly as he wanted to. Kato, first to it. Great demo, though, from Sean. This might just be an opportunity for the Spears. They don't want to send it, though. They don't have to get a goal here. They might just kill it right here. No, off the corner. Tox going to try to knock this one down. He might be able to. No, Whitlock keeps it up. This one almost stays up, but Superiors come away with this one. That was a little scare at the end. They might have been able to score if they kept that up, but man, it's so close right now, Power. It's so close.
Yes, Clash, I completely agree. I mean, like, even in the game, you have no idea who's going to win, even if they are up. Like, Brainerd Victory here starting up 1-0 with that, clear goal from Kato Mac. Now, we see responses from the Duluth Superiors. Such a 50-50 game.
Yeah, and Superiors, they just want to end it right now. They want to stop this momentum right now from the Victory. They have had such a good result so far today. They want to have a little blemish in that record. They want to hurt this Victory squad and get this dub. Otherwise, they will be out. So, Superiors, why go to 5? End it right now.
And I'm curious what adjustments Brainerd will make, because they need to make an adjustment, right?
Yeah.
They cannot go into this game the exact same way that they did the last. They need to change something. Things have not been working out. I know the losses have been at the very, very end, but they need to keep that energy up.
Yeah, I feel like their offense has kind of died out a little bit, but that's probably not as simple as, hey, we need offense back. There's probably some rotational thing that is beyond my level to really diagnose, that it's just causing some issues. So we'll see if Victory can figure it out. I wish I was smart enough to figure out what's going on with it, because there's just those little things, little defensive awkwardnesses that shouldn't be happening. That one right there. Like, they were able to get that save away, and that was a great save by Wubik. But they probably shouldn't be in those scenarios as frequently as they are right now.
Yes, and I know something that I can identify, at least not gameplay-wise, is that these teams are definitely in different scenarios, right? Duluth Superior is kind of playing on house money. They have the ability to know that, oh my goodness, Tox, shut me up.
What a shot from Tox. They just beats the one, gets the flip reset to get under another one, and beats the last defender. That is a 1v3 play if I've ever seen one. Well done by Tox.
High flying mechanics out of Tox, and like I was saying before, Brainerd Victory have that expectation, right? They went up 2-0 in the group, and they're facing the 0-2 team. They are favored. They should be, you know, nominally the winner of this.
Yeah.
But as we see, Duluth Superior's not wanting that, and they barely get it out. Catamac had an almost flip reset, beautiful goal, unable to close it out. Now shot opportunity again from Catamac. They are feeding Catamac as much as possible, and I feel like at this point, maybe they should start making their own individual brilliances. And as I say that, Wubik answers my call. Infield pass from Whitlock. Great job on that 50. Forrest touch just kind of played out. Now Sean, so awkward coming off of that corner, unable to get the jump. Such a simple thing, but it makes the big difference here.
That is the one thing that Victory is so good at, always being ready to pounce. If there's an opportunity to attack, they're going to be trying to find it every single time. And the huge majority of the time they do. Wubik was ready to pounce there, but it's also such a risky play style. Sometimes it just doesn't, sometimes they attack on that offensive side, and that leaves them so awkward on defense. Maybe that is what is creating those awkward situations, but Victory have thrived on it all season. I wouldn't change that right now.
Yep, and now Forrest taking control in the corner. The touch goes a little bit wayward, but manages to get it back. Tries for the 50 midfield. Teammate called in. Now all the team committing. Whitlock up. Unable to get it down. Whitlock now in the corner. Plays it around one. Not quite able to get it there. Now Tox plays it up. Wubik immediately cuts it out. Sean just covering that backboard. Playing that third man so beautifully. Now tries to get it infield. Miscommunication though between Forrest and Sean. Both players committing. Kind of killing this opportunity.
Whitlock, huge 50 coming out from him. He's going to try to keep this one going, but is beat by Forrest. Lots of space from Wubik. As long as he can get that clear, that was a little closer than I thought it probably should have been. Wubik gets demoed for his efforts. Cato going to be first to it, though. Whitlock is almost going to be able to beat one. No, well saved out from Forrest. Superiors trying to end this one right now, but they have to get it out of their half to do so.
Yeah, and another game tied halfway through, half the game already gone. Duluth Superiors kind of like this, right? They like the fact that this is close. All they need is one goal, and if they're able to hold it out or even take it to an overtime, you're on not only series point, but you're on like just one goal away.
I am willing to bet that it's going to be it's either going to be an overcommit for the Victory that causes a Superiors goal, or the Victory are going to get one all-in sort of play going on here. I feel like it is on the hands of the Victory timing their attack, because they absolutely have such a dangerous one. It's so risky too. Whitlock going to be going all in right here. You're going to find its way through. Not quite. What a save coming out on that back line.
And another thing to consider here is, when do you send the full house? Because at the end of the day, you are down in the series. You do need this, but you also need to play safe. You cannot let Duluth Superiors take the lead here. They have been clinical in that last little bit of the game. Once they get that go-ahead goal, they haven't let them back in. During the middle of the games, it's been a little bit more volatile, but at the end of the games, the goal has been the difference.
Cato going to be first to this one. Goes for a little flip reset, but kind of loses control a little bit. Whitlock is able to get there first. That's a big miss. Whitlock going to have some time here. Going to be able to beat one. This could be dangerous. Not going to be on target, though. Sean doesn't make it ends up as a pinch. This one could be a really dangerous one. It floats right in. Sean puts that one away for the Superiors. Victory have to find a way back now.
And it looked like, honestly, Forrest and Sean were entirely on the same page. Sean jumping for the initial shot, getting a little bit bailed by Forrest touch that just happened to be left. You saw it in the player cams. That was not entirely planned. That shot got a little bit extra power, preventing the Brainerd Victory from getting the save. Now they are down. They do have a minute. This is definitely possible, and Catamac outplays one, pinches it past the other, but no teammate quite there. Sean plays that one beautifully out of the corner. Whitlock there to receive. Tox now up 50. Plays really awkwardly. Catamac not in the right spot. Ends up going missing. Tox gets that goal to double the lead.
And this is where that over-aggression is going to punish him. Wubik doesn't quite get the 50. Cato is pressing on offense. That's what they love to do, but it just didn't go in their favor. That 50 does not as perfect as it needed to be. And Superiors extend the lead. Still time left. 46 seconds is not unheard of, but it's going to be really difficult for the Victory here.
And even in the player cams, we saw a little bit of disappointment. We saw a little bit of, down feelings in the player cams, and I think that really does make a difference in these scenarios. If you have the ability to keep the mental positive, you have a chance, but now Duluth Superior's shutting the door, saying, no, you have no chance, stay down, and stay sad.
Yeah, Wubik doesn't quite get the clear he wanted. He had to get a perfect touch there, starting a counterattack, but doesn't matter here. Unless something ridiculous happens, Superiors are going to be able to take this one in 4. And, well, great bounce back from them. Every goal, every game diff is going to matter for tie breaks. So maybe they can squeak their way in, but we'll see how the standings look after this one.
Yep, and Brainerd Victory are going to have to come to the venue again, to River Falls, and try and figure it back out on Championship Sunday. They did end up with a loss at the end of today. This is something that's special about this MCS LAN compared to previous. You ended Saturday on a loss, and you still get to play tomorrow on Sunday. How are you going to bounce back?
Yeah, I love this format because it is forgiving unless you have a tiebreak okay, I'm not going to go on that. But yeah, we got such a great series here, Power. Again, this one could have absolutely gone either way, and such an important win for the Superiors.
Yes, definitely, finally, redeeming themselves, losing 2 Game 5s earlier today, able to redeem themselves, get this series in 4. Definitely not liking the fact that they dropped that first game, but having a very good job answering back. We saw some pressure from them. We saw some decent demos. 5 demos on a LAN match is pretty good for the team.
Yeah, and some very solid goals. We had some high mechanical plays. Again, I want to go back to that one that Tox had. That was a fantastic shot. The flip reset, the beat one to get past the last defender. It was only a really low flip reset too. It was so difficult to get that through, and I'm just waiting for this highlight to come back on because I want to watch it again.
Yeah, it's one of those goals where you can go back home and watch it again and again and again. It's one of those beauties where you just, everything clicks, everything goes well. The players, here it is, the lean back reset, the amount of power on that flip cancel, so clean.
Yeah, it's mechanical plays like that are going to be the difference in these types of series where you have to have someone step up, someone jump, and really take over the series. Tox in that moment absolutely did. I still feel like Sean and Kato were those top players for it, and Sean had so much control in that series. He just bought his team so much time, gave them so many options, and they were able to squeak that one away. Obviously, again, it was a they won by 2. They won by 2 games, but it was absolutely so close.
Yeah, and we saw Katamak try to play a similar role on the Brainerd Victory team. He tried a lot of those mechanical plays. A lot of them did end up in pressure, but not goals. There wasn't that mistake on that back end. There wasn't that third man being drawn forward or low boost, the starvation or whip, even Wubik. Wubik is known for demoing. We didn't see that as much here in this series. It was just one of those things where it looked like all 3 of them were just a little bit off, and that could have been the difference here.
Yeah, it absolutely could have been, but I believe that is our last series for the day. But I want to kind of recap a little bit what we have gone over. We had so many, we had all 3 leagues, of course, every single team here playing 3 matches. Power, what do you think of this format? Because I love it. I think it was great, and everyone has an option to, get a good experience at LAN.
I think personally it's so strong in that you get so many opportunities, right?
Yeah.
You play one series, you might lose, but you have the opportunity to regain. Not only in that series, let's say you lost 2 series. Here we see Duluth Superiors. They already lost 2 series. In any other MCS LAN format, it doesn't matter whether you're the 1 seed, you would have been out.
Yeah.
Here, they have that opportunity to show that they have some flowers to be, deserved, and they showed it. They beat the team that was 2-0 on the day. They beat the team that should be in the grands in an old format. And even Victory, they have a chance here, right? Normally, they would have been on their last life in the grand finals, and this series would have been it. But now, it's just Saturday.
Yeah.
Literally, we got through the group stage. We have so much tournament left for you on Sunday. Please tune in. It'll be so much more fun. Even if you got eliminated today, it doesn't matter. Show up, support the other teams. MCS as a whole, it's so fun to watch. We have such high level of gameplay, and it's just such a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I come from far away for this community. I mean, I love the people here. It's such an awesome feeling, and being at this LAN, supporting each other, supporting your franchise or not, it doesn't matter. Everyone knows so many people in this league. It's a tight-knit community, and supporting that is huge. So please, again, as Power said, even if you're eliminated, show up tomorrow. Show up, support the folks, and we'll have some good time, whatever. Superiors, take this one down.
Yes. Have all the good times. Every single good time.
Every single good time in that series.
Yes. And I want to take a little bit of a moment to thank all of our production crew. We have so many people helping today. We have stage admins, we have General Core, we have Stewie on the broadcast, we have people helping him so that way he can play his challenger matches. There's so many people involved here at UW River Falls, and I just want to take a moment to appreciate that. We have such a special place, as we've said so many times, and you guys make it happen. So genuinely, let's take a moment, let's clap and celebrate day one finishing.
All right, no one's listening to the casters. Everyone clap for the production. Go, yay, woo! No? All right, we got two.
We got
two people clapping. We'll take it.
I guarantee you there will be a little bit more hype come tomorrow. Today was definitely a long day. I know I'm getting pretty tired. It's one of those things where it is such a long day. There's been so many things happening. People have been all around the place.
Yeah, we're still waiting for another result going on. I think that's what most people are focusing on in the venue right now. It looks like the Flyers are taking on, who is that? I cannot tell. I don't have my glasses on. I can see close. I don't need them right now, but now I need them. But man, as we're waiting for these results to come in, I think we're waiting for some graphics to load for Stewie. It takes a lot of time on that back end. As you mentioned, thank you, production. There's a lot of work that goes on. Man,
I guess we can do predictions. Ooh. We've seen a lot of teams play. We've seen basically everyone, whether that's on the main stage, the B stage. Who do you have winning Rising Star?
Winning Rising Star. Ooh.
I'll go first.
I need to go back on the standings to see how people did today, but
I mean, currently I kind of favor Omaha. Yeah. I don't know how they did today. I don't remember exactly, but I just know their team as a whole is very well-rounded. They have Rob behind them, all the support in the world. Buffalo, definitely one of those franchises where they're all together, they're supporting their teams, and it's very special. They had all three teams qualify. That is something that not a lot of GMs can say.
Yeah. I'm trying to look at the standings right now. It looks like we had a three-way tie in Rising Star. Lumberjacks, Buffalo, and Victory all at 2-1. Lumberjacks getting through. Again, Mahler's eliminated in that group. We had Outlaws, Steelhawks, Inferno in that order in the other group. I was really impressed with how well the Outlaws played in their group, but man, it's so hard to bet against that Buffalo squad. Before the LAN, I think that's what most people said was their favorites. And as you said, I think it is based on how they played today. If it's just based on today, Outlaws.
That is a fair
point. But any day is its own day, and I think because of the consistency that happened previously, I think I agree with you. I think Buffalo are the favorites still.
Okay, and then Challenger.
Challenger.
That's something that you probably have a little bit different opinions on. And I know I'm very involved in Challenger. I don't know entirely how they were playing on today, but I personally really favor the two orange teams in the Steelhawks and the Knights.
Oh, wow. I didn't even see this one. Jungle overtake the rhythm there with a huge win. They absolutely had to have that one. And because it was a head-to-head, again, they were tied on game diff. Jungle end up taking that spot. Rhythm are out. So that is a fascinating one. And favorites going into this. I feel like I still like the Knights team. I think they're dangerous. We played them and we quite honestly got absolutely smacked. It was not close.
Yeah, and I'm going to be honest, I've scrimmed them a lot. They are one of the teams that has been playing a lot. Barry himself is so good. And I definitely have the Knights. I think they're winning it all tomorrow. I mean, of course, it depends how they show up on the day. Here we see the bracket for Rising Star. Outlaws definitely in a good position to win that, already in that semifinal. The quarterfinals will be played first, of course, going into the semifinals and then into the grand finals. Everyone on the last life here, you get no more chances. The group stage was that. You got so many chances on your series to get that win, and now it's win or go home.
Yeah, I mean, obviously my predictions might end up changing tomorrow if I cast, and you probably would too, but it depends on how people play on the day.
Yes,
but
definitely.
It's hard to not say that Buffalo can make this run here. Again, but they're going to have to run into the Outlaws. That's going to be a very interesting one. Outlaws coming out as the seed 1 from that other group. Buffalo, if they can take down the Inferno, which put on a pretty good show, now we're going to have to run into them. But now we're moving on to Challenger. Thank you again, Stewie, for the graphics. We appreciate you. They're awesome, and he's so fast with it. Got some interesting scenarios here, Power.
Yeah, and I don't know which side of the bracket is harder here. I mean, you don't want to play the Steelhawks or the Knights until Grands, maybe. And even like the bottom, you know, Buffalo versus Jungle, both of those teams threatening. Both of those teams did so good in the regular season. And then on the top end, you have a little bit more of a dark horse in Derecho. They made quite the run to be here. Yeah. Rizzer, definitely the hero of that run. And even his supporting squad stepping up a lot. Blasky and K-Tool looking very, very good. Blasky doing well in Rising Star. And now they have to try and face the Senators in Stewie, Grant, and Bloom. They have been very solid. They have been pretty consistently on the top. Not quite the 1 and 2 team, but they've been top 5 pretty consistently.
Yeah, but Derecho have played really well today. They obviously took down my squad. That was a really good series from them. I was surprised at how well they played. We were trying to take advantage of that sub in. We were trying to, whenever they were last on defense, trying to attack. Blasky but he stepped up so well. He didn't feel like a weak link on him, which I was very impressed by. And K-Tool stepping up very well. Risser, obviously, we all know he is that top player on that team, and he played very well, but it did not feel like they had a huge weak link.
And for scenarios, this is very interesting. Duluth Superiors, because they took those game 5s and they won this against Brainerd, they find themselves in the bracket. They have a chance to redeem their run. They start off with a pretty tough match against Buffalo, but they've proved that they can beat Victory, so they're looking to make a grand finals run here on Sunday.
Yeah, it's the rhythm that get knocked out behind them. Just one game differential was all the difference. Superiors take that spot over them. Victory, again, like you mentioned, they did end up being the number 1 seed, just barely, only 1 game differential there. Flyers end up as that 2nd seed in that group. But looking at the other group, we had a 3-way tie for the top 3. Unfortunately, the Maulers went 0-3. I am sad. But that other group is really tight. Outlaws, Buffalo, Knights, all trading blows.
Yes, and it's one of those things where it's so brutal for the Flyers and Knights because they were so close to getting that bye, and now they have to eliminate one of them.
Yep. Yeah, we got some great scenarios coming up all tomorrow. Again, remember to check out that stream as we get into tomorrow. I'm not sure how much longer we're looking at, but we're gonna keep on yapping.
Right, who do you have winning Premier? Because we see the bracket, we have the 2 teams that are in the uppers. Although, are they the favorites here? I don't know. We just saw Victory fall, and now we see them in a position where they're favored.
So I mentioned before, I think Superiors were my favorite prior to this LAN. Do I continue that sentiment? They showed that they can do it today in that last match. They can take down teams. They have the ability to. I think I'm going to take someone from the other group, though. I think I'm going to go the Knights here. They're even in the other group. They are. I think they're going to be able to do it. They're coming out from that 3rd seed spot, I guess. But again, it was so close, just 1 game diff off being a 3-way tie, even on game diff. So I think I'm going to go Knights taking this one. They have to make a run, though.
I do think that of all of the different tiers, Premier is the hardest to predict here.
Oh, for
all 6 looking so good coming into Sunday.
I think so. Yep.
All 3 definitely on each side have their own argument to make the grands. I 100%. Feel like in past MCS lands, you have a person sitting in that upper bracket
that just look so dangerous.
Yes, they look like, because we saw them beat the two teams, we saw no one else challenge them yet. Here in the group stage, we see a little bit of challenge, not teams going 3-0. We see, almost a rock, paper, scissors, right?
Yeah.
Not every team just showing complete utter dominance where it looks like they're favored to win Sunday. And here we have one of the most open brackets.
Yeah, no team in Premier went 3-0 today. It's wild. There's only ties coming out, and it's so difficult to predict when that kind of thing happens. When you see someone perform so well for an entire day, it really helps that, but it makes it so difficult. But yeah, I'm going to be going with the Knights. Who did you say was going to be yours?
I have not chosen.
Okay.
I feel like I have to predict victory just because I'm kind of cheering for them. I have to back my ex-teammate in Whitlock. I have to see him not only prove that I was the problem in Challenge, but that he also has it in Prep.
Yeah, but I also mentioned during that last series, I think Whitlock is probably the most improved player and potentially in all of MCS this season, even like Rising Star, Challenger, Prem. I think he has really stepped up to that Prem plate. He has played so well, put so much onto the field, and he 100% looks in place. Doesn't look like a Chow player that promoted. He looks like a Prem player, and he has been putting on shows.
Yes, I mean, the fact that his statistical dominance has continued from Challenger really shows that it wasn't like a
I think he's third in goals.
Yeah, I mean, that's just insane. Unheard of.
Yeah.
Challenger is its own beast. It's definitely competitive still, and Whitlock was dominating a lot of the statistical categories there, but to show that he can do that in Prem too, even just the next season, such a quick turnaround, it's very impressive to see.
I'm also really impressed with his GMing. Just glazing Whitlock right now. I don't know if he's in the crowd right now. You're welcome. But also, I was early on in the season, he made a trade. He dropped Skies and went for Kato. And Skies was just, it wasn't close between him and anyone else as far as like salary was concerned, anything like that. Skies was just so good, but he recognized that play style difference. He recognized the comfortability, and he went with Kato, and it's worked so well for him.
Yeah, it's one of those things where middle of the season, right as the move is made, you kind of have a question mark. You're like, is that really going to work out?
On paper, it looks worse. Kato's amazing, but Skies is crazy. It's such a smart move, in my opinion. And it can only be done with that experience that Whitlock brings.
Well, also, you think the other side, let's look at some of the other teams that have
made moves.
Yeah, made moves, or even like Outlaws, right? We've seen Nightfang do this before. He looks like, I don't know if it's the best, but he gets the grands, right? He legitimately always does. He is there on Championship Sunday, and he is here again. He has the bye. He definitely has an argument to be made to get into that grands and have this season be his season.
Absolutely, but we got the schedule coming up. Thank you again, Stewie. Good job, graphic stuff. We got some matches here. Again, we don't have all of them set because it's determined based on who's going to be winning these. So Rising Star coming up first. Again, we'll just be alternating down. We got the 9 series again on stream. Rising Star, Challenger, Premier, and repeat 3 times. We're starting off tomorrow with Buffalo versus Inferno. Again, Inferno, kind of maybe that oxygen run from Worlds. Maybe they can show something.
Yes, they definitely got here a little bit differently than the other teams, but they're making an argument that they should be here. They made it out of the group. That's the first challenge in the long set of challenges to get a grand finals, to get a win, and they passed the test.
And now they have to pass the test of the Buffalo. They're going to be playing what we both said is our favorites to win it in Rising Star. So they have to prove it right away that they deserve to be here, that they can take this down. It is such a tough opponent no matter what. But as we go further down, we got Stewie's team playing against the Derecho. Stewie, it's been a few seasons since you played at LAN, but been doing pretty well so far, so good job to you. Keeping it going. Maybe they can take down this Derecho team who's really been looking hot.
I think that in this matchup, St. Paul is favored. You have to say so. Yeah. I think Des Moines are kind of on their miracle run. They're kind of on that feel-good vibes, and they're looking very good when they're winning, but they're also looking pretty bad when they're losing.
Yeah.
Premier, the next match coming right after that, we'll see St. Cloud Flyers take on the Green Bay Knights. Tricky will be on stage again. I know he was a lot of fun in a series earlier today. Laughing, having a good time. They did win that, I believe, in a sweep, actually. And St. Cloud having to face them, I don't really, it's one of those things, it's so hard to tell who's favored. I think that on today, Green Bay would win this, but tomorrow is a completely different day.
And a quick request for everyone who is playing tomorrow, make sure we're quick on getting on these setups tomorrow. We got best of sevens coming up tomorrow, and we still have the same amount of time for each slot. We got an hour set, so we need to be quick on it. We need to be fast. We have to be able to finish tomorrow with winners in each one, and if we don't have time for that, that could end up being a problem. So make sure we're quick to those setups. But Power, it has been a pleasure. I am so glad we were able to cast that one and transitioned into the next day.
Yes, I'm glad to be the closing cast, and I hope you guys all join us tomorrow. I know I'll be here tomorrow casting with Clash once again, and I will see you all then. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Thank you guys for playing. Everything has been so great, and we'll crown 3 champions tomorrow, Rising Star, Challenger, and Premier. Make sure you don't miss it.